Oh, hello everybody. We're back. We are back. We're back, folks. We're streaming. Folks, I got a prompt on the screen. You may disagree with the prompt. That's okay with me. Let's have a conversation about it. Let's have that debate. That's what this is all about. This is a debate stream where I bring on folks like you that might disagree with me. And you challenge my ideas and I challenge yours. And hopefully we can maybe come to an agreement. Not always likely, but it could happen. Right, let me open up the Google Voice. The line is on. We are receiving calls. If you disagree with what I have to say, you can call in, you can let me know where I'm wrong, and you can try to change my mind. I know that's probably a big challenge, but changing my mind, it's possible. Listen, if there's something I hear and I'm just like, you know what, you're right and I'm wrong, and of course I have to change my mind. That's just how people are, right? People always are open to being corrected. No. I guess that's a little bit of an optimistic view of people, but you get what I'm saying. Either way, whether minds get changed or not, this stream is all about being challenged. This stream is all about hearing out the other side. And folks, I'm ready to hear you out. Call that number if you think Donald Trump's presidency will actually help you. And let's have a debate. Maybe you think Donald Trump is looking out for the working class. Maybe you think Donald Trump has your best interests at heart because he personally cares about you. I disagree with that, if I'm being honest with you. I do. But it's nonetheless a debate that we can have. I see somebody has left a like. Thank you. I appreciate it. Senior says Kamala. Kirby Goonster says hello. Hello, Kirby. Welcome to the stream. Folks, I see the numbers going up. The algorithm's obviously pushing the stream a little bit. If you guys agree or disagree, y'all can call in and we can have the conversation. Arthur Morgan says, and down with the two-party system, that would be nice. Senior says Biden. 25 people now watching. Folks, if you agree or disagree, let me know. Call in to the phone number. The line is open. I'm paying attention to it. Let me know. Hold on. Okay, I'm calling Diddy. Oh, jeez. You call Diddy, Donald Trump picks up, they're hanging out. Crazy. Folks, if you disagree with what I have to say, let me know. Let's have a conversation. We should put a gorilla into office. It'd be smarter than all politicians combined. That would be nice. I got a #1 victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite about to get down. That's true. Senior says from USA. Yes. But guys, Donald Trump is not looking out for the regular working guy. He already has a record and we can see what he's promising. He's going to look out for the top 1%. He's going to look out for people like him and his donors. He already has a record. His promises are going to increase your taxes. It's going to increase costs in general with things like tariff, essentially a new tax, a sales tax on every good. There's analysis that looked at his plan and found that it would raise $3,000, $4,000 in new cost. Now, in a time where people really want to see prices go down, or at least their wages go up to meet the prices, I would say. Inflationary policies like that are not really the best idea. But that's just my thought. It's just my guess. Maybe I'm wrong. And if you think I'm wrong, well, you can call in. I feel like at some point in the stream I'm going to need to take a shit. But that's just a theory, folks. the stream open on my phone in case I need to look at the chat that way. But I got the chat in the corner over here. 10 concurrent viewers, folks. If you agree with what I have to say, you can show your support by subscribing. There's also a donation link as well. In case you're curious. Just in case you're curious. Senior says, what are you doing? This is a debate stream. Folks can call into the stream and then we can have a debate. If they disagree with the prompt, if they think that the Donald Trump presidency will actually help them, which I disagree with, then that's how the debate usually starts. Been doing these debate streams pretty consistently now, and they've been a good source of traffic for my channel. They've been a good source of engagement and watch hours. And watch hours are key to getting your YouTube channel monetized, so that's fun. I have a cold sore. It kind of hurts. Senior says, I'm boozing, man. Well, if you're drinking, drink safely, I suppose. But folks, if you think that Donald Trump is actually looking out for working people, or maybe he's going to lower the price of the goods, whether you're talking about gas or eggs or vegetables or whatever, the grocery store stuff. If you think he's going to do that, I'm assuming you disagree with my prompt, and those who disagree can feel free to call in. If you agree with my prompt, you probably want to support. If you want to support, you can subscribe, you can leave a like, that's good for the algorithm, and you can donate in the link in the bio, or link in the description. Senior says, I eat dogs and cats. Well, that's quite the choice, my friend. Quite the choice. Check the Google Voice. I'm paying attention to the Google Voice. Let me refresh the page in case it needs to do that. But I have it pulled up. If anybody wants to call, if anybody calls in, if anybody disagrees, they can do that with the line above my head, and we can have that conversation. I got a blister, man, in my mouth. It's annoying. It hurts a little bit. Senior says, Texas? No, I'm not from Texas. I'm not from Texas, folks. But I imagine maybe there is somebody from Texas in this stream, and maybe that person from Texas might disagree. Or maybe they'll agree. I don't know. Do I know people from Texas personally in real life, or at least online? Not much. I know more people from Australia, which is a little weird, but a little bizarre. Folks, if you got any questions about the subject matter and you don't want to call in, that's fine as well. Y'all can put in the chat and I'll do my best to answer. Went to the gym today. It was a little bit more tiring than usual, I gotta say. A little harder work today. I don't know what it was about it. I didn't do new exercise or anything, but I was just a little bit more tired. Maybe I gotta let my body recover a little more. I went to the gym like 2 days ago, but I think that a day gap is usually enough. But, you know, times change now. You gotta adapt. Senior says, I'll get more beer. Please wait. Okay. Good luck. Anthony says, deport. Deport who, my friend? You have one hell of a profile picture, I gotta say. Trump digital trading card. But it's so blurry, I doubt you even bought it into his scam. Steezy Goon says, take a shower. Interesting. Didn't know that's how cameras work. But folks, if you disagree with the prompt that I have above, and I'm assuming Anthony and Steezy you do, there's a call-in number for you to have that conversation, for you to have that debate, and we can do that. Paying attention to the Google Voice. Watching over it right now. And I await any right-winger willing to step up. You know, I gotta say, it's impressive that the regular right-wingers that call into the show are willing to actually have that debate when many right-wing commentators, right-wing creators are terrified of debate. I think the vibes has kind of shifted a little bit. I see a lot more lefties trying to seek out debates and all that stuff, and the biggest right-wing commentators are kind of afraid of those conversations because I think it's just harder for them to defend certain ideas. Senior says, well, I'm here. Welcome back, my friend. But folks in the chat, or not chatting, but just watching, I see 36 concurrent viewers. If you guys think that Donald Trump is looking out for the regular guy and I'm missing something, I want to know what I'm missing. I want to know what I'm not understanding about your side. So we can have that conversation. We can have that debate. Let's do it. There is a call-in number for this. Steezy Goon talking about slavery. That's the right wing. That's the average MAGA guy, I guess. Why does your eyes look in two different ways? It doesn't. I'm looking in one way right now. Senior says, I have a question. What's your question? You know, I should get some background music. Good idea. Good idea. America. I am from America. What song to use, though? Jingle Bells MIDI. You don't need to know the city, my friend. Steezy says India. Well, Steezy, considering you're talking about slavery and you're doing racism in the wrong direction, you seem like a real stand-up guy. Catherine says, hey there. What you doing? How's your day going? My day's going good. Was productive. Went to the gym. Walked around for a while. Came back home. Was browsing the computer. Decided to stream. Gotta get some of these hours in. And yeah. JC says, Yahshua is the way of truth and life. Interesting. The Red Meep says, what exactly is the talking point? Talking point about what? Just like, is Trump going to help regular people or not help regular people? He's going to be bad on the economy. We can look at his record. We can look at his promises. He wants to do tariffs, which are inflationary. He wants to do a tax cuts, which are going to raise money, or, raise taxes on regular people, 95% of workers, according to analysis. His previous tax plan, 83% of the benefits went to the top 1%, so he's not going to help regular folks. Tori says, Nathan, you look like my uncle. Wow. Ivan says, South Korea looking real bleak right now. Great food, though. South Korea could do some work. But, every single time there's a sort of a situation that's a little complex, a little complicated, there's always room to improve, you know? There's always a lot of good stuff to come. You still putting down my president, UW. Earl, yes, I am putting down your president. I disagree with your president. I can express that disagreement. Come and take it says, bro, stop crying. I don't see any tears. Omar says, what do you think Kamala was going to do? Well, she had a policy to build 3 million new homes. That was a pretty good one. But ultimately, she's not going to become president. This is about the guy who's going to become president. Catherine says, what Trump needs to do is bring the minimum wage up to $25 an hour. Those companies in corporation don't give two squats about the little man. Well, yeah, they don't give two squats about the little man, that's for sure. But Donald Trump definitely gives much more squats about them. Earl says disgrace. SB Vlog says bananas. Come and Take It says I see them deep inside. See what deep inside? SPAA says how do you feel about the Weimar period? That's a particular period in time or a specific period in time. It exists. Was not the best time for Germany. But then it got worse after it. Doop-ba-doop, boop-ba-doop, boop-ba-doo, boo. Do-ba-doo-doo-doo-doo. Do-do-do-ba-doo. I guess the lesson from the Weimar period is that anything can get worse. The Wiener period, JM says. True. So true. So true, folks. The Wiener period. Folks, there's 70 people watching. If you have disagreement with what I have to say, if you disagree with the prompt, you have the opportunity to be heard in this stream by calling in to the number. Let's talk about Project 2025. Trump has an enemies list. Yeah, I mean, very curious to see how he goes about the whole retribution stuff that he was talking about when he was running on his campaign. Is he going to go after the mainstream media? Is he going to go after regular, smaller journalists? Is he going to go after business folks that he had issue with in his time of doing business? In general, I think he won't go after the top 1% and the donor class and the people that have already been living it up. That's for sure. Dan says Democrats should read a book called The Boy Who Cried Wolf if they don't find it too transphobic or something. Well, you know, Dan, I didn't bring up trans people. I just said Trump's not going to help you. If you think Donald Trump's going to help you, you can call in and try to prove me wrong. Change my mind. It's a simple thing. Dirtball still wearing the same shirt as yesterday. Yes, it's a tank top. Catherine says, okay, you be safe. Merry Christmas, Catherine. Mark Zuckerberg is crawling back to daddy after years of rolling with the Trump haters. Interesting. You guys like billionaires with associating with your side? I don't. 253 area code. What is on your mind, my friend?
Lots on my mind. Do you like Trump or do you like other people?
I guess I like other people. I'm not a big fan of Trump. The prompt above my head says that Trump's presidency is going to hurt you. You looking forward to that? You looking forward to paying higher taxes? You looking forward to paying essentially a new sales tax? You ready for that? I guess he's afraid of that. Caleb says, respect, I'm surprised you said Merry Christmas. Caleb, if you genuinely believe in the war on Christmas narrative, I assure you that that doesn't exist. Where there's Christmas around. And that's a very old, tired trope that the right-wing media has been pushing. Come on. Senior says, I'll change your mind. Omar says, I work my whole life, raised 4 kids, no government help the kids, wanted easy, nothing is free. Dan says, I don't need to argue with you. I'm looking forward to his tariffs canceling UK, India, and Japan tariffs on my California prunes, walnuts, and rice. Well, tariffs generally, when a country does tariffs, the response is more tariffs. The response is a bit of a trade war. And sometimes the trade war doesn't even work. I remember when Donald Trump was trying to do a sort of trade war with China, saying that he's going to get the trade deficit down in his first term. The trade deficit actually went up under him. Caleb says, bruh, it's not that tired. I've been going through it for like 5 years. Caleb, the war on Christmas is not real. Ask any Muslim, ask any Jew, ask any Hindu, ask any non-Christian. They can tell you there's Christmas everywhere. I'm a Christian. I see Christmas everywhere, brother. If you go on the radio, there's Christmas stations. If you go on TV, there's Christmas specials. Brother, Christmas did not go anywhere, okay? Miles says, are you from the States or any part of the world? I'm from the States. Yeah, it doesn't look like he's taking the L well at all. That's the problem with your soft ideals. Yeah. I'm just having a debate. Tin says, hey, remember how the Great Depression happened? There was a few factors. Rampant Wall Street speculation. There was some tariffs that led up to it. Marl Fox says, show me any mainstream media saying Merry Christmas. Well, you would be shocked to know that the right wing is mainstream media. And Fox News is mainstream media. And Fox News has been pushing the war on Christmas narrative. So why is the mainstream media pushing this bullshit narrative? And why do you believe the mainstream media? Just because. I don't know if you ever heard of Charlie Brown Christmas that they show every year. I don't know if you ever heard of the radio, how there's radios that dedicate the whole month of December to Christmas music. I don't know if you ever heard of all the songs, have yourself a merry little Christmas. There's a lot of Christmas mentioned, and that's okay with me. I love the Christmas time. But if you genuinely believe in the war on Christmas, I mean, that's more a thing for you to figure out. Show me any left-wing media saying it. Are you implying that what, like, CNN is left-wing media or something? Because then you got a narrative to work out there, too. Tell me how they treated a leftist. Tell me how they treated Bernie Sanders. Horrible argument. Motherfucker, there's Christmas everywhere. There's Christmas parades. Don't you go outside? Don't you see your community? Don't you see Christmas parades, dog? Don't you turn on the radio ever? Listen to Christmas music? Don't you have Christmas parties? Don't you wear Christmas sweaters? Come on. JM says, wait, you're a Christian and you didn't vote for Trump. Yes. Yeah. I don't like the guy that increased drone strikes 435%. I don't like the guy that funded Saudi Arabia's war in Yemen. Or I would say a genocide in Yemen. I don't like cholera. Not a big fan of that. Sloan says, I know you don't go outside. Brother, I just got back home, bro. What are you talking about? Tin says, touch grass. Touch grass. Who, me? Or the people that are pretending that Christmas just disappeared? The war on Christmas bullshit narrative is legitimate. Not implying stupidity is genuinely stupid. What do you mean by that, my friend? FP says Hispanics for Trump. You might get deported, my friend. Sorry about that information. Toasty says I like Diddy. Damn, Toasty. It's quite the admission. But so does Donald Trump. Donald Trump, he was Diddy's biggest defender. Now, I'm glad that I didn't vote for the guy that is Diddy's pal. To the Trump supporters in chat, y'all fuck with Diddy too? Tozy says they went to a Diddy party. That's crazy, bro. Y'all seen those videos where it's like escaping the Diddy party and someone like slipping around? Invisible Man says something in Spanish. Let me translate that. Invisible Man says, hello, do you think we're slaves? I don't know who we in that is referring to. English Lifestyle says, J-Lo was his ex. Who? Diddy's ex? Gregory says he can't deal with the truth. What truth? Tell me the truth. Let me know the truth. There's a phone number right here. You can call in and tell me the truth. Maybe you could change my mind. Maybe you can say something so factual that that will convince me Donald Trump is actually going to be a great president. Or was a good president. I mean, maybe there's some information I don't know. Folks, my priority is simple. My priority is making sure that the working class have some representation in the White House, in Congress, in city councils, in county commissions, etc., etc., etc. And when you have a guy that's promising to increase taxes on 95% of earners, well, that's not my guy. Waldemar says an interesting thing. We can't get worse, we can only get better. I assure you, things can get worse, my friend. 253 area code. What's on your mind?
Alright, at this point I'm wondering, why do you do the stream? I've seen it a few days now. Why do you do it?
For fun.
For fun? You have fun?
Yeah. Why does anybody make content?
No, I mean, I see your point. That's fair. Because it is pretty entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
But why the wife beater?
It's a shirt.
You didn't put much thought into that? It's a wife beater, it works.
It's a shirt.
No, it's a wife beater. It's an undershirt, but
it qualifies as a shirt. Do you want to? Is your point to call in to debate what a shirt is? Okay,
yeah. Pressing. Why do you think that
so a shirt is well, let's look up the definition of shirt. Okay, a shirt is a garment for the upper body made of cotton or a similar fabric, with collar, with potentially sleeves, potentially buttons. But of course, not all shirts have buttons. Not all shirts have a collar. Not all shirts have sleeves. So, I think this qualifies as a shirt. So, hope you had a good time. Appreciate your time. No, it's still a shirt.
But traditionally, you do see it worn underneath a button-up or something.
You don't need it. You don't need it worn underneath a button-up. But okay, thank you for your time, my friend. It's an interesting thing. I guess it's the first time someone's ever seen a shirt without sleeves. Joe Google says he's trolling for views. I mean, tell me where I'm trolling. Is there something I'm wrong about? If there's something I'm wrong about, let me know. Let me know where I'm wrong. Mari Fox says, this is boring. You have no facts, only feelings. Motherfucker, you think the war on Christmas is happening. You're a dumbass. You're a dumbass. You're stupid. Little Kev says, are you Democrat? Yeah. Joe Google says, you are and you know it. Joe Google, where am I trolling? Tell me where I guess the implication is that I don't believe what I'm saying. I don't think that a president whose tax policy only benefited, 83% of the benefits went to the top 1%, who skewed the tax code more towards the 1%, more so than it already had been, whose proposed tax plan wants to raise taxes on 95% of the people. I don't think that that's good. I don't think that that's looking out for you, motherfucker. Not just for me. For me, too. For you as well. For anybody that isn't part of that top 1%. Joe Google says you voted for Trump. If I voted for Trump, I wouldn't be shitting on him. Can't deal with the truth. Tell me where the truth is. Give me the truth. Let me know the truth. Let me know what I'm missing, because I would like to know. Little Kev says, how can you support Kamala Harris when she supports abortion before birth, the day before birth? If someone's getting a third trimester abortion, my friend, they also likely painted the room that the baby was going to sleep in. They also probably bought the crib. If someone's getting a third trimester abortion, which is very rare, but they're also likely getting it because they need it, because of health reasons. And if they need to do that, then they need to do that. You can get upset about that, but sure. Terry says something interesting. Trump is our savior. As a Christian, I think that's almost borderline idolatry. I'm not a big fan of that. Little Kev says, isn't that murder then? Dude, if you need an abortion for your health to live, or maybe the baby inside you, the fetus inside you is dead already, then you need to get the abortion. Yes, miscarriages are, getting rid of a miscarriage is considered an abortion. It's a medical procedure. Gregory says, see, can't deal with the... Gregory, tell me what the truth is, my friend. Call into the stream. Mark says, and you're not a Christian, bro. Look at the way you're talking to people. Mark, if you're supporting Donald Trump, you don't have to scold anybody about fucking how they talk to people. Come on. He was talking about Arnold Palmer's dick. He was talking about Arnold Palmer's penis. In a fucking rally. He's talked so much shit to literally everybody. And that's one of the things people like about him. I assume that's one of the things that you like about him. And you got the audacity to be like, no, you're not a real Christian because you're a little mean to fucking idiots in the chat. This case you're talking about is exceptionally rare. Most are just hoes with regret. No, third trimester abortions are not just elective. If you want restrictions on third trimester abortions that are elective, that's a bit of nuance and that's a bit more, that's a conversation to have. But considering you're being like, no, all third trimester abortions are just hoes, you don't seem actually serious about that nuance. Jim says Trump Epstein. Yes, Trump, good friends with Jeffrey Epstein. Trump presidency will hurt me. Lol, if you say, I said it, you motherfucker. Like, I'm part of the working class, so it's going to hurt me too. It's going to hurt all of us when he raises taxes on 95% of people if he gets the tax plan that he's proposing in. Hold on, let me scroll up. I missed some shit. Arguing the existence of losing 98% of abortions are healthy babies and mothers. I don't know where you get the 98% thing. If there's an abortion in the first trimester, I don't really care. Having a miscarriage is not a damn abortion. Yes, it is, brother. You need to do the medical process of an abortion to get rid of the miscarriage. There's been people that have had dead fetuses inside them that have not been able to get a procedure because the doctor's afraid that they're going to get in trouble. Trump's tariffs have just brought Canada and Mexico to the table with a threat. Tell me what came out of it. Tell me what came out of it. I'm just kind of curious. Dave says, stop complaining. You lost. Well, I'm complaining on your behalf, Dave. Folks, there is a line. Oh, speaking of that, there's a person calling in right now. What's on your mind?
It just doesn't sit right that you think it's a t-shirt. It's not a t-shirt.
Okay, bro. Come on, man.
It's a shirt. I'm telling you,
it's a shirt. It's a shirt. I didn't say it's a t-shirt. It's a shirt.
It's a tank top, though.
It's a shirt.
More
yes, it's a tank top. Yes.
Hanes tank top.
Just like there's a t-shirt is a t-shirt, but it's still a shirt. A tank top is a tank top, but it's still a shirt.
Looking people will take
no, it's a YouTube stream.
Guarantee it.
It's a YouTube stream, brother. Suck my dick, okay? So, folks, feel free to call in if you actually have a debate, but it's kind of giving me proof that Trump supporters don't even actually have an argument for why they like the guy. They just like the guy. And when he increases taxes on 90% of earners, y'all are just for that because y'all fuck with him. I'm not for that. I don't want your taxes to go up while the 1% gets a tax cut. Right? Come on. You guys for that? You guys for that? Omar says, you got a lot to learn, young man. Hey, Unk. Old head. Tell me where I'm wrong. Give me specific where I'm wrong. Tell me how you're actually going to benefit when your taxes go up. Tell me how you're going to benefit, brother. 501 area code. What's on your mind?
Hey, what's up, bro?
I'm good, man. What's on your mind? Do you disagree with the prompt?
I didn't even see the prompt, but I know you're talking about Trump, so what's on your mind?
Yeah, no, well, the prompt says that Donald Trump will hurt you. His presidency will hurt you. You as in 99% of the population that isn't part of that top. Well, you know what? Let me be generous. 95% of the population that isn't part of that top 5%.
Can you elaborate on how he's going to hurt people?
Sure, we can look at his record and we can look at his promises. So in his first presidency, his biggest legislative... Well, hold on. Well, you asked me a question and now I'm answering you. You asked me a question, now I'm answering you, so let me answer. Let me answer, man. Let me answer. Let me answer. Let me answer. He increased drone strikes 435% and he supported the genocide in Saudi Arabia. So you down with that? So you want to have a conversation or not? Watch this. You know I can do this. Watch that. So I can shut you up at any point. We can have a conversation. Okay, you run away. So when you want to talk about war and peace, Donald Trump increased drone strikes 435%. Donald Trump had the ability to stop supplying a genocide in Yemen because Bernie Sanders and Mike Lee sent him a bill to stop sending weapons to that regime. And he vetoed the bill. It got through the House and it got through the Senate. And Donald Trump said, fuck that. I want to support a genocide. Why do you guys think that this motherfucker is the peace guy? This motherfucker said Joe Biden's holding back Israel. So more genocide in Gaza, I suppose. That's your peace guy. That's your peace guy. But let me guess. I guess you guys can think. I guess you guys will justify that. Just like you justify increasing drone strikes 435%. Just like you justify bombing Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Somalia. Just like you justify giving Israel the Golan Heights. Just like you justify moving the embassy to Jerusalem. And kicking the Palestinians out of that conversation. So, y'all fuck with that shit, that's on you. I ain't into that shit. I'm not a Trump or Kamala supporter, but when does human life begin since you support abortion? I don't particularly care. If you want to have restrictions, you can have restrictions, specifically on elective third trimester abortions. I understand that. But first trimester, second trimester, I don't give a fuck. Benjamin says, raising the national debt 40% again. I don't know if he's talking about Trump there, but Trump did raise the national debt. Donald Trump did raise the deficit, which for conservatives in the chat, I'm assuming they're not a fan of deficit spending. They criticized Obama for it. I remember watching the Jon Stewart and Bill O'Reilly debate, and they were critical of Obama for raising the deficit in response to the recession. But every single year after that, we saw a decrease to the deficit, and under Donald Trump, we saw the biggest increase to the deficit of any president. Even before COVID, he was increasing the deficit. 501 area code. You gonna shut up sometime so we can actually have a conversation, or are you gonna ask me a question and then answer it yourself?
How about you don't kick me from the call and quit talking?
No, I put you on hold. I just want to let you know I can shut you up at any time. Okay. 501-240-6903. Good talking to you, my friend. Folks, that's your side. The conservatives in the chat. That's your side, man. That's your side. That's your side. Tell me again how the Republicans, oh, they're not racist. Oh, the Democrats are the real party of racists. Tell me again. That's what they tell me all the time. Stand Up says, you know nothing. Who the hell are you to judge Trump? I'm an American citizen. Let's see who this is. Hello.
Is anyone who calls in and
all right, we got
topic,
wait, hold on.
It's a good question.
One second. One moment. Hold up, I'll pull you up. I'm just gonna talk to this first person first.
The intelligence of these
hello?
fucking apes
Hello?
is insane.
Hello?
What's good?
Is this the first person I'm speaking to, or the person that just called in?
I spoke to you yesterday.
Okay. So what's on your mind?
It's insane how they think that being called racist is this inflammatory, life-ruining decision, when this is what they do on a daily basis. Let it be known, every single one of those white motherfuckers in the chat are laughing a storm. They believe.
Oh yeah. yes.
But all of us was being placed on hold once for that man to resort to the N-word.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, look. I mean, every minority knows this. You poke the bear a little bit. You poke the bear a little bit, and you poke a racist, and they'll take the mask off. Yeah.
And now you're getting the N-word thrown at you. It's all about
but hey, I don't mind it. Let them expose themselves. It's a good show. So they want to claim to not be the racists, and that's okay. But then they always prove themselves wrong.
Nazi to these people? They always ask, you guys call us Nazis. He's Hitler. This is them.
Yeah. This is them.
Detailing in the chat.
Yep. This is them.
This is a normal Trump rally. This is a fucking KKK meeting in the chat.
Yep, we got a couple of Klansmen in the chat. But look, you gotta enjoy their silliness, and I'm gonna let the line open to allow some silly people to call in. But I appreciate your support, my friend. Thank you very much. Jonathan says, bro, you gotta learn the difference between racism and trolling. You're just pretending to be a victim. I mean, nothing really happened to me. You guys just look dumb when y'all be like, we're not racist, and then go on to a call show and spam the N-word. That's on you. 814 area code. What's on your mind?
What's up?
What's on your mind, my friend?
Oh, I don't know. He said he just wanted to bait someone or something.
Yeah, I have the prompt here. Yes, yeah. Any specific question?
Yeah, how's he gonna hurt us?
Yeah, so we can look at his accomplishments, quote unquote, and we can look at his promises. And in his first presidency, his biggest legislative accomplishment was a tax cut for the rich. 83% went to the top 1%. Now his tax plan that he's proposed would see taxes raised on 95% of all earners, only cutting taxes for the top 5%.
Where you get this information at?
Would you like sources? Let me pull it up for you. There you go. This was a study from a month ago that looked into his tax plan.
I bet you I make more money with him being president.
The Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy looked into Donald Trump's tax plan that he's proposed and found that it would cut taxes for the top 5%. He's not the president yet, so of course he didn't pass the tax plan that he's promising. Wait, hold on. Let me talk here. Hold on, one moment. I'm gonna pull someone in. I'm gonna put you on hold. I'll come after you, or I'll come after I finish with this guy. Right, so going back to what you were saying, he's not president yet, so of course we don't have an analysis of the tax plan that he currently put on in his president 2024. But you can look at the plans that he's proposed, you can look at the details, and there was people that did a whole analysis into his plan and found that it would raise tax on 95% of people. Huh?
Is there anything that you think that he's going to do that would be good?
Well, listen, I give Donald Trump credit for certain promises he made in 2016. Specifically, when he criticized the bad trade deals. Well, hold on. You asked me a question, so let me speak, okay? You understand?
True.
So I appreciate that he criticized the bad trade deals, NAFTA, the TPP. I appreciate that he said he was going to do an infrastructure plan. I appreciate that he said nobody would die because of lack of insurance in his America. Now, the thing is, all the decent things that he promised, he didn't really do. So specifically, there was no infrastructure plan. There was a symbolic infrastructure week. He didn't pass the TPP, which I gave credit for, but then he passed the USMCA, which was NAFTA. It was just NAFTA with provisions from the TPP. He did not bring back U.S. manufacturing. 200,000 manufacturing jobs were lost in his presidency. The trade deficit actually increased under his presidency. And ultimately, those are the things I can really give him credit for. And it was promises that weren't kept. Now, the things that he's promising now is more tax cuts for the rich. He's promising to do tariffs, which are inherently inflationary. He's promising to do mass deportations, which right-wing source Reason Magazine, which is not a bunch of liberals, it's right-wingers. But they looked into it and found that it would cause a labor shortage. It would be also massively expensive, so another additional thing to the debt. Speaking of the debt, his first term, he was a massive spender. He increased the deficit dramatically because he wanted to cut taxes for himself and his donors.
I don't know, but during his first presidency, my family owned a bar and restaurant, and I worked down there a lot, and I was making so much money. Right when Joe Biden took over, it was just night and day.
Yeah, well, I don't think Joe Biden pressed the button that sunk your bar. I can't speak for your family's bar. But
just like
COVID.
They're trying to escalate this war.
One moment. 1 second. I'll pull you in after this caller. I'll put you on hold for now. Sorry, you were saying?
Let's talk about the missiles now. How about them trying to?
Well, now you're kind of running. Now you're kind of moving away from the point that I was talking about initially. When it comes to the economy, well, hold on. We don't need to just jump around to a billion different things. We can try to focus on a few different things. So Donald Trump's tax plan, 83%, went to the top 1% while it increased the deficit and it cut revenues. You said that when Biden took it over or became president, it was night and day for your family's bar. I can't speak to that personal anecdote. I don't know your family. I don't know how you all handle your finances. But I can say that under his presidency, just like under Joe Biden's presidency, about 60% of people lived paycheck to paycheck. Because what you saw with Biden, Trump, Obama, Bush, and really since Reagan, is this sort of dominant neoliberal economic ideology. Now, Biden moved away from it in some ways, but clearly not far enough. He didn't do enough, in my view. But ultimately, I think we can agree on something, that trickle-down economics, which has been being tried for like the last 40, 50 years, doesn't work.
Yeah, it doesn't. Reagan really blew the pooch with that one. He didn't do too good of a job.
Yeah,
That's what he was saying.
And unfortunately, Donald Trump is promising to double down on it.
Hey, no, let's just wait and see because we don't even know yet.
Well, we saw his record, though.
A lot better. Have you seen what that dude in Venezuela has done?
What about him?
Dude, his country's actually not. He's getting them out of the hole, out of that deficit.
You said he's getting them out of that hole?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not personally too aware of the current situation in Venezuela, but I'll say about Donald Trump, he has a record. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in Venezuela. I really doubt that the socialist is doing neoliberalism, but we've seen what he's done. He cut taxes for the rich. He cut revenue in a time where the rich didn't need more tax cuts, and he's promising to do more. And again, things like the tariffs, that's going to make everything expensive.
But, we got a lot back in taxes, didn't we?
Got a lot of what?
A lot more money back in taxes.
In taxes? What, you're saying under Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Well, the lowest tax bracket, or the lowest bracket, got about like $70, which really goes away in one grocery store trip. The second lowest, which encompassed half of like all workers, got like $200, which is cool, but again, might go away in one grocery trip depending on what you're buying, maybe two. But ultimately, none of that is really life-changing. The real benefits went to the top 1%. It went to the Bezos, it went to the Musk, it went to the Zuckerbergs, you know?
If we stop talking all the fucking numbers and shit, and we just look at it.
The numbers matter.
Human beings, well, numbers do matter, but human instinct also matters a little bit too.
No. I don't trust someone that just says. I don't really trust when someone's just like, no, my instinct says this if it goes opposed to what the facts of the matter are.
I don't trust politicians.
Yeah, that's cool. I'm just listing off data. I'm just listing off data, and again,
dude, they
Donald
tried
Trump.
Killing him.
Who is
it
they?
Was them that tried killing him.
Who is they?
The deep state. The people that Joe Biden's Kamala Harris.
Well, that's a pretty bold claim that I don't think you can really substantiate. I don't think you can really substantiate that. And at the end of the day, the guy that did do the shooting was a registered Republican. But we can talk about things that we can substantiate. We can talk about the things. We can talk about the things that we can substantiate.
There's videos of him saying that he hates Donald Trump.
I've never seen those videos personally, but again, we can't really. You might be thinking about. No, he didn't. I remember who he donated. He donated to like ActBlue. He didn't donate directly to Joe Biden, but anybody can donate like $2 to any campaign. Brother, anybody can donate any amount of money to a campaign, but he was also a registered Republican, and he voted for Republicans, and he supported Republicans, and there's statements of him supporting Republicans, etc., etc., etc. Ultimately, he was a schizo. The funny thing is, you're bringing up JFK as if JFK was like this cool right wing guy. JFK was JFK was on the left. No, he wouldn't. I can tell you that.
He would be a Republican right now.
What was the marginal tax rate under John F. Kennedy's administration?
Listen, dog. They put in.
Can you list me like the Republican policies, brother?
Real quick, I'm gonna jump around. So, what laws did they put in place to make our elections like more safe this year? What was it?
You went to a whole different topic. You said, wait, hold on. I want to focus on what you said. You said John F. Kennedy. You said John F. Kennedy would be a Republican. I would like to know why John F. Kennedy would be a Republican.
I don't know. His nephew turned Republican. He said Democrat.
Yeah, but he has a whole family of Democrats, so I don't think we're really talking about his family here. If you want to go down that route, it would be kind of silly to just list the one family member that went to the Republicans, and someone could then list all the family members that are still part of the Democratic Party. Someone could list the one dude that was in Congress as a Democrat.
Clearly a lot of Democrats voted for Trump.
Like, tell me though. No, I don't believe the election was stolen. Tell me though what John F. Kennedy's policies were. Yeah, and then Democrats just forgot to steal it in 2024, right? And they forgot to steal it in 2016. So tell me though, what are Kennedy's? Tell me what are Kennedy's policies?
Laws were put in place.
Tell me what are Kennedy's policies? I would like to know Kennedy's policies that qualify him as a Republican. Tell me what makes him a Republican. I'm genuinely curious. I'm fascinated by the concept.
Him actually fucking wanting to fix the FDA and stop feeding people poison. No one gives a fuck about that.
I'm not talking about RFK. I'm talking about JFK.
Oh, JFK?
Yes.
Oh, because he was talking about getting rid of the CIA and shit, and then he got his head exploded, dude.
Cool. I've seen a lot more people on the left more open to getting rid of certain intelligence agencies than that, especially like socialists and communists, which I'm not saying that they're wrong. You're saying that there's no socialists and communists that were against the CIA? Because that would be quite silly. I recommend you go talk to a socialist or a communist.
Dude,
it's not me. But I'm curious, what was the top marginal tax rate under John F. Kennedy compared to today?
I'm not talking about that. John F. Kennedy's head got exploded.
I'm talking about John F. Kennedy's policies, man. Okay, I'm talking about John F. Kennedy's policies. You said he would be a Republican today. He was a New Deal Democrat. He was a supporter of Franklin D. Roosevelt.
You guys want to cut
he had a top marginal tax rate of 65%. And by the way, I don't know if you know anything about his sex life, but I can assure you he gave a lot of women the money for abortions, okay? So I don't think he's some moral crusader when it came to abortion.
I doubt he probably just knew how to pull out, because it's not hard to not get pregnant.
Sure, you can speculate on his sex life if you want, but his top marginal tax rate was 65%. Do you think any Republican right now would support that?
To be honest with you, dog, I don't fucking know. I can look at people and tell if they're good and bad, and that's how I go off it, because I can.
There was a corporate tax rate. There was a corporate tax rate under John F. Kennedy of 47%. Do you think that any Republican would support a 47% corporate tax rate?
All I know is he wouldn't support cutting kids' dicks off. I know that.
Yeah, so again, you don't really know much about his actual policies. You're just assuming that, I don't know, he doesn't like trans people.
Born, dog. I was born in 1991.
Yeah, well, when you do say like, yeah, Kennedy would be a Republican, I mean, who was the economist?
He would look at the fucking left.
Who was do you know who the economist was who helped advise Kennedy's Revenue Act of 1964? Do you know who what school of thought when it came to economics that he might be?
Used to be anti-war. I remember
That's
that.
cool. Do you think Donald Trump is anti-war? Do you think Donald Trump is anti-war?
I believe Trump is way more anti-war than any fucking politician in there right now. Yeah.
Cool. Do you think he's more anti-war than, I don't know, Bernie Sanders or AOC or something?
What? I mean, you guys fucking push Bernie Sanders to the side. One of the more sensible people that you have.
Cool. I mean, I was a Bernie. I'm like the biggest Bernie bro you can meet. I'm like the biggest Bernie bro you can meet. So, Donald Trump increased drone strikes 435%.
I don't hate
when Bernie. That's cool. That's cool. Speaking of Bernie Sanders and Republican Mike Lee, they worked together during Trump's administration, and got this passed through a Republican Senate, and it got passed through the House, and it got to Donald Trump's desk. It was a bill to stop supplying the Saudi genocide in Yemen, and Donald Trump vetoed that bill. Donald Trump supported the Saudi genocide in Yemen. It was the worst humanitarian crisis at the time. That's with increasing drone strikes 435%. That's with bombing Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Somalia. And of course, he gave Israel everything they wanted. You know, he called out Marco Rubio, who's now going to be his Secretary of State potentially, for essentially being a puppet to Sheldon Adelson, but then he took money from Sheldon Adelson and gave Sheldon Adelson everything that he wanted when it came to Israel policy. And what did we see when he was president? We saw the embassy move to Jerusalem. We saw the Golan Heights, which is Syrian territory, just given to Israel. And now he's saying that Joe Biden is holding back Israel, and he's going to essentially unleash Israel on the Palestinians, I guess.
I guarantee he ends those wars.
So give me some steps to how he ends the Israel genocide in Gaza when he's pretty much said that Israel's being held back.
And fucking talk.
That's cool.
Talk like we're talking now. You don't fucking talk all bullshit. fucking numbers in politics. That goes out the fucking window.
No, I mean,
really
numbers aren't numbers. Knowing information is good, but again, give me a real breakdown on how Donald Trump is going to magically end the war in Gaza by supporting Israel even harder than Biden has already been supporting Israel.
I don't really know how he's going to do that one. That fucking Israel's fucking thing. I'm talking more the Russian war. Okay.
I mean, there's more wars than the war in Ukraine. Ukraine is honestly the only conflict in the world right now, probably where you can justify it because of this defensive wars. But Donald Trump supported a genocide. Yeah, it's brutal, but Donald Trump supported a genocide in Yemen, and he supports a genocide in Gaza right now. He took $2 billion from the Saudis. Yeah, so
most modern war that's on this earth. That's
I understand it's scary, but potentially when he bombed Soleimani and potentially started World War III, that was also pretty scary. But Iran was the country that showed restraint.
He didn't really even bomb Soleimani.
He did bomb. He killed him. He killed Soleimani. He killed a leader of a country. He killed a leader of a country that we weren't at war with, and the only reason a war didn't begin was because Iran showed restraint.
Yeah. Are you talking about the Iranian guy?
Iranian guy, yeah. One of the high-ranking members of the Iranian government.
When did he died in a helicopter crash, didn't he?
No, you're thinking about the president. That was a bit more recent. Soleimani was a general who, in that moment that he was killed, was actually in the front lines, I believe, fighting ISIS in Iraq. And Donald Trump drone striked him, and that could have easily started a war if Iran didn't show restraint. Excuse me?
How old were you when 9/11 happened?
I was not old enough to see it, but that doesn't really have much to do with Donald Trump killing Soleimani.
So I don't really care.
Yeah.
I don't really care.
Yeah, I mean, after 9/11, the American people had a very bad response, I gotta say. The wars in the Middle East were a mistake, and Donald Trump only made them worse.
The way they executed it was a mistake. We didn't need to go in there. We just needed to rock them, go beat them the fuck up, and get out.
Yeah, well,
we needed to do.
I will say, Joe Biden got a lot of shit for this, pulling out of Afghanistan, but Donald Trump and Obama promised they would do it. Well, there was no good way to do it. We had been there for 20 years. We set up this paper tiger government. The moment we leave is the moment they collapse. There was no good pull out of Afghanistan. But at least the war's over and no American soldiers are dying in Afghanistan anymore. But again, Donald Trump almost escalated. Donald Trump, yeah, well, more soldiers died every single year during Donald Trump because we were in the middle of a war. So now that we're out of that war, you think he got no deaths? Would you like me to list the deaths?
I mean, the Taliban stopped. I mean, they had a ceasefire. Let me go to Trump's years. 2017, that was Donald Trump's first year. 15 U.S. soldiers died in Afghanistan. 2018, 14 did. 2019 was the highest. 24 and 2020, 11 did. Presidents inheriting shit from the other people. That's a great one to use. He sure did inherit that fucking thing from retards. President Bush, biggest retard.
100%. And unfortunately, he governs foreign policy-wise like Bush. That's why he's putting so much neocons into his cabinet.
They hate him. Bush hates him.
Yeah, but he's putting in a bunch of neocons. He's putting in a Cheney advisor into his cabinet. He's putting in Marco Rubio, who he called out for never seeing a war he didn't like. And now he wants to make him essentially our in charge of the State Department, which is wild to me. Not good.
Hey, well, it is, but hey, during his last presidency, I was sure making money, and just from him getting elected, my portfolio is fucking boop, 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 going up. So, I mean, that's just how it goes when Trump's in. Money's everywhere, it seems.
I mean, the stock market, like half of all the wealth gained in the stock market goes to the top 1%. It wouldn't surprise me if that numbers became even bigger. Like, people that are more well off will do fine under Donald Trump, but I'm mainly talking about the 99%, the regular working people. Maybe, I guess you could say the 95%, since at least the 5% is going to get a tax cut. But, and tariffs especially, people complained about gas prices, people complained about the cost of food, and now we're going to see, based on what though?
fucking using our energy, just like he's explained before.
But you understand, we're already producing energy. We're already producing record high energy, particularly in terms of oil.
Did they start doing that? Fucking last fucking
No,
year?
every single year of the Biden administration, he's been increasing oil production. Whether the environmentalists like it or not, we've been producing a hell of a lot of oil. So even with higher oil production, we have, to be fair, seen a decrease in gas prices because we're no longer at the peak of inflation anymore. But when you promise to do tariffs on petroleum, well, we're going to see a direct increase because of that. When you promise to do mass deportations of people, 40% of people that work in agriculture are undocumented. When you promise to deport them, those are the people that literally produce the food. So if food production does not meet demand, so we're going to see a direct increase in cost. So people were complaining about like the cost of eggs. Well, we might see an increase in that.
Well, what was the thing? I mean, farmers weren't too happy with Biden recently. What was that about? I forget.
I'm not too familiar about that particular thing. I'm not too familiar with that.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with it either, but I heard something about it. I ain't gonna pretend I know what I'm talking about, but just going from being a normal person, living everyday life, I would have to say life was better during his administration. Money was more prevalent. I was making a lot more money.
Mm-hmm.
People were happier, and yeah. But,
I mean, I don't know. Respectfully, that's not really based on anything. I kind of gave a lot of arguments based on economic factors, and it hasn't really been addressed. And I understand you might. I understand if you don't know every single talking point and don't have a response to every single talking point. I get it. But
right,
yeah.
Well, just because someone doesn't fucking know all the talking points that you bring up doesn't mean they're stupid neither.
No, I'm not calling you stupid.
I know you didn't. I didn't. I was just saying that. And a lot of people feel the same way I do, though. And it's
I mean, they can feel it.
People are like, well, the numbers don't lie. And people are like, well, fuck, my bank account doesn't lie neither, so what's really going on?
Yeah, but the thing is, if there's an increase in cost because of tariffs, the bank account's also going to be affected by that as well, under Trump's presidency, 60% of people live paycheck to paycheck. And it's not like Joe Biden has gotten rid of that fact either, because both of them would need to do a much more sort of, I guess, more deep and, I guess, revolutionary change than what either of them are comfortable with. But hopefully that with Donald Trump winning, the only thing I'm really optimistic about is that Democrats have at least a chance to self-reflect and move towards a more progressive direction rather than continuing any neoliberal types. And unfortunately, I think the Republicans only learned the lesson of we're going to continue to do neoliberalism, but we're just going to try to talk like Donald Trump. And I don't know who's going to really get that mantle on that side.
I've been wondering the same thing. Who's going to take the torch after him? Because I don't really know. They're all the same. I can't trust a politician. And I really do think that the CIA or some deep state figure had something to do with him being shot at. I guarantee it. There's just too much odd stuff about it. He should have been smoked the second he got anywhere near that roof. Them not having someone on the roof, man, it is too fishy.
I can't speak to that, but I can tell you that the powers that be genuinely don't mind that Donald Trump's in. Maybe there are some people in the business world that aren't a big fan of tariffs, but they're definitely going to be a big fan of the tax cuts. They're definitely going to be a big fan of the deregulation. They're definitely going to be a big fan of being easily more able to crack down on unions, For all the flaws that Joe Biden had, we did see a much more fair National Labor Relations Board, and we did see a FTC under Alina Khan, who's gotten some praise from Republicans as well, against doing some antitrust work, being against monopolies. Ultimately, Donald Trump's going to put some corporatist that's just going to be like, no, every monopoly is fine. Unions are actually the devil, and corporations, you can actually go ahead and fire them if those pesky workers they're organized, So that's what we're gonna see. And though I think I will say this, we disagreed on a lot, but I think you were overall a pretty respectful guy, and I appreciate your time.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
respect that you were too, man. The one guy I called him to the one time, he was kind of a wiener. And that
Yeah.
kid that was saying that word, he's a fucking douchebag.
Yeah, yeah.
When I jumped on him. But I don't think he speaks for us. I had, he grew up without a dad, is why he does that.
Potentially, he's probably very upset, But thank you for your time, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man. You, man. Have a good night.
You too. You see that? You can end conversations where you disagree with people with respect and kindness. Let's go read the chat. Come on, he's pulling you in a trick bag, bruh. I don't know what Trey's referring to. Alright, hold up. Somebody's calling in. 503 area code. What's on your mind? Wait, hold on. Let me put this person on hold real quick. Hold up. Somebody called in. I'm going to put you on hold for now. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Are you live right now?
Yes, I'm live.
Okay. I was just wondering, what do you think of RFK joining the team? Maha.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think RFK is actually... I mean, I'm sure maybe he believes in some of the stuff he's saying. I don't know exactly what he believes. I don't know the guy, but he was willing to join the Democratic side if they were, I guess, nicer to him and offered him a job, but ultimately it was Trump that offered him a job. He had contacted both sides before he had dropped out. Ultimately, I don't think any action that he wants to do is really going to transform Americans' health. Let's say increase the lifespan or something like that. And when it comes to just people's health in general, I don't think that the Donald Trump presidency is going to be beneficial to that. In his first term, he tried to get rid of the Affordable Health Care Act, which would have kicked about 30-something million people off their health insurance, and that would not be good for people's health, not having access to a doctor, having to pay more, and potentially that cost being a barrier to getting care. I don't think RFK is going to be real good for Americans' health.
Are you willing to admit that there are countries with ingredients that are banned, that our government and FDA approves in our country, basically poisoning us?
Well, I'm sure that there are restrictions that other countries have. And let's say some of those restrictions are passed. Let's say some of those restrictions are passed in America. I don't think that's going to fundamentally change Americans' health because, I mean, part of the reason we're fat, just being direct here, is our culture is very different. You look at another country like Japan, and if you order a medium, their medium is going to be much smaller than our medium. I'm not saying like that's the key reason why we're unhealthy, but there's a lot of factors into why Americans are fat and unhealthy and don't work out much. But ultimately, I don't think like taking out Red 40 is really going to fundamentally change American health.
Well, think about life before Red 40. That obesity and diabetes wasn't even a thing 30, 40 years ago, whatever it is. And then we got these highly processed foods dumped into our lives, and now we're the fattest, sickest country on earth, when relatively not that long ago, 30, 40 years ago, I don't know exactly, that was unheard of. We were the most healthiest country on earth.
Well,
so I'm
sure we had fat people and diabetic people 30, 40 years ago. The thing that really happened is our access to food.
Look up the rates. You're on your computer. Look it up. The massive increase.
Again, I'm making a point here that one of the big changes that made people more obese or more diabetic or something of that nature is that we had more access to food. We had a big expansion of the middle class after World War II. We're big on fast food.
The quality,
and,
you're not diving into the quality of food.
I understand that that there are reasonable regulations you could have on, say, like the forever chemicals.
Pesticides.
But Donald Trump was not the campaign to get on board with if that's his priority. Tim Walz, no matter how you feel about his work as a governor, he ultimately was the governor that passed a ban on the PFAS, the PFAS. Those are some forever chemicals. He did that on the state level. Donald Trump
That's
is
great. We need
Donald Trump
way more of that.
Donald Trump is big on deregulation, so he's probably going to act. It's going to be interesting to see if let's say RFK does try to put some regulations on certain chemicals or certain ingredients that are in our foods. But there's going to be a hell of a lot of people, and Donald Trump also one of these people, that are saying like, no, for every one thing we need to get rid of 10 regulations, and this specific regulation, we're not going to put more regulations on food and chemicals and so on and so forth, you know. So
Do you disagree that the government is massively bloated? They spend our money like wild banshees, and
I'm sure
we
there's
don't see anything more.
I'm sure there's places where we can deregulate, but Donald Trump
Let's
had
not talk about more government. Let's talk about less.
Donald Trump had
government out of our lives.
Donald Trump had the position of completely just focused on deregulating. Meanwhile, RFK's position is to regulate more, and that is a pretty contrasting view, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, but I think you're missing the key point. If he's regulating stuff that is banned in other countries, it's probably banned in other countries for good reason.
No, I mean I don't mind if he like bans Red 40. It doesn't particularly matter to me.
You should hope he does, because that's I don't know if you've looked into that. That is not good.
But you know, there was a time where everybody ate organic, and we had lower lifespans.
Yeah.
You know, I think if we want to actually focus on improving health, there is policies that have been talked about. Universal healthcare is probably the biggest thing. I remember RFK was looking at our lifespan compared to a bunch of other countries in the developed world, and he didn't really talk about the biggest difference between us and them is that they have a universal healthcare system and we don't. So I'm fine if he wants to regulate certain things. He can do it, hopefully. I mean, if he's involved in the government, he can try. But I don't think in a Trump presidency, no matter what RFK is able to do, even if he's free reign to do whatever the hell he wants, we're not going to see universal health care pass. We're potentially going to see a repeal of Obamacare. That's what Mike Johnson was saying, and that's going to kick 30, 40... the number might have changed over the last few years, 30, 40, 50 million people off their health insurance. He wants to deregulate... Yeah.
Take into perspective that all the bloat and overspending and waste, as soon as they get our tax dollar, goes straight down the toilet. If we can cut that by a sizable measure, think of all the money we'll have to help other countries. We can't help Ukraine because we don't have the money. We're $36 trillion in debt. It's like if we can help ourselves, we'll be able to. We're the most generous country on earth. We help ourselves, but then we can help other people.
I agree with you that there are things that we could allocate our resources in. You know, we could spend less. Hold on, let me put this person on hold real quick. You're on hold for now. I'll pull you in after I'm done with this person I'm talking to. Right, like I was saying, there are certain things that we can cut. We can, instead of maybe spending more than the top 10 militaries combined, we can spend more than the top 5 militaries combined, and we can put more money into certain things that are beneficial. We can maybe expand healthcare even more. And that would make America much more healthy than it currently is, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And we would have more money to throw at something like that versus we're giving money to, some other country where they have a gender study program. We're all fixated on gender and all this stuff that doesn't matter, and we have people living on the streets. Veterans. No veteran should go hungry, sleep on the street. Every veteran should be freaking wined and dined. But 100%. We treat them like absolute garbage. The money that funds that program gets totally wasted, flushed down the toilet. There's so many things just like that's just one example of probably 1,000 of just wasteful, idiotic decisions that our government makes. So
and I think the Pentagon or the Defense Department recently failed another audit.
Yes, that's what they do. That's their job, is to fail audits, apparently, because they do it so much.
One moment, I'm going to put someone on hold real quick. I'll pull you in after I finish speaking to the next speaker. Thank you for your time. But yes, the audits, you were saying?
Yeah, I was just saying that's practically their job right now is to fail audits because they're so good at it.
Yeah. But
that's a problem. That's a
some
big
of
problem.
some of the things that, like, for example, Elon Musk is coming in. Elon and Vivek are going to be running Doge. We'll see how much power Doge is actually given, right? But the programs that they intend to cut is likely not the actual big costly programs. And well, Donald Trump has a record of increasing spending during his term while reducing revenue, so he's not exactly an economic genius. But Elon was recently talking about
I can tell you, he did spend a lot on rebuilding our military because our military was so lacking. It was not up to date at all. So I support stuff like that because we should continue to be the military superpower.
No,
Why not?
I can't say whether or not our military was lacking or not. We still did have the highest military budget beyond the next top 10 countries at that point in time. We were still a massive military spender. Donald Trump just increasing just to increase, is probably more to benefit the military-industrial complex and whatever public-private partnership we have, kind of robbing our military because they know they're working with a big government program.
Right.
But
I thought more the planes and the infrastructure was falling apart. They literally were using planes that were 20 years old or whatever it is. It's like China is way above us when it comes to certain things. So it's like, let's at least get on par with these other countries. So I understand that spending, plus the COVID spending. The COVID,
yeah, I get the COVID spending.
Was a giant freaking scam. We can all see that now. I hope if you can look back and realize.
I don't know. I don't know about that, but I can say that again, my main point that I brought up is that Elon and Vivek with Doge are mainly going to cut things like the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which it isn't even worth $1 billion. It's only worth $684 million, which for the government is like chump change. We're always working with billions with the government, but it's only worth $684 billion. I think it returned $20 billion to American people that were defrauded, and now they want to cut it because corporate America, or excuse me, wait a minute, Americans pay. Oh no, sorry, I read the wrong thing there. But yeah, now they want to cut a program that's actually beneficial to regular people, and has returned their money. I don't think that they're actually really serious about deregulating in an efficient way that's going to save money, that's going to benefit regular people. They're only going to benefit their friends. One moment. I'm going to put you on hold for now, and I'm going to come to you after I finish speaking to the guy I'm currently speaking to. Thank you. Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Is it the same guy?
Yeah, this is Nathan?
Yeah, Nate, yeah. Yep.
Hey, Nathan. How you doing? This is Trey, actually.
Sorry, what?
I said this is Trey. Yeah, so what I was saying is before when I said you put him in a trick bag, this guy was way too polite with his opinions and his thoughts because he wasn't really batting against.
Wait, real quick. Is this the guy I've been speaking to for the last few minutes, or is this a different guy? I don't know if I mixed y'all up. Different guy? Wait a minute. Real quick, is this the guy I've been speaking to for last? Wait, no. Were we speaking about RFK?
No, I went all the way back with JFK with you, but I wasn't online.
Wait. Oh, wait, hold on. Was it the 386 area code? Did you just call in, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
About 5 minutes ago.
Oh wait, and we've been talking.
Yeah, for a minute.
For a minute? Wait a minute, hold on. Okay, now I'm confused a little bit. Let me ask the other guy real quick. 386 area code. Were we talking for a while just now, or did you just call in? Okay. Right. Hello. Alright, well, I guess I'm talking to you now. So we were talking, yeah. What's on your mind?
Yeah, so to have a productive conversation, just sitting there talking about the previous caller. I don't remember what his name was, but the first caller that we kind of spent a long time with, he was talking about historical facts and JFK and the assassination and who's behind it, blah, blah, blah. But what I'm saying is, if you were to put right now, if you were to leverage Trump against Hillary against Harris against Biden, who would you choose really? I mean, that's my question.
Wait, of all those people you just listed?
Well, I just was saying, like, collectively, because they're all in the same basket.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of all those people.
Okay, so I mean, I'm just wondering how far back your history goes, because I'm familiar with JFK and history of JFK.
Yeah.
And I'm familiar with his parents, familiar with his lineage, familiar with how he was born in money. He's a Democrat, but he was a good president, but he wanted war, and he wanted that to be he didn't want war with Vietnam, and that is one of the main reasons why he was taken out, in my opinion, because LBJ wanted war.
Yeah.
And said, if you give me, Nixon did actually, but if he said, if you give me a presidency, I'll give you a war, and that's what he did. So,
yeah, well, I don't really need to go deep into what killed JFK or what caused the death of JFK, but I think my main
going back to economics.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello.
Yeah, but I'm saying you keep on going back to economics and stuff. But I mean, what I'm saying is, like, economically, do you really think Trump wants war, or do you think he's
I think he's perfectly fine with it. He doesn't care. Donald Trump increased drone strikes for 135%. He was given a chance to stop supporting the Saudi genocide in Yemen when Bernie Sanders and Mike Lee, a Republican, got a bill passed the Republican Senate and the House. It got to Trump's desk to stop selling weapons to the murderers in Saudi Arabia, especially after they just murdered Jamal Khashoggi. And Donald Trump refused. Donald Trump vetoed it, so Donald Trump continued our support for their genocide, which killed a ton of people, caused a cholera outbreak, which affected 2 million people, etc. And he got rewarded for it. You know, he got money through his hotels, through his golf courses. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, took $2 billion from Saudi investors. $2 billion is kind of crazy because Donald Trump is worth $5 billion. So that's 2/5 of his whole net worth. You know, he let Sheldon Adelson write his Israel foreign policy. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but you jumped. I'm sorry, no. But you jumped on the Soleimani train a little while ago, saying like it was a bad thing. Soleimani needed to be taken out. I mean, he was hit with precision. That was a car on a road.
Oh, we can dislike certain world leaders, but we don't kill other world leaders that we're not at war with, or we shouldn't. And the fact is that if somebody did that to us, that would be the start of war. There would be no question. Of course, we're going to declare war on you if you kill one of our top government officials. Of course, if you killed Mike Pence while Donald Trump was president, we're going to go to war with you. And Donald Trump did kill the guy, and the only reason a war didn't begin was because Iran was the country that showed restraint.
But my question is, right now, is when you said Soleimani and saying we don't just kill world leaders and this, that, and the third, okay, you can say that, but for what Soleimani stood for and what he was doing to the country, do you really think that was a decision that was actually taken? Trump said himself. But wait, one second. Trump said himself in an interview, he said, look, he goes, they said, do you want war with Ukraine? Do you want war with Russia? Who do you want to win? He said, I want
peace.
To stop dying.
Right? That's what he says, but then his actions are different, though.
Dying. He didn't say peace. He said, I want people to stop dying.
Okay.
Now, he also asked a question to one of the interviewers and said, do you think that we are the only people that are with clean hands? Do you think that
no, of course we're not. Yeah, he had anti-war rhetoric, but rhetoric is only talk. Action matters more, and his action was increasing drone strikes for 135%, killing another world leader while they were in the midst of fighting ISIS in that very moment, and supporting a genocide in Yemen and support.
Not in Yemen. I'm talking about ISIS in general.
I know, but Soleimani. I know, but Soleimani was fighting ISIS in that very moment.
Iran. Okay, Nathan. Iran is a terrorist supporter, terrorist organization
Do you-
supporter. It's
Do you
always,
think
it always has been.
do you think
It always has
Iran
been.
do you think Iran was not fighting ISIS during the Trump years?
No, do you think they were fighting Hezbollah?
That's a different group.
No, it doesn't matter.
No,
these
it
are
does
terrorist
matter.
groups.
It does
Why does it
matter.
matter?
You know,
These are
you can
terrorist
have
So
different
one-
terrorist groups. Wait, hold on. You can have different terrorist groups. You can have different insurgencies. But when you're specifically talking about ISIS, I made the point that Soleimani was literally fighting ISIS, which I think we can all agree is a good thing, and Donald Trump killed him while he was fighting ISIS. That's a bad thing. And also, killing another world leader when we're not at war with them is pretty bad.
So okay, I understand what you're saying, but so Soleimani was not supporting Hezbollah. Hezbollah is they
Sure,
are
but that was an
in
unrelated
Iran.
thing. That's an unrelated thing.
Okay,
Again,
okay.
you can dislike what Iran does, but you cannot just kill Iranian leaders unless there's a declaration of war. You can't be like, I'm
Okay,
anti-war and then kill another leader with a bomb.
No. Okay. So in this war on terror that we have that's been going on forever, the war on terror, quote unquote. So we have to sit there and say, okay, well, everybody that has a border that says that we're not affiliated with this terrorist group, but we're affiliated with this terrorist group, we can go ahead and just go in there and just like choose the ones we want to pick off and not the others that are. I mean, I'm confused about what you're trying to get at.
I think the war on terror was a big mistake. And Donald Trump in 2016 rhetorically kind of echoed what I was saying when he criticized Iraq.
He did.
But unfortunately,
That's what I'm saying.
he continued a lot of the war on terror insanity, killing other world leaders, almost starting a war. The only reason a war didn't start was because Iran refused to start the war, while also supporting genocides in Yemen, and of course he supports what's going on in Gaza right now, and he's going to continue that. He said Israel was being held back by Biden when Biden was giving Israel everything they wanted.
I don't support anything that's going on. I'm not a Trump thumper. Don't get me wrong. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah,
a
yeah.
Trump thumper.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is that we have to, unfortunately, in governments anywhere in the world, you have to
Yeah.
pick the best of two evils.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
What's the best of two evils? So Trump, I think he's obnoxious sometimes. He's outspoken. Way too much. He's got a lot of faults to what he's been doing. He's got his 34 indictments. Whatever. Okay, we can put all that that aside. But would you rather, when you say at the end of the day, when you sit there and you say I'm going to pick this person or that person, would you pick Harris over Trump?
Yeah, I
That's
voted
my
for her.
question for you.
Yeah, I mean, and I can give you my reasons. You know, I think her policies to not cut taxes for the top 1%, pretty good to me. I think her policies to build 3 million new homes is key to actually lowering the cost of housing, increasing supply to meet demand, very important. I think that if she were to just continue Biden's National Labor Relations Board, that would be great for unions because it was actually a fair National Labor Relations Board, and unions were able to do things like strike and organize without their bosses essentially fucking them over. You know, she got to keep Lena Khan stopping monopolies and doing antitrust. That was good for me. What Donald Trump would do we've seen his record. He had a pro-corporate National Labor Relations Board. He had the judge that let Epstein get away with things as his Secretary of Labor for a certain point. He's not pro-worker. He promised to bring back the manufacturing jobs. He didn't do that. 200,000 manufacturing jobs were lost. Meanwhile, 800,000 manufacturing jobs were gained under Biden. For any flaw Biden might have, and I've criticized Biden, especially for his support for Israel.
Okay.
All
right.
But
So
yeah, that's just some
I got one
reasons.
more. Well, yeah, no, I got you. But I mean, okay, so when we go back to the 1%ers, like you said, the 1%ers, he said it himself in the debate with Hillary Clinton back in 2016. He said, look, you know, I'm taking advantage of the same tax breaks that you take advantage of, and your donors take advantage of. And Kamala Harris actually had $1.4 billion or $1.7 billion for her campaign.
Yeah.
She spent how much? 2.8, 2.6 or something like that. So they're still in debt over her campaign.
Yeah.
And for what? For Jay-Z, Beyonce, for
Yeah, I'm not a fan of certain decisions that she made in her campaign, and I'm not a fan of taking so much money from the rich. But Donald Trump took money from the rich. The top contributors to this election were all Republicans.
Yeah.
The top 10, or excuse me,
Exactly.
the top 7. There's Michael Bloomberg here too. But
Yeah,
most of
there's always Bloomberg.
always Bloomberg.
But-
Yeah. But the
but
top
anyway,
guys
God,
were all Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, agree to disagree, I guess. But what I'm saying is, it's like, you know, he's the only dude I know right now. Like I said, I'm not a Trump thumper, but he's the only dude I know that has been within recent history has been one to actually get shot at twice and still, or assassination attempt twice, and actually sit there and put his hand up and say, hey, let's continue this, and I'm not gonna mess around with this. We're gonna do this. And Putin even got up and said, look, he's a smart guy, but he's in danger.
Well, I mean, I don't really think, I don't really use Putin as my reference, but I mean, Donald Trump's not the only person in politics to get shot. I mean, Gabby Giffords got shot too, and she actually got hurt by it, you know. So the thing, like,
no,
yeah,
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that there have been plots, and there was a plot that was foiled a month ago. And he said they're going to continue coming after him because the Iranians are the ones that are trying to get him assassinated.
I mean, we'll see. I can't confirm that or not, obviously, but he obviously has the entire Secret Service. He's going to be the president now. He's going to have a hell of a lot more security than even the security that he had while he was running for president. And you know, right. I get the sense that if he does die during his presidency, it's probably because of natural reasons. That's my speculation. You know, he doesn't seem like the healthiest guy. But
well, no, I mean he's McDonald's all the time. But
he's McDonald's all the time.
Besides all that, besides all that, he's not a drinker. He's not a smoker. So
we'll see what happens with his health. Yeah.
All right, Nathan. All right,
I appreciate your time, man. You were pretty respectful, even if we had a disagreement. That's good. That's good. Have a good day, man.
Appreciate you. All right.
Yep. All right, 386 area code. What's on your mind? 386 area code. You're on. Waiting for you. I'll give you 10 more seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Hello.
Oh, hello. Okay, there you are. Hello, what's on your mind?
No, thank you for having me on.
Wait, hold on. Call back real quick because your audio is kind of messed up. But call back. I'll pick it up right away. Yep.
Of course. Thank you.
386 area code. A lot of people watching. If y'all want, y'all can subscribe. Appreciate it. Hold on. This is a different guy. It's the same guy. Wait. Oh, no. It's this guy. Hello. This is who I was just talking to, right? Hello?
Hello.
Your audio is still pretty messed up, bro.
No. All right. Hold on. I'll try to fix it over here.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Yep. I'll go put this guy on hold for now. I'll let the other guy come in first. And then I'll pull in this guy. Let's read the chat for now. Anon Girl says, oh, it's not the guy. How many people can I put on hold? Hold up. Hello, I'm waiting for the guy that just called to call in, but after him, I'll let whoever's on the line still come on, alright? Okay, I'm gonna put you on hold.
Okay.
Alright. I don't know how much people you can have on hold in Google Voice. Y'all putting me in a bit of a predicament here. Alright, let's read the chat. Oh, Divinity! I've seen you before. Thanks for watching, man. Obama. Anon Girl 420 says Obama. Michael James says, haha, Divinity thinks Ronald Bob's brain can't comprehend that he's living life. I think you're doing a little bit of a projection there, Michael. MAGA, 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 MAGA. This is the type that doesn't know what a woman is. Oh, interesting. MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. Yes. Flood the chat. Flood the chat. More MAGA. Do it. Do it. Charles Waynick says, this dude wants to be Destiny so bad. You know, I don't really want to be Destiny. I can tell you that. I like Mehdi Hassan more. Speaking facts is very scary. I get that. Anon Girl says. A lot of MAGAs. Papa says, can anyone call in or do you have to subscribe? You can call in, but I have 2 people on the line right now. Well, the other guy, he's not in here, so I'll just pull in these guys. Well, actually, I think you're first. Hello. What's on your mind?
Well, the other guy is not in here, so I'll just pull in these guys.
Hello.
You're first. Hello. What's on your mind?
All right. Hello? Okay, I don't hear anything. Hello! 760 area code. What's on your mind?
Hey, how about you?
I'm good, brother. I'm good.
All right, so just a quick question. What's your thought on the people that are being waiting in line for like years and years, sometimes more than 10 years altogether, for just getting a chance to move here legally, and then people just walking through the open border and getting all those benefits that they were getting?
Well, you know, you don't always get much benefits when you're undocumented. But in general, there are people that do wait a long time. A lot of the people that are waiting a long time... Hold on, there's a bit of an echo on your end. Do you have, like, headphones, or can you take it off speakerphone?
Yeah, I'm using my AirPods.
Okay. But, yeah, there are people that wait in line, and the problem, ultimately, with immigration, in my view, is the inefficiency of our system. It's both way too slow for people that want to come here legally, quote-unquote, the right way, and it encourages people to come here illegally, because if somebody is fleeing desperation, but they have wait couple decades to get in as an option, well, they're just going to come here anyway if they know a way to get here. So the way we do that is by making our system more efficient. Not exactly like how we had it during like the Ellis Island days, where pretty much anybody that didn't have a fever could come into the country at any given moment. But we can have some rules and regulations. We just need to actually invest in much more money in making our system faster. Nobody should be waiting a decade. If they're here, able to work, ready to work, they should be able to work. So yes, ultimately, right now, there's 80% of undocumented folks have been here for 10 years. Well, 1 second. Hold on. I'm going to put you on hold for now. All right. 80% of undocumented folks have been here for 10 years, and they've been here doing productive things, working in industries where a lot of Americans don't want to work. They've been able to be taken advantage of, and if they were able to become citizens, that would make life a lot better for them and life a lot better for America.
100% agreed. I just wanted to know, because my perspective is coming from an Indian immigrant family myself, where the parents had to put in a lot of effort, working 2 jobs, not getting any federal or state help, and then having our family members where we file waiting 10, 15 years just to able to get like a chance to move in here. And then just because the people from South Asia, for example, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, there are people who are legitimately trying to escape persecution, but they do not have the liberty of just walking through the border. But then there are people who, and I'm not saying people are not coming away from, fleeing violence or something, but just coming here because they're desperate or the financial conditions are not good. 80% of the world has the same financial situations. I mean, if you go to India, a population of being 1 billion people, though we claim to be the world's 4th largest economy, the country is full of poverty. So
I know exactly what you mean, and I know people that are Filipino immigrants, Indian immigrants, Pakistani immigrants, Bengali immigrants, all kinds of immigrants, and it would be much better for everybody, including the immigrants from the Latin American countries, the immigrants from Asia, even the immigrants from Europe, if we just had a much faster and more efficient system, which we currently don't.
Correct, agreed. So what I was thinking is, rather than spending so much money on the people that just come in undocumented and using those funds to just bring efficiencies in our immigration system, rather than having those manual immigration files, having an electronic filing system, for example, having AI assisting the officers. So all that money that was being used to house those people who cross the border, I don't like to use the word illegal immigrants. It's hurtful for some people. So all those people that came to the border and using all that money to house them, for example, and I'm not sure, I'm just quoting what I hear on the news, $350 a week, $10,000 once they move in. If all those funds would have been invested in creating efficiencies in the immigration system, I think a lot of people who've been here for 10 years undocumented, and at the same time, the people who want to come in legally would have benefited more rather than being in a situation the country is in right now.
No, 100% agree. I mean, the fact of the matter is that most undocumented immigrants are ineligible to most federally funded benefits. Of course, there are certain things where, like, if there is undocumented immigrants present, well, somebody needs to be, they need a roof over their head. But most of the people, especially those that have been here for a decade or decades, they're not the folks getting any benefits. They're the folks usually getting the most exploited. But I think we're mostly in agreement. So I appreciate your time, but there are some people waiting. So thank you for calling in, man.
Have a good one.
You too.
Care. Bye-bye.
Bye. 440 area code. What's on your mind?
You too. Bye.
440 area code.
Hello?
Hello, what's on your mind?
I would like to speak on the issue of the border.
What's on your mind about the border? Wait, hold on 1 second. Actually, I think this person was calling in earlier, so I'm going to put you on hold and I'm going to pull them in, alright?
Gotcha. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yep. 386 area code. We were trying to talk, right? And then there was audio issues?
Man, yeah.
I'm good.
Alright.
Alright, what's on your mind?
A little bit better.
Yes.
Awesome. Alright, very cool. Thank you, man. I was listening in. I think you're having some really good discussions tonight. I've tuned in one of the times before. One thing I did want to speak about though was in response to the tariff situation. I feel like I might be able to change your mind a little bit on that.
Okay.
So really the main idea behind the tariffs, and this falls in line with bringing back manufacturing to the U.S., is I watched a lot of his campaign speeches and stuff, and he goes in depth on sort of the procedures that he's going to do. And the idea behind increasing the tariffs is so we're not going to have these goods imported into our country.
That we produce it domestically and we can increase the manufacturing jobs, right?
Right, exactly.
So the thing is this,
he's going to bring, well, here's, that's the part that everyone already knows, right? And so that's not really the part where the nuance comes in. What he's doing with that and the cutting of the corporate taxes is to incentivize businesses to build factories over here in America.
Now, the thing is this, though.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm in complete agreement that we need manufacturing and domestic production in America. Donald Trump ultimately, in his record, did not increase manufacturing. We saw a decrease of 200,000 manufacturing jobs. Even before COVID, there was stagnation and slight decline when it came to manufacturing jobs. I'm not principally against tariffs. I'm actually for tariffs if it's specific and targeted. So, for example, there's the tariff that currently exists on Chinese EVs. The purpose of that is to prevent Chinese EVs from flooding into the American market. It's essentially a block of Chinese EVs from even coming here. And that makes both the bosses of the auto industry quite happy, but that also makes the workers pretty happy as well, because that just means they can produce more American cars. I think that that's a fair use of tariffs, and I think that that works out. The issue is with Donald Trump is he's proposing across-the-board tariffs. Now, I understand the theory that, well, if things are too expensive or a lot more expensive and people are more burdened, the consumers, then there's going to be more domestic production here. The thing is, a lot of the things, particularly from China, China produces a lot of cheap goods that on the production side of things will still be cheaper to produce overseas, but people will just still import it here, but just put the burden on as a new cost. And the things that are not so easy are not like that. Say like the timber industry in Canada or the oil industry in Canada and the oil industry in Mexico. I mean, those things will cause more cost on the gas, and we've been all talking about the want to lower gas prices. When it comes to just manufacturing in general, in the last few years we've seen a rapid growth in the manufacturing sector without having to do across-the-board inflationary tariffs. we've been able to see 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. But almost more importantly than that, or more significant than that, at least narratively or in the long run, is we've seen historic high public and private investments into manufacturing, the likes of which we haven't seen since World War II. You know, the public side comes from things like the CHIPS Act, bringing $50 billion into chip manufacturing, high-tech manufacturing into the United States. But also, there's just a tremendous amount of private investment. And this is an investment into, like, the market or the stock market. You know, you're just putting in money to get more money or whatever. This is the investment directly into construction. This is shovels on the ground. Yeah. So we've been seeing that under Biden, and I'm worried, though. I'll finish off with this since I've been going on for a bit. Yeah. I'm worried that when you make the cost of even raw materials, like timber, for example, much more expensive, then you make it more risky to be doing these constructions. Then you disincentivize investing into the construction, and then in turn you lessen it. And they are also talking about getting rid of the CHIPS Act, which would get $50 billion of investments out. That's going to cut the potential job growth and maybe even decrease jobs.
Yeah. And then, so I do have a point to that. I work in the construction industry, and I've worked at the county building department as a permit technician. And currently I'm working in the construction industry. I'm in solar. Yeah. And a lot of the investments, right? And like, I understand like the idea behind the stock market. Me personally, just to sort of clarify this, so that way that you sort of understand the position that I'm coming from. I'm a Mises Caucus libertarian.
Okay, so, that's a pretty bold place to be in.
Hell yeah, I'm very big on the economic.
But then you shouldn't be for tariffs then. Most like Mises types are not, right?
Well, it depends. I mean, I'm sort of a nationalist, right? When it comes to that, I think that we're so lucky to be born in North America. You know what I mean? Like, it's safe from war, safe from all that sort of stuff, and I count my blessings, and I think that if we are going to have the knife slowly that's drawing blood from every single citizen as the government, right, then we should look after the people who are here and the people whose ancestors fought for here to change to view the forefathers' idea of freedom.
Okay.
Hell yeah. But yeah, so working in the construction industry, a lot of the construction that actually goes on is money that comes from banks. When it comes to like material cost and that sort of stuff, a lot of the smaller companies and even the bigger companies, so like D.R. Horton for like building homes and stuff. They have their own sort of banking situation, but most of the small construction companies, all of the money that they get to buy materials comes from loans from the bank from the customer themselves. So like the company gets the big price that's building the home. So they get all the money from the bank, and then the person who's getting that home is the one who took the loan from it. So so that sort of plays into that. So like when people talk about the stock market, I really don't think that's a good talking point.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not talking about the stock market. Yeah, I'm talking about
more for the pro-Trump side. Sorry.
Oh yeah. Okay. Good.
There's and people bring up the tariffs and they don't talk about the nuanced view of like the reason why those two policies are interlinked is because lowering the taxes for the people to build the manufacturing supports here. And then with the deporting illegals, I'm sort of going through the checkpoints that we sort of listened to. And hopefully I can sort of open your eyes on at least my little spectrum of the political community's view on it. With deporting illegal migrants, right? So people who committed crimes to come here, they're also being taken advantage of by big food, by big pharma. We want them to lose.
I want them to be able to become citizens, so then they can get the labor protections. That's my big thing.
Yeah, well, come here legally, but
again, the legal system. No, I get it, but the legal system, or the legal way, is super inefficient and super slow. And when you're inefficient and slow, you encourage illegal immigration.
Yeah, well, part of it. Well, I don't know. I mean, you know, there are already people leaving now. Like a good example, and this is sort of a personal anecdote, but one of the installers who worked for my company, he passed away because he went to Cuba to go get his son and bring him over before Trump got in. But then there's also people who've worked for us before they're leaving. You know what I mean? So there's that situation, and you know, I have a dude from Venezuela. I don't know if he's legal or not. I don't ask those questions, but he's he loves America, man. He was like, hey, listen, we had a really wholesome moment, right? We were unloading a trailer, and he was like, hey, listen, man, if I say something wrong, correct me, because I want to learn English. I was like, that's fucking awesome, dude. You know, like people like that who are pro-America, they want to assimilate into our superior culture. Hell yeah, dude. You know what I mean? Come over here and fucking have a good time with us. But the people who are working, who are here, who aren't, again, not documented, they don't have any rights, and they're basically being used as slave labor. And so by deporting and starting this initiative and finding companies who do this evil practice, because like the conditions that they found, it's horrible. You know what I mean?
But
it's really
the thing is this,
in the first world.
The thing is this, though, in my view, the reason why they're in these bad conditions is because they are undocumented. You remove that undocumented status, you make them documented, and then suddenly they're under the same labor protections as any other American worker would be. And you can punish these companies, and sure, but but deportation doesn't really solve these individuals' problems.
Well, number one, right? You can't just let anybody come in. Some of these people shouldn't have came in.
Yeah, you know, I'm okay with background checks. I'm okay with background checks, and we can put it. I think we should put a tremendous. I think we should put a tremendous amount of money into background checks and into making people citizens a lot faster. So, you know, a lot of people like to talk about like a metaphorical line that people have to wait in. I want there to be like a physical line for people to go to that line, and then the moment they get their time in the line, they're able to be background checked and they're able to come into the country immediately. We used to have in the country a situation where people would come to Ellis Island and become American citizens. The only people that would be turned away were if they were like sick with something, which isn't like it's a weird criteria, but we were pretty much letting anybody in. I agree we don't need murderers, so we should be able to check criminal records fast. That's my thing.
But how many? So here's the thing. Here's where it's give and take, right? Here's where, how do you pay for it? Because you can't just let everyone come in forever and we become overcrowded.
It might be costly.
Strains on social systems.
Oh, you're saying if they come in here, it would be costly.
Look, here's not really. Here's the thing, right? It can't be that simple, because I agree. Look, I am for. Here's where it's the give and take, right? Like people like me who voted for Trump. If we close people coming in, you can't just come in whenever you want. We lock down America. Then we can do the universal health care. We can take care of our own.
Oh, no. It's not immigrants that are the reason. It's not the immigrants that are the reason we don't have stronger social services.
No, exactly. But that's not the thing. And
the presence of immigrants, legal and illegal, does see an average
it's not
rate.
Immigrants. Look, it's not immigrants, and that's what I'm telling you. I'm sorry. I apologize, but this is getting misconstrued. It's not immigrants.
You're talking about undocumented folks. You're talking specifically like the illegal immigrants.
Kind of, but we have people now. We have people. We need to catch up with our social systems. We need to catch up with the way that the government's running things. We can't keep going down this trail where we need to always be playing catch up and trying to chase the problem. There needs to be a point where we draw the line and say, okay, no one's coming in for now. We're gonna work on our social safety nets and
the social working on our social safety net. You know, the immigrants aren't the reason we're not working on that. It's the politicians. They take money from. Yeah, I know, but I'm talking about closing the border. I'm talking about legal and illegal immigrants. Neither of those types of people are the reason why we don't expand education to cover 4 years of college and trade schools and so on and so forth. We could do that. We could do that at any point. But of course, whether we're talking about a President Biden or a President Trump or a President Obama, none of them are ideologically aligned with, say, Bernie Sanders, who wants to do something like that. But if we just look at the cost of that, that would be like, I'm looking at Bernie's website specifically, what the cost was for that plan. There's a lot of information there, but I remember back in the day, I think looking at a bill is around $40 billion or so. Now, it sounds like a lot, but when it comes to the grand scheme of our government spending, we add like $100 billion to the military budget like it's nothing. So we could have $40 billion into education, and suddenly everybody can go to college or trade school, whatever they want to go to. The only thing holding us back is our will to do it. It's not because we lack the money, because the presence of illegal immigration is suddenly taking all the money, you know?
Well, I know. I mean, I know that though. Like,
yeah.
It's not. You know what I mean? Like, again, it's sort of. I feel like when people have these sort of discussions about political ideology, each one is sort of has a characterized view, right? I'm sure you've had people come on here who think that you're someone who's like, oh, you focus only on identity politics, and you're you know what I mean, blue hair liberal caricature of your ideology, and that's sort of what I'm trying to sort of show you here, that like there's a lot that we do agree on.
There's a lot we agree on.
Cart before the horse, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like different ways to get there.
And I think the thing about the presence of immigration, legal and illegal, I mean, even big waves of immigrants, like when the wave of Cuban immigrants, mostly low-skilled, suddenly came into Miami back in the day. Research was looking into it and found that there was no impact on native wages, even for low-skilled workers, despite the massive surge in a new population. I think
they were willing to assimilate, and they wanted to escape.
I think I think most immigrants are perfectly willing to assimilate. I know a tremendous amount of first generation kids, especially, and they are just as American as anybody else. But I think we are in agreement that we want legal immigration, and I actually agree. Since you mentioned you're a libertarian, there was Reason Magazine that put an article about the mass deportation plan, and they were giving the very libertarian perspective of this is going to be fucking expensive, and nobody's questioning Donald Trump how he's going to pay for it. But then also, if we deported these people,
other stuff being cut, you know what I mean?
And he was saying, like, if we deport these people, there's going to be a massive labor shortage. And you think about it, like in the agriculture industry, 40% of all the workers there are undocumented. So if you get a labor shortage in a key industry like that, you would have a situation where
that's good. It'll make more people.
We wouldn't be able to produce.
That's the idea.
We wouldn't really be able to produce the supply to meet demand, though, and that would be super inflationary for the cost of food. But I don't think the solution is grow food, grow gardens,
and they're going to have to pay at least minimum wage. More people getting job security.
Well, I want more people to work in those fields that are legal citizens. But the people that are currently working there, they are the ones that are willing to work on the fields, and if they are made into legal citizens, they would get the protections. Ultimately, the issue isn't necessarily like, okay, we kick them out and suddenly are all the jobs going to be filled by Americans? The issue is that there would be a lot of Americans just not filling those jobs. There would be a labor shortage, and production would be lessened.
There's people who want jobs. I don't think that's a valid talking point. There are people who want jobs. I know tons of people who would do that. And the food companies are going to have to pay more to incentivize people to get those jobs. So that's a win-win. That's a win.
And maybe you know those people. I don't know those people personally. Of course we know different people, but I don't think they would be those people doing research and analysis of the potential effects of mass deportation would say, yeah, no, there's going to be a labor shortage if they're certain that, all the jobs are going to be filled. The more likely thing is the jobs that were existing are not going to be filled. But we have been at this for 17 minutes, and there is somebody in the wait line. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate your attitude. It was good.
Thank you, brother. It was great talking with you. If I can, I am at Foxhound in the chat.
All right, I'll keep that in mind.
Thank you, brother. Bye-bye.
Yep. Bye-bye. Hello, 440 area code. Thank you for waiting. You're on the line.
Hello, I would just like to speak on the issue of the border and your stance on it.
Yeah. What you got? Any questions?
What's your stance on the border and what should we do with it? The issue.
Yeah. Well, I want there to be less illegal immigration. I think that the system right now, with its inefficiencies and how slow it is, encourages illegal immigration. And I think the only way we actually deal with the issue is if we actually invest in making the process faster so that nobody's out here waiting decades to become an American citizen if they're ready and willing to work. And also so that if we do find someone that's dangerous or a criminal, that they can be deported faster.
Gotcha. Yeah, I agree that the criminals should be deported faster than the working illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
And then that the process should be faster. But we also have to take time and look at the backgrounds of each illegal immigrant, or immigrant, my bad.
Yep, 100% agree. Yeah.
And then, I know in your thumb that you stated that the Trump presidency will hurt us, but what do you explain, what do you mean by that?
Yeah, so during his first term, his biggest legislative accomplishment was a tax cut for the rich, where 83% of those tax cuts went to the top 1%. He increased income inequality, and it's already worse than it was during the Gilded Age. And now he wants to do a tax plan that's going to increase taxes on the bottom 95% of earners and only cut taxes for the top 5% when there was analysis into his plan. He also wants to do mass deportations, which isn't, reforming the system, making it more efficient, doing whatever. It's just kick a bunch of people out. And if he got to do what he wanted to do, he would cripple certain industries that are dependent on labor from undocumented folks. So specifically agriculture. If he kicked out the 40% of agriculture workers that are illegal immigrants, then we would have mass shortages when it comes to labor, when it comes to food production, and that would make food at the grocery store more expensive. One moment, somebody's calling, I'm going to put them on hold. One moment, I'm going to put you on hold, thank you. So, yeah, it's going to cause labor shortages in the food market. It's going to cause labor shortages in construction. It's going to make food more expensive. He wants to do the tariffs, which are going to make products more expensive. Whether we're talking about cheap goods from China, whether we're talking about gas from oil in Mexico, or whether we're talking about wood, which will go into construction. So, yeah, that's the issue with Donald Trump. He's going to make life more expensive for regular people. But he's going to make things better for rich people, of course.
Respectfully, I disagree with you on that narrative.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, we should deport all the illegal immigrants, so they shouldn't just get a pass for committing a crime, entering the country illegally. And we shouldn't have them doing all of our work, because I feel like it's creating a narrative that we can let the Hispanics or the immigrants do all of our work instead of the Americans born here do the work.
Yeah, well, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, right? But the idea that the jobs would be just filled by Americans the moment all the undocumented folks are gone is just not really substantiated. Most likely you would see these jobs unfilled. I think there was some southern state, maybe Alabama or Mississippi, that also passed some pretty anti-immigrant bills, and what they found was a lot of their crops were just rotting. They were unable to pick them, and I think they had to go back on their plan. And in general, I think crimes can be seen in different ways. I think there's something very different between someone that, say, is a murderer versus someone that overstayed their visa or did not come to the court date when in their asylum process, but then they've been here for 10 years. One moment, I'm going to put someone on hold. I'm going to put you on hold for now and go to you afterwards. But, yeah, I think there's something... I lost my train of thought there. Different from a murderer versus someone that's been here for 10 years and working, right? The people that have been here for 10 years and working, like 80% of undocumented immigrants, they have been doing so much for the country, and they should have a chance to become legal immigrants. And the first thing we do is to fix our immigration process to actually make it efficient.
Gotcha. Yeah, I agree with you that the murderers and then the overstayed visas, they should be separated.
Yeah.
They're different people, because obviously the overstayed visas, they could become hard workers. But the violent crime committers, they probably should be deported. My bad.
Yes.
And I would like to shift the topic to the Biden-Harris administration foreign policy.
Foreign policy, okay.
What's your stance on that?
Yeah, no, I think when it comes to Biden's foreign policy, it's the biggest stain on his legacy. He's been an undying supporter of Israel, pretty much giving them everything he wants, or everything they want. And I do agree with him on the Ukraine issue. I think countries that are being attacked have a right to defend themselves, and in general, we should not allow a precedent that you can invade other countries and get away with it. Even though we've done that in the past, that's we at least case by case we're correct there. But when it comes to Israel, I think he's supporting a genocide, and I'm very critical of him. The only issue is with Donald Trump is he is saying that Biden was holding Israel back, and he wants Israel to finish the job and do more than what they have been doing for the last year or so. And we're only going to see an intensification in that. And in general, other than the Israel stuff, Biden's foreign policy has been actually pretty good. He ended the drone war. The war in Afghanistan is over. You know, people can disagree about the details of the pullout, but I don't think there was ever going to be a good, clean pullout. Ultimately, the war is done, and no American soldier is dying in Afghanistan, so that's a wonderful thing. Meanwhile, Donald Trump, he increased drone strikes 435%. He removed the rules and regulations on keeping track of those drone strikes after 2 years. He supported the Saudis' genocide in Yemen. He gave Israel everything they wanted, gave them Syrian territory, moved the embassy to Jerusalem, and now he's saying that he wants Israel to do whatever the hell they want to the Palestinians. So, pretty much the worst aspects of Biden's foreign policy, which I'm super critical of, Trump wants to do more of. So, not good to me.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think we should, like, get out of the Middle East, like, not have anything to do with it, because whenever the U.S. is involved, there's always, like, a problem, and that's never, like, a good turnout.
Yeah.
And then with Ukraine, we shouldn't really be supplying Ukraine. I mean, they have the right to defend themselves, but, like, the more we supply them, the more it's going on, the more people that are getting killed. I think we should work on an agreement like Donald Trump is trying to do, where that stops the war and stops, like, the killing.
Well, I'm open to any agreement to end the war, definitely. We'll see what Donald Trump proposes. I just think if he proposes something like, let's say he makes the Ukrainians give up all the land that the Russians have taken, but then is demanding that the Ukrainians give up the land that they've taken from Russia, I don't know how that negotiation process is going to go. I do think that the person with the most power to end this war would have been Putin if he just pulled out the invasion. But, of course, he's so invested in it that he's not going to do that at the moment. But my concern with not supporting Ukraine is ultimately it sets a precedent of appeasement. That, like, yeah, Russia, you can do what you want. We're not going to stop you. We don't want any problems with you, so just take whoever you want. And then they're going to take more and more and more, similar to what happened in the 1930s with Hitler and the Nazis. They appeased him until he crossed the red line. We have red lines here. If they attacked a NATO country, then we legally have to be at war with them. So I think it would be the best thing to keep them far away from NATO countries like Turkey, like Poland, etc. So, yeah. Ultimately, though, I am in agreement with you. I want less intervention. I want less war, especially in places like the Middle East.
Same. Yeah, I agree with you on, like, we shouldn't just, like, give like Russia Ukrainian land or Ukrainian like Russia land. There should be, like, a middle line to stop the war.
There should be a real deal. I hear speculation that's why the Ukrainians actually decided to do an offensive into Russia, just so that they could have more chips at the table when they're doing negotiations. So, I mean, we'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens. But I think we're mostly honestly in agreement, though. We want to see America be better.
Yeah. But I gotta go. Thank you
for
your time and answering me.
Thank you. You too. 463 area code. What's on your mind?
Just watching your show for the first time and basically kind of agree with most of what you're saying.
Nice.
You know, the whole immigration thing, which is everyone is talking about. You know, my dad's an immigrant. He came through the legal process.
Yeah.
But he's still, you know, daily faces a threat of being able to be deported just because they want to revoke green cards or what
Yeah.
have you. People think that by, deporting all the illegals, everything could be so much better. They don't realize that illegal immigrants actually pay, on average, more into taxes, and they don't receive benefits of...
One moment, real quick. I'm going to put someone on hold.
Yep.
Hold up. I'm going to put you on hold. I'll come to you afterwards. Sorry, you were saying immigrants don't receive a lot of the benefits that they're really paying into.
Exactly. So,
yes.
Like for Social Security, for instance, they don't have, until you're a citizen of the U.S., you don't have the ability to receive Social Security.
Yeah.
Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, all of that stuff you can't receive unless you're a citizen of the U.S.
Yep, 100%, 100%.
And, they're paying into these systems, and then if they were to come to fruition of the whole mass deportations, people think, oh well, yep, Americans are going to take over the jobs or whatever.
Yep.
Our food prices are going to go up.
Yep.
Our
I remember hearing during the campaign, they're like, man, this egg's too expensive, the milk's too expensive. Well, got to prepare for what's coming next if we get rid of people that are working in food production.
And and the one thing that has always perplexed me is people put all of this onto the office of the president.
Yeah.
The president has actually less power than people think. What really needs to happen is, if you want to see actual effective change, is you need to focus on your local elections.
Yeah.
The president's entire role is to represent us to the world.
100% agree, brother.
You need to start with your city councils, your mayor, your state representatives, your state houses and stuff like that. That's how you're going to get things to change where you want them to change at.
A big way.
It comes down to, we need to come back down to personal responsibility.
Yeah.
Just take care of your own house before you start to complain about someone else's.
100%. One of the big ways, I'm curious if the people in chat would agree with this. I have a feeling they're not going to. But at the local level, you could do something like, let's say, getting rid of all medical debt for the people of your city. It could be a small town, it could be a big town, it could be whatever. You could do it at the county level too. You could do it at the state level. There's examples of this, of people working with the non-profit RIP Medical Debt. I think they changed their name to Undo Medical Debt. And for every
in Minnesota, they've actually passed medical coverage for every citizen within Minnesota. They're all covered under Minnesota's plans.
That's wonderful.
So
That's wonderful.
In one state, but I feel like the redder your state are, the more they expect you to bleed before they do.
You get care.
Kind of service, stuff like that. Exactly.
Yeah, and if they did real quick, I'm just gonna say if they work with a city council. For every $1 RIP medical debt or Undo medical debt receives, they provide $100 of medical debt cleared. So if you give them $1,000 of city funds, let's say, you could clear $100,000 worth of medical debt from your city. I'm curious if a lot of the conservatives in chat would be willing to do that. $1,000 for a city is not much. Let's say you have a city councilman. Let's say one of you guys are in the city council, and you say, don't give me a paycheck for this month. Put it towards the fund to clear medical debt for the people of the city. That would be good. Everybody can agree to that, I hope. At least in chat. But 463 area code, you were saying, though.
Well, as far as that goes, okay, so the Medicare, Medicaid reimbursement. So I work in healthcare. I EMS, and we're on average the lower paid of public services to begin with.
Yeah,
and that's
definitely.
Because Medicare, Medicaid reimbursement rates haven't been raised to meet the actual inflation rate or whatever since 2008.
Yeah,
and so a lot of EMS services are operating at a loss in order to provide actual benefits or pay their folks, or they just get paid crap rates where it makes more financial sense to work at Taco Bell than to work in life-saving care.
Yes.
So really so Kentucky and Indiana were the first couple ones that implemented the no surprise billing.
Yeah.
Where you could see exactly what's being charged. But see, that's just telling you at the beginning of how much something's going to cost. If we really want to change things, you're like, no, you can't charge more than this percentage of a markup for, like, say, a bag of saline, which costs about 75 cents to manufacture.
Yeah.
And so you're going to these manufacturers like McKesson, who is selling it to the hospitals for like $110 per bag, and so they charge the patient $180 per bag, or if that's on the low end. And so things are intentionally marked up in the capitalistic, societies, which capitalism is great until you fall into monopolies like McKesson, Lilly, Bayer, and stuff like that. So once you start to form these, monopolies, that's when all of the stuff starts to get raised beyond, you don't get the benefits of capitalism, of innovation and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And, everyone blames everything on immigrants, on this, that, whatever, but they're not focusing on the true root of the issue. It's just purely that there's greed everywhere.
Yeah, no, I'll fuck with what you're saying. I think we're mostly in agreement, so we're probably going to move on soon. But, the thing is, obviously we got more partisan people watching us right now. They're probably not going to come to much agreement. But I think, like you said, people should be looking into their local level, especially. Local level is super accessible to literally everybody, especially if you're in a fairly small town. There is nothing holding you back from getting into the local level. It can be expensive sometimes, but you don't really need that much money to run a decent campaign if you're willing to put in the work. And you could get big things done. You could be the reason why prices of housing is lower in your town. You could be the reason why medical debt is eliminated in your town. You could be the sole no vote in preventing a bad policy at your city council or something like that. There's a lot of power that a couple individuals can have. And I encourage people to just look into that. And I appreciate you bringing that forward into conversation. I guess any final points you want to bring up?
If I may, for the folks in chat, instead of troll comments, if you want to bring an actual argument or, some other, perspective versus illegal equals illegal, some people came here unwillingly, or they found out later in life that they're illegal, like the man in Florida who is Canadian, who didn't know that
I've heard about that story.
And so how about an actual discussion or a different point of view instead of commenting on what someone looks like, or Democrats are bad just because it's Democrats,
I'll say about the people in the chat, these are the most partisan people you'll probably find. If you go out and you talk to even conservatives in person, they'll be a hell of a lot more respectful. I have direct experience with that.
My last point I would like to make real quick is the term liberal and the term conservative are fiscal policies. It's not progressive versus, the old conservative. It's, the Democrats were liberal because, in the time of prosperity, we want to invest. So they're more liberal with the money. And there's a time for conservative, fiscal policy where, okay, things are getting tight, so let's maintain what we have. And so those aren't dirty words that people need to be afraid of.
Yep. Yeah, no, 100%, 100%. And, it would be nice if there were, pleasant conversations about economic stuff, but, a lot of these folks, especially in the chat, they want to focus on the culture war, they want to focus on attacks, and that's okay with me, because, it gets me views.
Our politics needs to go back to where we have the same issue with a different approach to solve the same issue.
Exactly. Look at those Kennedy and Nixon debates compared to now. It's a whole different world.
Even as recent as the McCain and Obama debates, McCain was a great Republican.
Yeah.
At that time, it was time for a liberal fiscal policy. And, when people were like, oh, we're not voting for him because he's Muslim, McCain's like, no, I don't want your vote if the vote is because if it's against Muslim, I don't want your vote.
Yep, I remember that. Yep. And he clarified with the person that no, he's not he's just a regular guy. You don't need to speculate on his religion and so on. But, you know, we had a good time talking. I appreciate you. I really like the point that you were making about getting people more involved in their local politics. That's key. But thank you for your time, brother. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Yep. 678 area code. What's on your mind? But hold on. Let me put someone on hold real quick. I'm going to put you on hold for now. I'm going to put you in after, okay? All right, 678 area code. What's on your mind?
Hello?
Hello. Could you turn down the echo of me in the background?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. But I hear myself in the background through the live stream. Could you turn that down?
1 second. Yeah, sure, I can do that.
Yeah.
All right. So, thank you for inviting me, Mr. Nathan. My name is Arthur.
Okay.
And so I disagree on your point about Trump's presidency will hurt America and the general people due to the fact that we've taken a great look into the policies of the Democrats, and many of the great cities, the once great cities such as New York and California, they're now in shambles, which is very unfortunate, which shows you, you know, kind of a first-hand look into a lot of Democratic policies, which will, if Kamala Harris was president, that aligns with her party and what
well, hold on, real quick. By that logic, the Republicans are inherently no good because all the red states are the least performing states on almost every single metric, especially in the South. They're the biggest recipients of federal aid, welfare, and so on and so forth. And I'm not attacking them for receiving those things, but ultimately all those states are poorer, less educated, and less well-to-do, with more poverty. So the logic there is just the same. I disagree with the logic.
All right, I see what you're saying, but California and New York, they have a very high education rate, but they still have a lot of crippling homelessness and poverty. You can take a look at San Francisco.
No, I think there's ways we fix homelessness and poverty, and ultimately the conservatives are not proposing anything to fix those problems, and there's crippling poverty throughout the entire South, and it's Republican dominated.
The liberals can't do it. It's not they cannot do it. Gavin Newsom, when, for example,
I'm no Gavin Newsom fan.
For example, just saying because he's Democrat, when the leader of China came, they cleaned up the streets. Then it's possible for them to do it, but they don't want to do it on a daily basis because they just are too lazy and it doesn't align with their agenda.
No, well, the thing is this. I don't know what agenda you're referring to. I don't think they have like a pro-homeless agenda, even for all my criticisms of Gavin Newsom. I think Gavin Newsom is more than willing to like go to a homeless person and tell him to fuck off and go somewhere else when there's like a world leader and he wants Los Angeles to look nice. I will say I've been to Los Angeles and I was having a chill time. But the ways you solve things like homelessness and overall the ridiculous cost of housing is by increasing housing supply, which, to be fair to Kamala, was one of her main policies during the campaign, which was building 3 million new homes. We probably need to build more, but that's a good first step. Ultimately, Donald Trump has no real housing policies. He has no policy for dealing with homelessness. There are certain countries that essentially have no homelessness, and they have housing as almost essentially a right. So that's my perspective, and there's no red state where I see them talking about that.
Because I do see your point, but a lot of red states do not have the problems of homelessness as the blue states. And for example, Kamala Harris, she did say that she'll offer a rebate or a lump sum of money to first-time home buyers, but this is wrong because people are selling their house. They know that these first-time home buyers are going to get this money, so they're just going to jack up the price of the houses even more, which will cost...
No. Well, this is the thing. Well, I wasn't specifically referring to that policy. I don't really care for giving some kind of tax credit to potential home buyers. My simple thing is increasing supply to meet demand, because when you have a demand but you don't have enough supply, everything is going to become more expensive. If you just simply increase it, it brings down prices to a degree, but I think we need to adopt more housing in a similar way to how Vienna, Austria handles it, or Japan handles it, where Japan particularly has a tremendous amount of both private and public housing, to the point that housing is relatively cheap. Rents are relatively cheap. You can still get public housing, and so on and so forth. I think that would be a good way to actually bring down the cost, make less homelessness, etc. And Kamala and
Many of
Donald
the
Trump weren't
homeless-
necessarily talking about that. Both of them.
Many of the homelessness is caused by the great migrant crisis. There's tons of people pouring into the country,
No.
and they're flooding. Where you gonna put these people? There's millions of people coming into the country, and where are you gonna put them? We have to house them. We have to pay for them. So
No.
that is greatly contributing to that.
Well, this is the thing. We have 11 million total undocumented immigrants of a country of over
So we need
300
to
million.
house those immigrants,
I
and
mean, a
many
lot of them
are
aren't
criminals.
housed, and 80% of them have been here for 10 years and they've been working and they likely pay their own rent and so on and so forth. The people that make housing expensive are not illegal immigrants. The people that make housing expensive are the investors that buy a bunch of houses, the investors that buy it in bulk and essentially can sell it for however much they want, the landlords that are constantly raising rents and so on and so forth. That's why, you increase supply, which forces the price down simply because demand is being met. You actually surpass supply, in my view. And you do a lot more public social housing like they have in Vienna, Austria, and throughout Japan, and those tend to have great results. You actually have a mix of incomes in the social housing in Vienna because they are just built in a way where people, whether they're poor or whether they're middle class or whether they're rich, actually enjoy living in them. And of course, if you're poor, you have access to be able to pay for them because the price is not ridiculous. That's how we can deal with homelessness, in my view.
That could be a viable option, but it's gonna end up like the money they got during COVID, when you incentivize these people to such a great degree, it unmotivates them and decreases the likelihood that they'll get a job to sustain themselves, and it creates a
No. It doesn't do that.
cycle of relying on public welfare. There's tremendous amount of people that are relying on public welfare, just leeching the government out of millions of dollars each year and not getting a job.
The biggest leeches on the government are companies like Amazon, which will not pay their workers well, and then their workers will have to depend on welfare to meet their basic needs because Amazon doesn't want to support them. But if people had housing, say they lived in Vienna-style public housing, or say we had a situation like I'm pushing for, like how Japan has literally so much housing, public and private, that things are just cheaper, that doesn't disincentivize people from working. That actually frees them to work in things beyond just like their minimum wage job. They can look for something better. They can work on their passions. They can become entrepreneurs. They can do a ton of different things, right? And there have actually been studies on people who have there was UBI experiments in a ton of cities around the country where they gave money, just give money. They just gave money to the poorest folks in their city, and they found that these people would be spending their money on the necessities, on the covering bills, on buying food, and they actually would not be spending it on alcohol or drugs or whatever. And unlike the wealthy people, because the whole theory of trickle-down economics is, say, we cut taxes for the top 1%. Well, that's okay because the top 1% will give us a golden shower of wealth that'll trickle down to the rest of us. And then we see it doesn't actually happen. Unlike those people who just hoard their wealth or put it into things like the stock market to just put more wealth, to grow more wealth, to grow more wealth, regular people, when they have more money in their pocket, so let's say they can spend less on rent or spend less on the mortgage, they spend in their community. They spend it on their families. They spend it for food. That's good for the local economy.
All right, I see. But one study doesn't make an exception, doesn't make it the reality. Just because one group is using it for their essential doesn't mean the.
I think my understanding is there's been multiple UBI experiments, but the point is
don't want to help themselves. They want to rely on public funding, and also the point upon the wealthy. Most of Kamala has more billionaire donors than Trump, which is a true fact. And then they get
Trump also had many billionaire donors, and ultimately, at the end of the day,
supporting her, such as George Soros, Oprah, and they go on the DNC and pretend like they're poor and that billionaires are evil when they are sitting on billions.
How about Elon Musk? How about Timothy Mellon? How about Marianne Adelson. Those are billionaires, and they have specific, and those are among the top 5 donors in this election were all Republicans, including Elon Musk, the world's richest guy in the world.
I'm not saying Republicans don't have donors. I'm saying that
Democrats but those are all billionaires.
Donors and celebrities supporting them.
Yeah, there was a ton of celebrities that came out for Donald Trump.
There were barely any celebrities supporting Trump.
Really? You believe that?
Compared to the big shots supporting Kamala, Eminem, Beyonce.
Sure, Eminem's. There were some people in. There's people in music that support her, but then you had Hulk Hogan come out and rip his shirt off for the RNC. You had Kid Rock everywhere. You had Lil Pump. You had Joe Rogan. You had Dana White. You had Aiden Ross. You had all these different celebrities. My point with the celebrities is all celebrities have had political views for the longest time. They don't necessarily affect my political views. I don't particularly care what a big singer is going to say. But Donald Trump has a tremendous amount of celebrities.
Trump didn't pay the celebrities to endorse him. There was money given to Oprah's companies. Beyonce got $10 million for a speech. I mean, there's no evidence.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that.
These people, I mean, you can look into it. Just recently came out.
Yeah, well, I'm not a fan of giving money to celebrities. I think that's a waste of time. But I also think that if that is true, what you're describing is that there was sort of an artificial support for Kamala Harris among the elites because Kamala Harris had to give the elites money to even get support. Meanwhile, Donald Trump just got genuine support from the elites, like Elon Musk, who literally campaigned for him, who's the richest guy in the world, like Marianne Adelson, that wants to write Israel foreign policy. She wants Israel to donate to she wants Israel to annex the West Bank. I actually was not aware. Yeah, no. Get all the money out of politics. Get all the money out of politics.
He donates to
get all of it out of politics. But sure, he's a Democratic donor, but I just listed to you the top 5 donors, and they were all Republicans. Kenneth Griffin, Elon Musk, Marianne Adelson, Timothy Mellon, Richard and Elizabeth, I can't even pronounce their last name, Yulhein. They're the top donors in this 2024 election cycle, and they're all Republicans. That's not to say Democrats don't take billionaire money. They do. But George Soros, real quick, George Soros is not even in the top 10. So, I know a lot of Republicans hyper-fixate on George Soros, but
he's an evil man.
I don't particularly care about George Soros. I want all the billionaire money out. Right? All the billionaire money out?
Money should be out, but then Kamala does under false pretense. They deflect it's a gaslighting the other side. She called Trump Hitler. He's a threat.
No, she didn't call him Hitler. She never said. There was never any words. There was never any words from. Yeah, a lot of people made fun of his Madison Square Garden rally because the people were there were fucking wild, calling Puerto Rico a floating pile of trash, But Kamala never said Donald Trump is Hitler. JD Vance said Donald Trump is Hitler. America's Hitler. That's his word. Donald Trump's staff called him Hitler. Donald Trump's generals called him Hitler. There were claims that Donald Trump wanted his generals to be more like Hitler's generals, whatever the hell that means. I think he just wanted people to just do whatever the hell he wanted them.
Fired and dishonored by
he can fire him, but again, I will say there are probably people that were fired under Barack Obama, and they're not out here saying Obama told me that he wished he had Hitler's generals. The point is this: I'm with you with getting the billionaire money out, but you can recognize that. Of the top donors to this race, they were Republican billionaires. And if you can recognize that George Soros is bad, then you can recognize that when Elon Musk is at Mar-a-Lago and he's listening to a speaker say, "Where's the right-wing George Soros?" and he stands up and waves at everybody and everybody cheers, you can recognize the hypocrisy. It's really like George Soros is only bad when he's on the other side, but we actually like George Soros and we want our own George Soros. I actually want no George Soros, no Musk, no Adelson, no billionaires influencing our politics.
I don't think money should involve in politics. It's like a unofficial bribe, basically.
Yeah, it's bribery but legal.
So one more point I want to touch on is, what do you think of Kamala's policies? What people say she's going to do great things for this nation, but what are some policies that you can name which will directly benefit the American people on day one or in the
Well,
near future?
this is the thing. I would say, well, like you said, if she were to be president, but she's not going to be president, she lost, and she's not exactly my priority. I voted for her because I wanted to keep the same people in the National Labor Relations Board. I wanted a pro-union National Labor Relations Board and a Department of Labor, which we had under Biden. I wanted a continuation of manufacturing job growth, 800,000 new manufacturing jobs under Biden. I wanted a continuation of historic high public and private investments into manufacturing construction, which happened under Biden, the highest we've seen since World War II. I wanted to see the FTC still hire Lena Khan. I wanted to see those 3 million homes be built, and I wanted Medicare to expand into home health. But if we're actually asking what I would want to see, well, real quick, if you're actually asking what I want to see, it goes beyond Kamala Harris. I want to see Medicare for all. I want to see free college. I want to see a Green New Deal. You know, I want to see infrastructure investments like we've seen since Franklin Roosevelt's New Deal, right? So I go way beyond Kamala Harris, but Kamala Harris was just the better of the two options, and that's why I voted for her.
So why didn't Biden, all the things Kamala thinks she would do and all the great things they give great benefits, why did they do them in the first term? They had 4 years.
Well, some of those things I mentioned were done. Some of those things I mentioned were done, like the CHIPS Act added $50 billion of investment into
you talk about
manufacturing.
Jobs, but Biden shut down the Keystone Pipeline, which laid off a great amount of blue-collar workers. And
the
Kamala,
Keystone, do you think...
When she was running for president, she said, I'm against fracking. I want to shut down fracking. Then when she runs for president, she...
Yeah, well, this is the thing. This is the thing about the Biden administration. Well, the Keystone Pipeline was just a pipeline for the oil companies to continue to export oil, so it really didn't make too much of an impact. Ultimately, oil production went up under Biden, whether the environmentalists like it or not. Oil production is the highest it's ever been, and it continued to grow each year under Biden. It's higher than even Trump's years, and it'll go up under Trump most likely. But just drilling more oil doesn't necessarily solve all our economic problems. Of course, I know Republicans run on drill, baby, drill, and that's kind of the only policy they like to bring up sometimes. But that doesn't fix our problems, obviously. Otherwise, every problem would be fixed under Biden. But things that I did mention, like you asked me, why didn't Kamala just do it under the last 4 years? Well, number one, Kamala's not the president, and well, number one, Kamala wasn't the president, and she didn't have legislative power besides breaking up votes in the Senate. But the things I did list off to you were things that did happen under Biden. 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. The CHIPS Act, which is bringing chip manufacturing to America.
Except the Senate, but Biden directly said that she had a direct role in every legislation that was made.
I'm sure she had advising roles, but she was vice president. She had no voting power besides if there was a tiebreaker. And when she did break ties, she actually broke a good amount of ties. She was the reason why things like the American Rescue Plan passed, the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, and I think the CHIPS Act and expanding Medicaid coverage, covering more people, those are good things, and I give credit for that. Things like the National Labor Relations Board having a group of people that are fair to organize labor, that's huge, and unfortunately, we're not going to see that under Donald Trump.
But we can agree that Kamala was not the best choice for president. Giving her comments on putting black men in jail based off of small marijuana offenses. Also, comment that if there's a law in California where if your child.
Well, the thing is, I don't really know why you're hyperfixating on. I don't know why you're hyperfixating on Kamala Harris. She lost, and you asked me questions about what policies that you're asking me what you're asking me. Yeah, and I gave you the many policy reasons why she'd be better than Donald Trump. But you're just kind of moving away from that. So again, she's actually talked about fighting price gouging. She's talked about constructing housing. Yeah, talk is cheap. Like when Donald Trump says he's anti-war, but he increased drone strikes 435%. He bombed Iraq. He bombed Afghanistan. He bombed Syria. He bombed Somalia. He supported a genocide. No, Donald Trump is not anti-war. As I was explaining to you, there was wars. There was wars under Donald Trump. There was wars. Excuse me. You need to let me talk. Okay? There was wars under Donald Trump. He increased drone strikes. Excuse me.
Please name one.
I'm talking. Let me answer your question.
War,
all right.
Of a war.
Yeah, the Saudi genocide in Yemen, the war in Afghanistan that he continued. He said he was going to stop, but he continued.
Bush.
Yes, I'm aware of that, but he continued it. Biden ended it. You could disagree about the nuance of the pullout, but nonetheless, the war is over. The war is over. And however, excuse me, America, excuse me. Can I explain his foreign policy? Brother, watch this. You see what I can do there? I can put you on hold at any time. You need to let me talk. You asked me what happened under Trump's foreign policy, and I'm explaining to you. All right. Every single year we were at war with Afghanistan, American soldiers died. No American soldier is dying now because we are no longer at war with Afghanistan. That's a fact that can be celebrated. Anyway, going into the other aspects of Donald Trump's foreign policy. He increased drone strikes 435%. He was given a chance to stop supporting the genocide in Yemen when Bernie Sanders and Republican Mike Lee wrote a bill to stop the sale of weapons to Saudi Arabia. It got through the Republican House. It got through the Republican Senate. It got through the House, and it got to Donald Trump's desk. And what did Donald Trump do when faced with the opportunity to stop supplying and giving weapons to serial killers? What did he do? Do you know what he did? He vetoed the bill. So he wanted to keep selling weapons to the Saudis, and they continued their war in Yemen, and there was a cholera outbreak that affected 2 million people there, right? Excuse me?
But 2 million people didn't die.
Wait. Do you think that people aren't dying in Yemen, man? Do you want the casualties?
I'm not denying that people are not dying, but it's not as compared to Ukraine and Palestine. Those cases are in a mess.
Again, tell me what Donald Trump said about Biden's policy on Palestine and Israel.
It's horrible. He started the war. I mean, if Trump was president,
I'm asking you what Donald Trump has said about it.
What did he say? I don't track every.
He's saying that Joe Biden. He said this in the debate. A lot of people were watching. He used Palestinian as an insult, called Joe Biden a Palestinian. He said Joe Biden's a bad Palestinian, and that he's been essentially holding Israel back. And he wants Israel to finish the job. He wants to unleash Israel. He wants Israel to do more. So I am critical of Joe Biden's foreign policy decisions when it comes to Israel, but Donald Trump's position is he wants to double down on Joe Biden's Israel foreign policy, which is essentially let Israel do whatever the hell they want. Now, there was more people that died in Yemen than died in Gaza, mainly because Yemen's a bigger country, and of course Donald Trump supported that. 377,000 deaths, 885,000 Yemeni children died of starvation. 4,000 died of cholera, 2 million cases. I think it's horrible to even give people the experience of having cholera. I'm sure you know what the disease is, right? 4 million people displaced. And Donald Trump supported that. And Donald Trump wants to do literally that with Gaza, with Israel. He wants to let them do whatever the hell they wanted. Okay, if I saw someone getting beat up on the streets and they were like bleeding and they see me walking by and they ask me for help and then I kick them into the fucking curb and I kill them, I'm still bad. Okay? So Donald Trump was a constant warmonger. Donald Trump was a constant warmonger. He killed an Iranian general, which the only reason and one of the highest ranking Iranian officials in general. And I don't care if he's a good or bad guy. You don't kill other world leaders when you're not at war with them. The only reason a war didn't start. Excuse me. You don't kill other world leaders just because they're bad guys, unless you want to start a war. The only reason a war did not begin. Okay, so it's a simple thing, brother. What was he doing at the time? Do you know what that guy was doing in literally the moment?
He was in a car in a motorcade, but he was killing Americans.
And broadly, what was okay? Hold on. I need you to calm down a little bit. I can tell you're feeling a little pumped up, but he was literally directing operations against ISIS at the time. He was fighting ISIS, and we killed him then. Again, you don't kill other world leaders unless you're willing to start a war. And the only reason a war did not begin was because the only reason a war did not begin was because Iran showed restraint. And that's good, because a war in Iran would make the Iraq war look like fucking peanuts. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. But when it comes to if Donald Trump's a peace-loving guy, look, I mean, he took money from Sheldon Adelson and gave Sheldon Adelson everything he wanted to do, or he wanted done with Israel. And now, apparently one of the top donors of this whole race, top 5 donor, was Sheldon Adelson's wife. And her demand is that Israel gets to take the West Bank. Can you confidently tell me that Donald Trump is going to dismiss his donors, dismiss his history of just letting Israel do whatever the hell they want, dismiss his own words on the issue, and he's going to stop him from taking the West Bank?
He doesn't support people getting stepped on. Biden is a weak guy.
You're not responding to my points. I asked you a specific question. He has been pushed around by his fucking donors, dog. He let Israel do whatever the hell they wanted. I'm sure they're affected by their donors. I don't understand why every single time that I criticize Donald Trump, you have to be like, but what about this woman that's not going to become the president? Why can't you just focus on the guy you're supporting? Why don't you just focus on the guy that's going to be president? Why don't you just focus on the guy that's going to be president, okay? Can you confidently tell me that he's going to disagree with his donors, and when in the past he let his donors dictate his entire foreign policy, particularly with Israel? You think he's going to tell Mariam Adelson and he's going to tell Israel, no, you can't take the West Bank? Or is he, the guy who used the word Palestinian as an insult, gonna let them do whatever the hell they want to Palestinians?
So they're his donors. He's not gonna just take their money, kick them to the curb. He has to take into consideration their thoughts. And that's what he's doing.
So corruption. Corruption, right?
At the end of the day,
but you can call it corruption though, right?
Donation. I mean, like Kamala gets donations.
And it's corruption. You can call it corruption. You can call it corruption when a.
I don't agree it's right. Yeah. I don't agree it's right, but under American law, it's illegal.
Okay, but you can call it legal corruption.
To an extent, yes, that could be said.
Okay, good. We agree there. So the thing is this though. I have no reason to believe that Donald Trump is going to suddenly have a come to Jesus moment where he sees Israel doing more aggressive action, let's say on the West Bank, and he has criticized Joe Biden for holding Israel back, and he currently takes money from donors that want Israel to take the West Bank.
Israel
No, I don't believe that Biden held Israel back. That's what Donald Trump said. Donald Trump believes that Joe Biden held Israel back, and he wants Israel to be not held back. He wants Israel to do whatever the hell he wants, or whatever the hell they want.
Is there any proof that he said that?
In the debate itself, would you like me to read the quote off to you?
You can just summarize something you
know.
Yeah.
So I'll just say the quote just because, just for the audience sake. Donald Trump said, I'm not going to do the Trump impression, I'm just going to read it out. Israel and Hamas. Israel's the one that wants to go. He, Biden, said that he wants to keep going for Hamas. Actually, Israel's the one, and you should let him go finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak one. So in his own words, he wants to let Israel finish the job.
There's a tremendous amount of terrorists in that Palestinian country. They should stop targeting the children. I agree, of course. They should stop targeting children and women, but attack the terrorists as much as you can. I mean, these people are evil. They're getting money from Iran. They're getting money from radical groups. I mean, Palestine, many of the people in Palestine, whether you like it or not, are terrorists. and I do not.
Yeah, not the children though. I'm not gonna call a child a terrorist, and children have really been getting the brunt of this conflict. I mean, nearly half of the population in Gaza is under 18.
But
and
to be honest,
wait, hold on. Let's focus on something you said. You said that Biden has been allowing Israel to do whatever they want. You described it as what, like a slaughter or horrible. And now, because Donald Trump supports Israel, or maybe you're learning for the first time that Donald Trump loves the state of Israel and takes donors' money that loves the state of Israel and writes his Israel foreign policy. Now you're defending.
Bad country. I'm not saying that.
Okay, but now you're defending Biden's actions, essentially. If you're saying what Donald Trump is going to do in Israel is right, because Donald Trump wants to do what Biden's been doing.
Israel protect himself. I mean,
Biden was right.
Palestine, but get rid of the terrorist men in Hamas.
Right. You were saying that what Biden was doing was wrong. You were saying what Biden was doing was wrong. You were saying what Biden was doing was wrong. Excuse me. There's a case of Israelis doing the same thing, okay? If you can condemn Hamas, then you can condemn the IDF, who's been doing what Hamas has been doing at a much more efficient and horrible rate. But again, do you think what Joe Biden did with Israel was wrong or right?
It was wrong.
And why was it wrong?
Because he is too weak. He's trying to protect the wrong people in this war. What he should have first done is made sure that Israel did not attack the women and children, first of all, and Hamas should not use them as a blanket in the first place, but he should have made sure that Israel uses their full power to attack the terrorist spot with this new technology.
So tell me, so what? Wait, hold on. Let's clarify. Let's take it slow a little bit. Your problem with Biden is that he wanted Israel to focus on the wrong people?
He was holding back Israel in the way that they could not attack what they needed to attack.
How? Tell me how. Tell me how, bro. Tell me how.
Biden was not allowing them to act. I mean, the U.S. has great influence.
How was he not letting them act? How was he not letting them act? Please tell me how.
He was being slow with their policies, he was being slow responses. He was busy funding Zelensky. What
does Zelensky have to do to this? When we've been giving money to Israel forever, for a long ass time. Do you think Biden has not been giving money to Israel? We've been giving money to Israel every single year. Israel has its own military industrial complex. So I want to know, give me a specific policy where Biden was holding Israel back, because I can assure you, Israel was able to blow up whoever the fuck they wanted, whatever building they wanted. There was no holding back of Israel. So again, give me now the policy of Israel being held back, because I want to know. I'm curious.
He was pushing for a ceasefire when he should have not been looking for a ceasefire at that time when the war first started. He was looking to hold Israel back.
Give me a statement. Give me a statement in November, December, January, February. Give me one of Biden's fucking statements, man. Give me one of Biden's statements. Give me a Biden policy, because you're just saying things, but I know what was happening, and Biden was giving Israel aid. Biden was giving Israel money. The State Department and the Department of Defense was justifying every single action of Israel, saying, well, what about Hamas? What about Hamas? What about Hamas? So that was Biden's administration letting Israel do whatever the hell they want. Give me a policy, give me a statement from Biden showing that he was holding them back. I'm really curious.
Yes, give me one moment, sir.
Sure. I'm assuming you probably can't find it. We can move on beyond that point.
Find it right here. 3 days ago, we can see what Biden said. He's looking for a With a deal to end more than a year of fighting between Israel and Hezbollah, the president turns attention to hold back Israel. He's looking to hold back Israel and not allow them to finish. If someone is breaking into your home...
Wait, Hezbollah. What country is Hezbollah from?
Hezbollah is Hamas.
No.
It falls in the blanket of ISIS.
Give me. It falls in the blanket of ISIS? Really? No, it doesn't.
Under radicalism in Israel. It falls under
All right, give me where is Hezbollah located?
They're funded by the Iranians. They're funded by the Iranians, and they're funded by
where is Hezbollah located?
According to here, Hezbollah is located in Lebanon, but they have their towers stretching to many countries, just like ISIS. ISIS is started in the Middle East, but they have connections in other countries, don't they?
Yeah. So, when we're talking about the situation in Gaza, it's a different situation. It's a different situation than the situation in Lebanon. They're two different countries. I asked you specifically, please tell me, and your criticism was early on Biden was holding them back, pushing for ceasefire, whatever the hell they made. Please find me some statements of Joe Biden trying to hold Israel back. Early on, because that was your claim.
Because I will find that, but I also want to say that Biden was not coherent most of the time, so finding a statement is like looking at Braille or looking
at, I mean, I have statements of the opposite. I have the statements of the opposite occurring, if you would like to hear.
Tell me, so you find us like...
So October 18th, 2023, during a visit to Tel Aviv, President Biden declared unwavering support for Israel, emphasizing you are not alone and the United States will stand by Israel forever. He strongly condemned the October 7th attack, calling Hamas unadulterated evil. So October 18th, tell me where in that statement is he holding back Israel from attacking Hamas or their war crimes in Gaza? Can you tell me where in that statement is he holding them back?
That's just a small snippet statement. He was not, let's be honest right here, he was not giving the same money to Israel.
I'm honest. I'm honest. We've been giving Israel money for years. Israel has a defense industry of its own. If you're, they don't need money.
Israel is a smaller country than Ukraine, that's for sure. And Ukraine has the whole backing of America. I mean,
okay. Do you think Israel is struggling to pay for the bombs they're dropping on Palestinians? Okay.
They're certainly not prospering. Do
you think? Okay, but I want to. Okay, give me some numbers. Give me some numbers here, because your claim is Biden was fucking over Israel because he wasn't sending them enough money. He was just sending them $20 billion instead of $50 billion or some shit like that. Meanwhile, Israel has its own defense industry. Israel sells weapons across the world. Israel is the wealthiest country, one of the wealthiest countries in the Middle East, the strongest military in the Middle East, and you're telling me that they're struggling to throw more bombs at Gaza because Biden didn't give them enough billions of dollars? That's a bizarre criticism. So again, you told me, but you made the claim though that Biden was holding Israel back. Again, one of my criticisms is Biden has been too pro-Israel. Can I please find a policy, a statement of anything of Biden saying Israel, no, stop, I'm not gonna let you do your war? Or is every fucking statement Biden, who is only ideological leaning, is just being pro-Israel? Just please tell me. Please tell me though a specific example of Biden holding them back, because you're just saying, well, he didn't send them enough money.
Provide them enough aid.
Not enough billions of dollars going to Israel. We actually need trillions of dollars going to Israel, correct?
There is not trillions of dollars.
I'm joking. I'm being sarcastic, okay? You're saying Biden didn't send enough. Biden sent billions and billions and billions of dollars to Israel, and you're saying that was not enough. It was billions of
Well, let me
dollars
tell you
going to
one
a
thing.
country that's rich enough to have universal health care and its own defense industry.
Let me tell you
Please,
one thing.
I need you to understand, Israel is not some kind of poor victim huddled in a blanket in the cold that's like, Mr. Biden, please send us weapons. If you compare it to Ukraine, they are the aggressors. They are the
So let me
bigger,
tell you
richer
something,
country,
sir.
okay?
The U.S. has more interest and more property value held in Israel than in Ukraine. We have
So it's
nothing
about
to do with
property.
Ukraine.
It's about
We
property.
have nothing to do with you. Property as in, you know, everything, stocks and all that holdings and stuff. They have more of
So it's
that
about
in
money.
Israel than they have in Ukraine. We have nothing to
So
do with
that
Ukraine.
means
I don't
so
even know
because some rich people have some investments in Israel, we should let Israel do whatever the hell they want to the Palestinians.
Not
Even
America.
though you were calling Israel, you started this call by criticizing Joe Biden for allowing the killing of Palestinians. Meanwhile, you're justifying the killing of Palestinians
So Hamas,
by
so I
saying
made that very clear, first of all.
that we have money
I made that very
there.
clear that the children and women should not be killed. Hamas is using the children and women as a blanket. Blanket to say we're the victim.
And you know what? If you're a woman or a child, you're more likely to be blown up by an Israeli bomb than even killed by Hamas.
So why? There was times where they could evacuate. That's for sure. I'm not.
They did evacuate. They did evacuate. They were told by Israel to go south. They went south. They went to places like Rafah, and then Rafah got bombed. Israel bombs refugee camps. They tell them to go there. They tell them to leave here, and then they end up going to a place to get blown up.
The terrorist activities conducting those places.
That's a really convenient line to go to when you blow some place up.
You know,
well,
Hamas
we had to blow them up.
first.
Do you think this war started October 7th, my friend? Or just like the suffering, the killing, the bombings? You think that started on October 7th?
If someone breaks into your house, let me tell you, I don't know if you're anti-guns or not, but let me just tell you something right now. If someone breaks into your house, are you going to defend it or just...
Do you think that the Israeli-Palestinian conflict started on October 7th, 2023?
It's been going on way before, but...
Yeah, so what happened in... Okay, good. What happened in 2021? You can say that something happened in 2021?
But not to this extent. When you bring forces...
Sure,
if someone breaks
but the
into
point
your house,
is this.
what do you
Okay.
do?
So it's interesting. It's interesting. No. That's an interesting question for this situation. If someone breaks into your house, what do you do?
Are you going to defend it?
Yeah, you defend yourself and you act back, right? So when Israelis do a blockade of Gaza, and 50% of the people in Gaza are unemployed, and you look at non-Gaza, you look at a place that's not governed by Hamas, you look at the West Bank, where Israelis are quite literally going into people's houses and taking land and taking homes and kicking out Palestinians that are living there. And after October 7th, there was legislation passed in Israel to give settlers guns going into the West Bank. So, you quite literally have you quite literally have Israelis going into people's houses right now and taking them for themselves. Okay, so your analogy is so interesting because you're saying if someone breaks in your house, what are you gonna do? Fight back, right? And I'm curious, what do you think the people of Palestine should do when their houses are literally getting stolen? Based on your logic now, you're saying they should fight back, I guess.
Israel you don't think this affects Israel? There's people in Israel with their houses being demolished and tarnished too, but they
really. You think there's like massive settlements inside Israel?
There's people living in Israel for sure.
Yes, there's people living inside Israel, but your claim is that there are people going into Israel and making settlements inside Israel. When I brought up the Israeli settlements into the West Bank.
My claim
Hamas doesn't govern the West Bank.
A direct military attack on Israel. And first of all,
Hamas doesn't govern the West Bank. Hamas doesn't govern the West Bank. So why does Israel do settlements and take homes? Because since you brought up taking homes, I'm very curious about this. Israelis literally go into the West Bank and they take Palestinian homes and they say, this is ours now, you have to go. And some of these Israelis, by the way, are not even like born in Israel. There was a famous one of a New Yorker, you could tell he's from New York, coming into somebody's home and taking it for themselves and getting these people kicked out. So, again, based on your logic right now.
creatures. Why do they have a homage of a terrorist organization?
Innocent creatures. Innocent creatures, huh? Why are you describing people as creatures, man? That's bizarre. But again, the West Bank, the West Bank is not governed by Hamas. You know that, right? Who governs the West Bank?
You tell me.
Okay. It's governed by the Palestinian Authority, a completely separate entity, a completely separate political entity in Palestine. Yet, even with Hamas not governing the West Bank, Israel still does their settlements. Israel still kills people, takes their home, and it's just interesting because you value, obviously, property rights.
Due to the fact that Israel provoked Israel on many countless times, and now with their
Hamas is. I explained to you. Hamas. I explained to you. Hamas doesn't govern the West Bank, right?
If you're a bee, why are you gonna sting a lion?
So I explained to you. That's a great argument if Hamas governed the West Bank, but Hamas doesn't govern the West Bank. So why is Israel just taking the land in the West Bank when it's not governed by Hamas? If the justification for everything is Hamas. Okay. Oh, okay. So it's just Holy Land. So then they can actually. So let's stop pretending like. Wait.
You've been trying to put me up in this debate many times.
Let's now stop pretending like you care about. Oh well, Hamas did this, so that's why this is happening. Because now you just said about the West Bank, where Hamas does not govern the West Bank. You justified taking people's homes and kicking them out and making them homeless, taking property for themselves.
They're conducting terroristic activities on the West Bank.
Really? Who's conducting terrorist activities? Hamas?
What do you think the Hamas government?
Hamas. So Hamas government, where does Hamas govern?
In their country, which is Palestine.
Where does Hamas govern? Which region of Palestine? Because there's two regions of Palestine separated by a big piece of Israeli land. So, which part is Hamas governing?
Let's see right here.
What were we talking about earlier when we were talking about the conflict that was started on October 7th?
But when you break into someone's land, I mean, there's going to be repercussions. That's just a simple truth.
So you're justifying October 7th, I guess? I guess you are.
What do you think's going to happen? What do you think?
Yeah, so you're wait. Why are you justifying? Wait. Why are you justifying Hamas now?
What do you mean? I'm not justifying Hamas. I'm saying why Hamas.
You're justifying Hamas.
I'm telling you why. I'm giving you their perspective. Listen to me. So they're saying that Hamas is much smaller than Israel. You just said yourself that Israel is a big entity. They have all this money. They have world healthcare and everything. So why would Hamas attack that? Why? They're just looking for trouble, and then when you
Okay, let's go slow on this, just so you understand. Your logic justifies Hamas on October 7th.
No, I'm not. I'm saying, why would they attack Israel?
So if Israel is constantly you're actually justifying Hamas. It's so funny because let me explain it to you. Let me explain it to you because it's funny. So you're saying that if someone essentially punches at you. Oh, what happened? Hello. Wait a minute. Hold on. One moment. What happened to the guy? Hello. We were just talking, right?
Hello. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So.
All right. Yeah.
So you're justifying it because your logic is essentially if you get punched and you have the complete right to punch back, Specifically, you're specifically arguing that because Hamas did October 7th, Israel can literally do whatever the fuck they want because they've already gone beyond. Wait, hold on. They've obviously gone beyond anything Hamas is even physically capable of doing. Meanwhile, your logic. Wait. Your logic. Hey. I'm explaining to you your logic here. All right. So your logic is saying you don't know it. Because your logic of if you get punched, you can punch back justifies literally every single thing Hamas is doing. Because for decades, the Palestinians have been getting beat up multiple times. In the West Bank, you have hold on. In the West Bank, you literally have Israelis taking Palestinians' homes and kicking them out to the curb, since you brought up the home analogy. In Gaza, you have constant bombings. In Gaza, you have a blockade. In Gaza, you have 50% of unemployment. In Gaza, you have no concrete coming in, so they can't even build new water treatment facilities. In Gaza now, so they've been getting punched. They've been getting punched a million times. I didn't actually know I was speaking to a Hamas representative. I didn't know. It's kind of a surprise.
You turned out to be just like Kamala. Let me tell you.
I'm just like Kamala?
Never got punched. Let me tell you that.
They've never gotten punched. So Palestinians, people in Gaza, people in the West Bank, they've never ever gotten punched. They've never ever gotten harmed by Israel. Israel's actually been benevolent and peaceful, and there's never been a conflict before October 7th.
There's been an ongoing conflict. I don't disagree with you there, but I'm telling you that there's been attacks on both sides. Hamas has been partaking in terroristic activities, and Israel is just defending themselves.
Okay, so when we look at the human cost of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, in 2008, there was 853 Israelis that were injured and 3,202 Palestinians. In 2009, only 123 injuries on the Israeli side and 7,460 Palestinians. In 2010, 185, 1,569. Let's skip ahead, 2013, 157 injuries on the Israeli side, 4,031 injuries on the Palestinian side. And in 2014, 2,796 Israelis injured. Wow, that's pretty big. Well, 19,860 Palestinians were injured. 2015, 339. It's gone down dramatically. Meanwhile, 14,813 injured in Palestine. In 2018, there was 130 Israelis injured and 31,000 Palestinians injured, and the total deaths from 2008 to 2020 was 251 Israeli deaths. Horrible, no good. But then 5,590 deaths of Palestinians. If I can say that the Israeli deaths are horrible, I can say that the Palestinian deaths are horrible, and the source of this is from the United Nations. So
let me tell you that they were. Do you agree that there's terrorist activities in Hamas?
I believe that there are terrorist activities in Hamas, and I completely condemn Hamas. And because I can condemn Hamas and their violence, I can completely and fully condemn the IDF for surpassing anything Hamas could dream of doing.
So then what is your point? You're supporting Israel, that means. Because you're condemning Hamas, and at this time Hamas is running Palestine.
They're running Palestine, right?
Yeah, they're the entity in charge of Palestine at this very moment.
I thought we established in this conversation, if you were paying attention to the conversation, that Hamas is not the governing body of the West Bank. Do you know what the West Bank and Gaza is?
They are all under the same. I mean, different factions, you could say, but it's all controlled under the same flag by the same people.
It's two separate governments, two pieces of land separated by Israel in the middle. Okay, so two separate governments, but Israel is continuing to do settlements into the West Bank, is continuing to attack people in the West Bank, even though the Hamas does not govern the West Bank.
They are in governance of Gaza, and this war.
Yes, Gaza. Yes, Gaza. But you have justified settlements in the West Bank.
their holy land. They've had it for thousands of years.
Okay, so again, you can stop pretending like it's well, it's just a response to terrorism. When then, when you go to the line, when you go to the line of it's their holy land, so they can actually do whatever the hell they want.
You know that this war has been going on for a long time, thousands of years.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, but this.
No, I really wouldn't say that thousands of years. You know, there wasn't really a war in this scale when the Ottomans were running it, or when the British were running it. So no, it's not like a 1,000-year-long war. Okay, the state of Israel was established in 1948.
Let's not think that the Palestinian people are victims in this specific case.
No, they absolutely are victims. Okay, if you're a kid bombed in a building in Palestine, you are a victim. Okay, when half of the population of Gaza is under 18, yes, it's a population of fucking victims of a genocide.
So they were told to evacuate loudly.
Evacuate where, bro? Evacuate where? Rafah? Rafah. Were they told to evacuate to Rafah? Were they told to evacuate to Rafah?
You said that yourself.
So then what happened in Rafah?
There was terroristic activities being conducted.
Give me the example. Give me the example, man. Give me the example. Give me the example. So you can admit that they were told to go to Rafah, and then Israel proceeded to bomb Rafah. Israel literally bombed refugee camps. Can you give me an example of the terrorist activity being done in the refugee camps?
Like I said before, they're using the women and children.
Can you tell me any place? Continue on what they want. Israelis have used human shields, and bombing refugee camps is a wild position to defend. So here's the thing. You were telling me, you were complaining about the Palestinians. You're like, why didn't they just evacuate when they were told to evacuate? And I explained to you where they were told to evacuate, and that people went there, and then the refugee camps were bombed. But of course, your goal here is to defend Israel and defend Israel's narrative, period. You're not actually looking to condemn anything besides the Palestinian people, and you're justifying bombing refugee camps. You're justifying bombing refugee camps. That's crazy.
Let's talk about that. They were conducting terroristic activities, like I said 10 times before. They're using the women and children.
Okay. So you're not recognizing that Israel has used human shields, and you're not recognizing that Israel has done 100 times anything Hamas could do. Okay?
So why would
I'm curious, do you think the 950 dead Israeli civilians, do you think that's horrible?
Of course, any death, war brings death.
So it's bad. It's bad when 950 civilians in Israel die, right?
People die in both sides.
So it's bad though. So then you can recognize that 44,000 people dying in Gaza is also bad. And by the way, that number is likely not even accurate. That number is likely not accurate because fog of war, and Israel has bombed every health agency in Gaza. Israel has bombed every university. So I genuinely doubt that they can actually keep record.
You said that Israel uses human shields, right? Give me an example. Where is Israel shield?
Yeah, Israeli soldier discusses using human shields. The Israeli military has used Palestinians as human shields in Gaza, soldiers and former detainees say. The soldier who said his unit held 2 Palestinian prisoners for the explicit purpose of using them as human shields. The probe dangerous.
Tell me where Israel used human shields.
I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example of an Israeli soldier saying that his unit directly used human shields. I can say this easily: using human shields is bad. So if you can condemn Hamas for using human shields, I'm sure you can condemn. I'm sure you can condemn. I'm sure you can condemn Israel using human shields, right?
So let me say what a human shield is in this scenario. Human shield, what I'm speaking to you is they are using women and children as an excuse to conduct their illicit activities.
So when Israel bombs a refugee camp, and you say that there were terrorist activities in the refugee camp, can you please specifically explain how they verify there were terrorist activities in the refugee camp after they blew it up?
Israel has their equivalent of the CIA, you know that?
So you're saying Israel, you're saying, and Israel just says...
You know what the Mossad is,
You're saying, yeah, I know what Mossad is. You're saying that when Israel blows up a refugee camp, they can say that there was terrorist activities there because Mossad says so, right?
Out of the thousands of people at that camp, 45 were killed. 45. I mean, that's one.
Wow. Again, you're defending. Like
the whole camp was blown to pieces.
You are defending bombing a refugee camp. That's wild. How do you feel about 83% of the food being blocked from entering Gaza? The food aid. So using so 83%, 83% of aid is being blocked from entering Gaza. Using starvation as a weapon is a war crime.
You know that happens in North Korea too. There's UN sanctions on North Korea. You don't see them complaining.
Sanctions are different than blocking aid to a war zone. Okay, so why and also North Korea receives aid every year, even from the West. Okay, specifically food aid. So again, please explain to me why Israel is blocking 83% of food aid entering Gaza. Why is it okay that they are committing a war crime of using starvation as a weapon?
So let me tell you something. This goes back time immemorial. You know, during the Cold War, when there was
it's a war crime
between the Soviets.
Well, okay, the examples you're bringing... Wait, you have interesting examples. The examples you're bringing of, like, blockades existing for Berlin and for North Korea are blockades existing during non-war non-moments of war, okay? There's no war occurring right now in North Korea, and there was no war occurring when the Berlin airlift happened. There was just a blockade of Western stuff, and then oh my God, do you think the Cold War was an actual war?
No, it was a pseudo war, but it was still
okay. So there was no, the Cold War was not an active war.
I'm not listening to what I'm saying. This is not. It was considered a pseudo war. So the war was fought between.
The Cold War was a period of geopolitical tension. So having tension is not a war, and you can have wars like the Vietnam War is a war, but when the Berlin airlift took place, that was not a war occurring. That was not aid being blocked in by a war.
That was under the umbrella of Cold War.
The Cold War was not a war, dude. Okay, we were not in a constant state of war with the Soviet Union.
I said it was a pseudo war.
The Cold War, we were not in a constant. Yeah, okay. Pseudo war is not like one of your vocabulary words. Okay.
The Vietnam War was.
That was a real war.
You agree the Vietnam War was part of the Cold War?
The Vietnam War was a real war within the
part of the Cold. When did the Cold War end? Do you know when the Cold War ended?
1991. So again, the Vietnam War and the Korean War were two real wars happening in a period of geopolitical tension that was the Cold War, but the Cold War is just a name for the period. But the United States and the Soviet Union were never at war. Vietnam War was a real war, but that's a war within a time period. The Cold War was not an active war ever.
The Cold War was between the Cold War in general was between the communists and the American democratic system. The Vietnam War was fought under controlling Vietnam under communist.
So the Vietnam War was a war.
The
Vietnam War was a war.
It was a pseudo war back to right in the name. It was a pseudo war. There was
pseudo war. Why are you saying pseudo war? Nobody uses the term pseudo war. Okay, the Cold War was a period of tension. The Cold War was a period of tension. Okay, it was never an active war. It was never an active war between the Soviet Union and the United States. The Vietnam War was its own war.
Please chat. Let us know how's the debate going. But
I know you have to depend on the conservatives in the chat. Okay, so blockades and again. Berlin got aid flown in, and North Korea gets food aid every single year. 83% of food.
No, they don't.
North Korea receives no food aid. Really? Really?
Population starving.
Really? North Korea receives no aid.
They're starving.
Are you gonna stand by that? Are you gonna stand by that claim?
Let me say that much.
So, all right. There was international aid, 2.3 million, 14 million in 2021. China sends aid. The World Food Program sends aid. There's private organizations. And by the way, there's no government standing in. There's nobody. There's nobody standing in front of the literal trucks or whatever entering North Korea, preventing food aid from entering North Korea. Unlike with Israel, where 83% of food aid was blocked. So let's focus on Israel. Why are you justifying? Why are you justifying food aid being blocked going into a war zone? Because that's a war crime.
In a population of 26 million, 1 in 14. That's like giving $1.
That's really cool, brother. But luckily, there's nobody blocking the trucks from entering North Korea. Meanwhile, with Israel, there are people blocking the food aid from entering Gaza. There's food aid with the intention of entering Gaza, and 83% are being blocked. Can you please tell me? I would hope you can see that as wrong. Okay?
Well, wars are a dark place.
You cannot condemn using starvation as a weapon. You can't condemn using starvation as a weapon.
I've heard about the Holocaust. They killed a lot of people over there, and it's part of war. I mean, let me tell you something. The world is a dark place.
Come on. What is this? Have I heard of the Holocaust? Yes, I've heard of the Holocaust. Okay. So what the fuck? What the fuck does the Holocaust have to do with currently?
Dark place. The world is a dark
place.
The world is filled with evil. It's filled with wars. And sometimes, let me tell you, wars may not be all rosy and dandelions.
So we have laws when it comes to war, correct? We have international law. We have war crimes. We have war criminals. Do you understand that?
So tell me a direct source, except from the liberal news network, showing direct evidence that Israel is blocking aid from Gaza. Just tell me that much.
Sure. There's Oxfam. There's Save the Children. There's the NRC. There's some Arab sources too. This is a pretty well accepted fact. This is actually really easy to research. Oxfam said that 15 aid organizations demand international pressure.
1 day ago, Israel is delivering. 1 day ago, all right, 1 day ago, Israel is showing aid to Gaza amid their accusations. So you know the news is owned by the global elite. That's a whole different conversation. But you know the news is controlled by.
So you understand when 83% of food aid is being blocked, there is still like 17%. You understand. You didn't disprove me. You know, when 83% of food aid is being blocked, there's still 17% of food aid entering. So you could brag about, oh, look at this, there's some Palestinians getting food aid. Well, there's 83% of that aid that they're not getting. So
now it went from receiving no aid to 80%. Your numbers changed.
No, I have been saying 83% since I ever brought up food aid. You can look at the stream after if you want. I have been. No. You asked me what my source is. I source Oxfam, the NRC, and Save the Children, all of which are saying 83%. I have been using the 83% number for a while now, ever since but then you started talking about the Berlin airlift in North Korea, so maybe you weren't paying attention, but I've been using the 83% number. So here, 15 aid organizations demand international pressure for an immediate ceasefire, arms embargo, and an end to Israel's systematic aid obstruction. New data has revealed that the scale of aid obstruction and the consequential drastic fall in aid entering Gaza. This is a humanitarian disaster with the entire population of Gaza facing hunger and disease. Almost 500,000 people are at risk of starvation. So these 15 aid organizations, what was your source? You said Israel claims that they were sending aid or something.
Microsoft News, one of the liberal news networks, which And
wait, what is their source? What is their source? An Israeli source? Because I honestly trust aid organizations more than an Israeli source. I mean, you were trying to claim that Mossad is a good reference for justifying the bombings. So no,
Mossad has agents in the camps. I guarantee that much.
Yeah. So Mossad. You think Mossad is a objective, honest source on anything related to Israel?
I never said the Mossad is the second coming, but they are a source, whether you like it or not.
They are literally an arm of the Israeli government, dude.
UNICEF. This actually comes from UNICEF.
Come on.
UNICEF aid going to Gaza. I mean, it's right there. UNICEF right there.
Brother, when I say 83%, that implies there's still 17% of aid still coming in. They are receiving a form of aid, but a majority of their aid is being blocked. Yes, you could show me a picture of a fucking Palestinian getting some aid, and you can point at it and be like, see, looks like the Palestinians are getting fucking aid, but the data is 83%. That implies 17% are getting in. This is not a complicated, this is not rocket science, this is not some kind of crazy,
I directly showed you, you know that? I directly showed you proof.
What did you show me? You show me that some aid's getting in, which is what I've been saying. It's literally what I've been saying, that some aid is getting in, but a majority of aid is getting blocked.
You're receiving the aid.
Yeah, some aid is getting in. 83% implies that 17% is getting in. It's not rocket science. It's not philosophy. It's simple math. Okay? So, yeah.
I showed you a source from a day ago from UNICEF. You want to just
yes, UNICEF sends aid. They get, and I assure you, part of that aid is part of the 17% that gets in, and part of that aid is part of the 83%.
So I just showed you a source from a day ago, which clearly shows adequate aid. I mean, you may not
adequate aid. All right.
Okay, the amount of aid you think it's good or not is subjective, but they are receiving. Your argument went from they're receiving.
So
no
I see
aid.
UNICEF. UNICEF says children in Gaza need life-saving support. Children in Gaza need humanitarian aid and protection. They're trying to prevent famine and deadly disease. UNICEF finds that 90% of Gazan children lack food needed for proper growth. Okay, so that's your source, UNICEF, saying that 90% of the children...
You don't think that goes on in Israel? You think Israel people are living in mansions?
Oh, yeah, no, Israel is actually doing perfectly fine right now.
Oh, really now? Okay, please show me a source that Israel is doing completely fine. The women and children there are living in multi-million-dollar mansions. They're doing just fine. Show me that.
Do you think there's no mansions in Israel?
You think the people there are doing fine during the war? Of course, there's mansions.
Yeah, they're probably doing fine.
They're not
I mean, if you compare just the casualties, I mean,
please do your research and say whether the people are doing fine. Let me talk to the chat.
I mean, sure, like, yes, 1,835 people died in Israel, and that's tragic. Just like it's tragic that 51,000 and likely more people died in Gaza and the West Bank, and the thing is, Israel's a much bigger country, and I can assure you that all of Israel is not a war zone. There's a lot of Israel that is very far from the front lines. There's a lot of Israel that is cities. There's a lot of tourists in Israel right now, actually. You know, people still going on their birthright trips. Brother. A lot of Israel is doing perfectly fine.
So let's see right here.
Is your claim genuinely that all of Israel is suffering and in this they're practically dealing with the same shit that the Palestinians are? They're practically dealing with the same shit that the Palestinians are. Is that your claim?
My claim is you said yourself there's 2 portions of Palestine. So you think every one of those 2 portions are under fire and you think people in the West Bank are doing terribly right now?
I mean, there are continued settlements in the West Bank.
So you think that they're being massacred at this very moment in the West Bank?
I mean, having your home stolen isn't inherently a massacre. There are people that die in the West Bank, sure, but I mean, the West Bank for this conflict specific, the Israeli-Hamas thing since October 7th, I mean, there have been 11,000 people in the West Bank detained, 6,000 people wounded, 796 people killed. Of course, the West Bank is not getting the brunt of the killing because it's obviously going to Gaza, but the settlements haven't stopped in the West Bank at all. I mean, this is a war between Israel and Gaza, and again, Gaza and the West Bank are 2 different places. So yeah, but even though the war is between Israel and Gaza, the people in the West Bank are still getting wounded and killed and detained and getting their homes stolen. And you are supporting that?
When did I say I'm supporting that? I'm saying war is a terrible thing.
Well, you've been defending Israel this whole time, so yeah, you kind of support it, buddy.
Let's go back to the analogy I used on day 1. When you attack someone's house, you're gonna push back.
Do you think that white phosphorus gas is okay to use?
It's war. What do you think? I mean, of course it's not good to use, but it's war.
Yeah, so it's not just war, but it's a war crime to use white phosphorus gas.
Bombing people with suicide bombers against war crimes.
Yeah, the thing is, if you can condemn that and see that as bad, then you can see that Israel has done like 100 times more. So yeah, it's bad to kill people. It's bad to kill people. Unfortunately, you can't condemn the side that you're supporting. Maybe you see it as team sports or something. I don't know your reasoning completely.
I condemn war.
But you're supporting war.
Well, the war has begun, unfortunately, and you have to pick a side on who's right and who's wrong. And as for the fact,
you're choosing with the side that's, The more powerful, the richer country, the genocidal one.
You even said
I condemned Hamas.
Killing that Iranian general was wrong. You think killing another head of state was wrong?
Oh yeah. Killing people of killing other government officials of a country we're not at war with is wrong. I can say that.
So what did Obama do?
I condemn Obama's drone strikes, and I can condemn it. And that's why I can also condemn Trump when he increases Obama's drone strikes 435% in 2 years. He out-drone striked Obama in 2 years compared to Obama's 8 years. That's pretty bad, right?
Let's focus on America right now. The issue at home. When there's thousands of homeless veterans, what are you going to do about that?
Yeah, so I want to make housing right. You probably disagree with that. And I definitely don't think that we should be giving money to Israel to do a genocide. And maybe we should put that money into housing our homeless veterans.
So what have they been doing for 4 years? Sitting on their ass?
Who, the veterans?
No, the American government, especially Biden. What has he been doing for 4 years?
Oh, what did Donald Trump do for 4 years? You think I defend every single thing Joe Biden has done? I literally condemned Biden when it came to his Israel policy, and you've been defending Biden's Israel policy. Why are you defending? Yeah, the unemployment rate is pretty low. It's gone down under Biden.
Better during Trump, you know that?
Really?
Yes.
Would you like to compare?
I would love to.
Okay. I got you, buddy.
Unemployment rate is tremendously low during Trump and Biden. That's very short.
So January 2021, that's when Trump left and Biden became president. It was 6.4, and it is currently 4.1.
You know that.
So it's less.
Go to the middle of his presidency. Go to the middle. He was hit by the coronavirus.
Yeah, so I didn't know you can just
go to the middle of
I didn't know you can just avoid the unemployment numbers. My claim was that it's gone down under Biden.
People were at home. There was a shutdown.
But the point is that the moment Biden took over, it went down, and that's a good thing.
The minute he took it over, really. So shutting down the Keystone Pipeline with workers being laid off, that's really lowering the unemployment rate.
I don't really care about the Keystone Pipeline. I do know that
so
800.
I do know.
Hey, dumbass, I care about workers significantly more than you. All right, so 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. Can you say that that's a good thing?
Of course, it's a good thing, and don't.
All right, well that happened under Biden.
Any slurs, sir? No.
Is dumbass a slur?
That's an insult. Did I insult you?
Is dumbass a slur? What?
Insulting someone. Did I insult you? No. So let's
keep
it civil.
So I mean, you defended fucking starving out kids and every single thing Israel's done.
I never supported that. I said war is bad on both sides.
Potentially starting a war with Iran by killing an Iranian general. So I will say that this wasn't the end of Trump's presidency. It obviously went up during Trump's presidency, but there was the trend of unemployment going down that was started under Obama. It was continued under Trump, and then Donald Trump.
Because you're saying the rich should pay. But that's what Americans do on capitalism.
So you think I'm a communist?
No. Your views align with the Communist Party.
The Communist Party. I didn't know I was a member of that. Can you tell me the definition of communism, or at least socialism or something?
Let me get you the exact definition for you, sir. Just for you. I'll do it just for you because you're a very special guy.
Okay. Well, you are accusing me of being a communist, so I'm just curious.
I'm not accusing you. I'm saying your ideology aligns with it. That's all right. Bernie Sanders aligns with the Communist Party. I mean, we're not looking at the 1940s.
Go ahead and tell me what the communism means.
A political theory derived from Karl Marx, whose Kamala Harris's father was a Marxist professor, advocating class war and leading to a society in which all property is publicly owned and each person works and is paid according to their abilities and needs. So basically, That's
cool. Wait. Let's focus in a little bit. What was one of the big things there, where all property is publicly owned? So where in anything that I said was I advocating for all property to be publicly owned?
So you said just like Japan, just like these other places, which Japan was owned by a emperor.
Japan's communist now?
I'm not saying they are, but they wanna. I mean, let's think about it. Japan is not as prosperous as America, that's for sure. So
You're doing pretty alright.
Much more prosperous than Japan.
Okay.
Japanese people are great people, but
okay.
That's just the fact of the matter.
Yeah. So where is your claim is that in Japan everything is collectively owned, and I'm advocating for everything to be collectively owned because that's a pretty big deal to that definition there, man. It's a pretty big deal to that conversation.
You said that a lot of public housing should be owned by the government, and that's right there. I mean, it's like, right out of your own words, you can skip back to this. I mean,
so do you think the definition of communism then becomes any time there's a public program?
No.
That equals communism. Okay, so wait, so there you go. There you go, man. You just said no, that's not communism, and then you can easily say that based on your own views that I'm not a communist.
I'm not saying did I call you communist? I said your ideas align with that.
My ideas are communist, so tell me my communist ideas.
You said that the rich are bad. I mean, in turn, you're basically saying that the rich people are bad people, right? I mean, I'm not a rich person.
Well, here, I'll say this. In capitalist America, we used to have a situation where when corporate profits went up, CEO profits went up, as well as the workers' profits going up. When the 1% did well, the bottom did well. And ever since the 1980s, well, hold on. Ever since the 1980s, now you have a system where union membership has gone down, where worker productivity is up, where CEO pay is up, where corporate profits are up. Meanwhile, workers' wages are stagnant. And when we look into the numbers, the 1% has seen their wealth grow 200-something%. The top 0.1 of the 1% has seen their wealth grow over 400 or so%. Meanwhile, the bottom, the rest of us have seen our wealth grow 28%. So I'm not advocating for communism. I'm advocating for the American tax code that we had before neoliberalism.
So,
why are you so into neoliberalism? Why are you a neoliberal? What made you a neoliberal?
Due to the fact that there's hypocrites and their policies have failed in a tremendous manner.
Okay, so that makes you for neoliberalism.
I don't support liberals at all. I mean, what are you spewing? I mean,
you don't. Okay, so neoliberalism is the economic ideology that has pretty much been forced upon the nation since the Reagan years. And as a result, Democrats moved away from the Keynesian New Deal economic view, and they embraced Ronald Reagan's neoliberalism, and Republicans embraced neoliberalism, and Democrats embraced neoliberalism, and that's why we've seen wealth inequality grow at such a dramatic way. That's why we've seen wages for people like you and me stay stagnant, and you're defending that system, and I don't know why.
Yeah, let me tell you, you just said a great point. You just told me something I didn't know. Yes, I am a neoliberal. Neoliberalism, I do support that. Thank you for educating me. And let me tell you why I support that, all right? So for time immemorial, there's been capitalism. So we've seen how the world works under communism, correct?
So do you think that before we were a neoliberal country, we were communist?
We were worse off. Have you seen the 1940s, how we were living? There was a great class distinction, there's a class distinction between the rich and poor. It was very hard for you.
You understand that the class distinction between the rich and poor is the highest it's ever been since the Gilded Age, literally right now, right?
So
yes.
You think it's that is the Gilded Age? You can.
Income inequality is literally worse than the Gilded Age. That's an indisputable fact. It just is.
So you give me a statistic for that. So you think in Gilded Age people, there was a great class. Yeah. You can even go into the same building. And you think it's been the highest since the Gilded Age. Please tell me that.
Yeah, according to the current analysis, income inequality in the United States is considered by many to be at least severe as, if not more severe than, the income inequality during the Gilded Age, with the wealthiest individuals today holding a larger share of the national wealth than during the era, leading some to label this current period as the Second Gilded Age. What this means is now there is more wealth in the hands of the wealthy. They have a bigger percentage of the pie now than they did in the Gilded Age. So you tell me, why is it okay that one small group of people...
What source you stated that from? What source was that?
Sure, inequality.org. And they were looking into Forbes, they were looking into research by broker Frank Knight, or Knight Frank. They were looking into this person that wrote this is a fellow at the Institute for Policy Studies. So again, I give you the source now. The fellow at the Institute for Policy Studies is the author.
America, people are busy being victims when you can. America's the land.
So can you please tell me why it's okay that we just let 1% of the people hold so much percent of the wealth? Why is that okay when we could have a more equitable tax system? We could put less taxes on you.
May I speak, sir? May I speak my point?
Sure.
Let me tell you, majority of the billionaires, was it inherited or was it earned wealth? Let's talk about that.
I mean, a lot of it was inherited.
So tell me the percentage. So there's more self-made billionaires in the United States at this time than there's
I don't care if you're self-made or not. I don't give a fuck.
So that proves my point that in America there can be whatever
I don't think you're really proving a point. Social mobility is down in America. Do you know the meaning of the word social mobility?
Out of the 2,000,
do you know what that word means?
Out of the 2,000 billionaires, right? Only 300 have inherited their wealth.
That's really cool. That's great. So I don't see how that disproves my point.
I mean, here we go.
So again, we used to have a tax code. We used to have a tax code which did not have this be the case, and we saw the greatest expansion of the middle class in this country's history. Now we see 60% of people living paycheck to paycheck.
You don't think the GI Bill contributed more to the expansion of the middle class than whatever you just said?
Who made the GI Bill?
What do you mean, who made the GI Bill? That was after the World War II.
Who was the president that made the GI Bill?
It was FDR, of course.
Yes, Franklin D. Roosevelt. Now, Franklin D. Roosevelt was ideologically aligned with me. I suppose you would call him a communist. I don't think that's what communism really means. Franklin D. Roosevelt had a tax code which taxed the wealthy more and was fair when it came to distribution. Franklin D. Roosevelt had things like Franklin D. Roosevelt had bills like the GI Bill, which provided a lot of really beneficial stuff to our soldiers coming home. Franklin D. Roosevelt made another massive government program called Social Security, and it lifted a tremendous amount of the elderly out of poverty and lifts millions of people out of poverty today. So Franklin D. Roosevelt was much closer to someone like Bernie Sanders than Donald Trump, and I'm surprised that you're praising. I'm surprised that you're praising someone much more like Bernie Sanders than Donald Trump, because I guess maybe you're a communist too.
Wow, you're a real liberal. Now I know you're a liberal because you're putting words in my mouth.
Well, you're supporting the GI Bill, right? It's wealth redistribution.
Okay, so let me tell you something. I don't support government intervention, but during that time, government intervention was needed.
So yes, that was government intervention. Franklin Roosevelt, much of his presidency Much of his presidency was a lot of government intervention. I support government intervention I support government intervention to prevent any soldier from going homeless. I think that that's a good thing, and maybe we should have a tax bill, a tax code which allows for more wealth to be used as revenue, which allows for less income inequality, which prevents the ultra wealthy from exclusively having power in our political system. Maybe we should send less money to Israel when you were demanding that Biden didn't send enough of them. Well, I think maybe we should send less money to Israel, maybe no money to Israel, and then we can put that into our soldiers, right?
Well, right now we're not in the situation, and let me tell you something. You just hit a new record. You know that?
I hit a new record. A record in what?
You hit a new record, just like The View. You know what The View is?
Yeah.
Your
Not a big fan.
Your ratings are from 300 to 88. Let me tell you.
Yeah, this stream got 85,000 views. This is the best performing stream I had. It's literally only been going up every single time I stream. So, yeah.
I support your stream, let me tell you, but I'm just telling you that some of your policies are not making sense.
No, you were literally praising the GI Bill, which was wealth redistribution, which was government investing into our people. I think we should invest in our people. I think we should invest in our people more rather than exclusively making a tax code, which will make the deficit explode because we want to give the ultra wealthy another tax cut. Okay? I think that's a reasonable position. And you said those were communist ideas, I guess. I don't really view that as communist.
Why do you resent the ultra wealthy? So I just told you out of the 2,000 that were billionaires, only.
Oh, I don't resent the ultra wealthy. I don't resent the ultra wealthy.
Self-made. You heard that? Self-made. They work from the bottom up. So why do you hate them?
Do you think I hate the ultra wealthy?
You want to attack them more, so you dislike them, of course.
Do you think that just because you want to change the tax code that you hate every single individual in that group?
Of course not, but you
so
hate them, right? You want to tax them more.
I want to tax them more because I want to replicate the tax code that we had with Franklin D. Roosevelt or Republican Dwight D. Eisenhower. I want a tax code that actually makes sense. I don't want to do things like what Donald Trump did with the 2017 tax cuts for the rich, where 83% went to the top 1% and he exploded the deficit as a result. I think that's stupid. I think what George W. Bush did when he did his tax cuts for the rich while then doing the Iraq War and Afghanistan War is also fucking dumb. So I'm glad you find him disgraceful. So I would hope that you can agree that his policies of neoliberalism were dumb, just like Donald Trump's, just like Obama's.
He was a great man. Ronald Reagan was a great man.
No, Ronald Reagan was ass.
How? He kept us out of great conflict. He was a fighter. And
Ronald Reagan was the reason that we changed the tax code to favor the rich. Ronald Reagan, he got rid of the fucking asylums. Ronald Reagan, he fired the fucking the air employees.
So let me tell you something.
Ronald Reagan.
Jimmy Carter was finished. Jimmy Carter was finished.
That's cool. That's cool. That's wonderful.
A great amount of Cuban illegal immigrants who were so basically Castro sent the undesirables, as they're doing now. Castro sent the criminals of Cuba to America.
Interesting.
And Ronald Reagan cleaned that up.
Well, Republicans must be real thankful for Jimmy Carter because the Cubans tend to vote for Republicans. And actually, there was research done on the Miami boat lift or the Mariel boat lift and the impact of the wave of Cuban immigrants, mostly low skilled, on the economy of Miami because that's where they were really going. And research found that there was no negative impact on wages, even for low-skilled workers, because of the Cubans' presence. So, again, one of the reasons I really dislike Ronald Reagan is because he changed the priority of government into favoring the wealthy people. He embraced trickle-down economics. Do you think trickle-down economics works?
It does work. I mean, it's been working for a long time.
Really? Can I have an example of trickle-down economics working?
Let's see.
Because I can tell you this, the promise of trickle-down economics was that it's going to trickle down to us. The wealthy are going to make more money than ever, and we're going to feel it. But it turns out, even though corporate profits are up and CEO pay is up, the workers' wages stopped going up. It got stagnant, you know? You recognize that, right? The workers' wages were stagnant.
If the corporations have more money, that means they can pay wages to their workers more. If the corporations have no money,
then why did that not happen?
What do you mean, why does that not happen?
Why did wages become stagnant? Why was it no longer the case?
We're not getting paid 25 cents.
Why was it no longer the case that the workers' wages and the CEO pay and the company profits went up together? Why did it suddenly spike, the CEO pay and the corporate profits? Meanwhile, the wages of workers stagnated. Why did that happen?
So you please tell me why. Sir.
Because when you deregulate and you make a tax code which favors the 1% and you make it harder to unionize and you attack unions and so on and so forth, the companies might get more money, but they put it into things outside of wages. They put it into the pay of the people on the board. They put it into the pay of the CEO. They put it into stock buybacks. You know, they do all those different things. And they don't give it to their workers. So you promised that they would give it to their workers. You think trickle down is working. Why did they not give it to their workers?
So do you have any proof of that they didn't give it to the workers?
You can literally look.
So you please give me
yeah. Okay. You want me to find graphs about CEO pay versus worker pay? I can look that up for you. CEO pay, worker pay. I was. It was a good time.
Wow.
Yeah.
First time stumbling upon your channel. It's very impressive.
Yeah, it's a good time. CEO pay gap has widened over the last 50 years. Since 1978, CEO pay has radically outpaced workers, up 1,460%. Meanwhile, the worker compensation went up 18%.
But you understand that citizen salaries have went up as well.
Yeah, by 18%.
Before the average salary in the 50s was $5,000 a year. Now
yes, inflation exists. I'm not just talking about the inflation that happened in the recent years, but literally every single year there's inflation. So of course, at any point in the future, you'll be making more money than a guy in the 1950s. The important thing is your purchasing power. And real wages. So when you look at real wages, when you factor in inflation, CEO compensation has gone up 1,460% compared to workers that have gone up 18%. Why is it? Why couldn't I love the unions. Why couldn't workers' compensation go up as their CEOs are getting more money?
So is there a source that you can provide me upon why?
The Economic Policy Institute talked about it extensively. What this report finds, corporate boards are running America's largest public firms, giving the top executives outsized compensation packages that have grown much faster than the stock market and the pay of the typical workers, college graduates, even the top 0.1 and 1%. In 2021, we project that CEO at the one of the top 350 firms in the U.S. were paid $227.8 million on average, using a realized measure of CEO pay that counts stock awards when vested and stock options when cashed in and ownership is taken. This 11.1% increase from 2020 occurred because of rapid growth in the vested stock award. I could go on and on and on, but I don't think you really want me to read the whole study. The main point is CEO pay has gone up 1,000%, and worker pay has gone up 18%.
And so has worker pay.
No, it hasn't.
So let me ask you something. You support unions, right?
Wait. Let's not move on. Let's focus on one thing for now. Do you recognize that worker compensation has gone up 18%?
So worker compensation has. I do agree with you 100% agree that CEO compensation has gone up, but so has the workers' compensation.
Do you recognize that worker compensation has gone up when you adjust for inflation? 18%.
Worker compensation has gone up, and they've been paid.
Tell me what the percentage is. Tell me what the percentage is.
Minimum wage. There's something
Tell
called minimum wage.
What the percentage is.
Percentage of what?
How much has worker compensation gone up?
It went up since what year specifically?
1978. I told you, we're essentially just doing a review now. Since 1978, how much has worker compensation gone up? I repeated it multiple times. You should know this.
Let's see. Let me just...
18%. Right?
18%, yes.
And how much has CEO compensation gone up?
Let's see the source by this.
Economic Policy Institute, it's gone up 1,460%. So if a company is growing and the tax code's written in a way that's expanding the wealth for the corporation and the rich, so why is it that workers' wages can't grow with their CEO?
So you understand that a CEO should be paid more than the workers, just based off the experience, education.
They can be paid more than the workers, but why was worker pay not growing with the CEO pay?
It is 18% it went up, and then.
And you think? What's your income? I'm just curious.
My income is very, very depending upon the year.
Okay, I can safely assume you're not a CEO.
I'm not a CEO, but
I can safely assume that you are not part of the top 1%.
Of course not, no.
So why are you so eager to defend a CEO making 1,000% increase in their wealth and people like you and I make 18% increase? Can you not grow a pair of balls and say, you know what, I think I deserve better than 18% increase since 78?
I was working a regular job. A lot of Americans work a regular job, but I started a business.
That's cool.
A lot of balls. Let me tell you something.
That's cool.
Starting a business takes a lot of risk, and if you put in the work, you will get greatly compensated. Let's talk about the great companies that have been started due to CEO.
No, I have no problem with business existing. But why is it that workers do not get to grow in the same way as the CEOs? Meanwhile, in the past, they did. When the CEO did well, when the company did well, the workers did well. What happened in the 80s? Neoliberalism, a new tax code, new incentives, new loopholes. And you're telling me, yes, I love Ronald Reagan and I'm a neoliberal and this, that, or the other. Why can't workers get some of the pie?
Do you know what outsourcing your work is? Just like Google.
Yes, I'm aware of outsourcing.
They give.
I'm not a big fan of outsourcing. Very bad.
Of course, but they give. They are giving their jobs to India, and they're giving their jobs to China, and they give their jobs to other countries.
So we agree that offshoring is bad, right?
Of course, but that's why.
So luckily under Biden, it was pretty much the first time in a long time that we've actually seen onshoring of jobs, particularly in the manufacturing section.
Biden is a great supporter of H-1 visa. H-1 visa is the type of work visa.
But you recognize that onshoring of jobs is went up under Biden. You recognize that manufacturing jobs went up under Biden, and you recognize that. Manufacturing construction actually went up under Biden. New factories being built.
Can you please provide a source?
Sure. Manufacturing jobs under Biden. Actually, I can go year by year. Manufacturing jobs year by year. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Right now, it went at the beginning of Biden's term. Let's see here. 2021 January, there was 12,188. But hold on, this is in like the billions or the thousands. Hold on, let me multiply that. This times 1,000 there was 12,188 jobs under when Biden came in. And then, right now, it is currently at 12,966 in January. So 800,000 new jobs.
800,000 4 years. What a great thing. He's done nothing for 4 years. He's really done nothing.
Are you seriously upset that 800,000 new manufacturing jobs were made in 4 years?
It's too little, to be frank. It's too little.
So I'm curious. I'm curious, since you love Ronald Reagan. What was happening to manufacturing in 1980 when Ronald Reagan was president? Excuse me?
I'll take a look right now.
Yeah, so I got it right now. There was 19,282 jobs in January of 1980. And then by the end of his term, there was 17 million. There was 17,790,000 jobs by 1988. That is 17, 18, 19. 2 million manufacturing jobs lost. And then when you look in throughout the 90s and 2000s, manufacturing jobs actually continued to decrease. To be fair to Obama, it actually reversed the trend under him. I actually think there's something worse than making 800,000 new manufacturing jobs. There's losing millions
of
manufacturing jobs.
Trump presidency and take a look at the amount of manufacturing jobs that increased drastically during his time.
Yeah, 200,000 manufacturing jobs were lost under Donald Trump.
And from his whole term, from 2017 up to 2021, 200,000 were lost.
Yeah.
And when did it drop? After 2020, right?
It actually began stagnating and dropping before 2020. Of course, 2020 led to a massive drop, but again, presidents don't get to use recessions and economic turmoil as an excuse.
They do. I mean, this is something comparable to the Spanish flu.
Yeah, but presidents don't get to little pats on the backs, right? And the fact is that under Obama there was continued growth of manufacturing jobs, and under Trump it stagnated before COVID. So if it stagnated and actually decreased before COVID, and then of course there was a sharp decline under COVID, well, at least Joe Biden helped recover the economy.
He helped recover. So let me just show you something easily. Take a receipt from 2018 and take a receipt from now. What do you see?
Let me guess. It's more expensive now because there was global inflation. You're asking me earlier, why do you hate the rich? Half of the inflation, I saw this headline, half of the inflation that was happening during the peak of inflation was because of corporations price gouging.
So please show me examples of price gouging. Why didn't Biden?
Yeah. Half of inflation caused by price gouging.
There's nothing.
Here you go. Half of recent inflation due to high corporate profits reports. Fine. Think tank report says resounding evidence shows that companies continue to keep prices high as their inflationary cost drops. So if you ask me why I don't have a favorable view of the ultra wealthy, one of the reasons is when their inflationary costs went down, they still continued to price gouge you to make money off your ass. So yeah, not a big fan of the ultra wealthy and corporations exploiting the system.
Can I have a number of how many companies are partaking in price gouging? It's such a big epidemic.
Well, companies vary in size. Enough companies to cause more than half of inflation during the surge.
If they're gonna start a task force under, they do have a concrete number. They definitely do. If they're gonna put money and resources into starting a task force on so-called price gouging,
sure. So do you not have a problem when half of the inflation was caused by corporate price gouging?
So price gouging was not caused by corporate price gouging. So So why did that happen?
Oh my God! Why are you just pretending the research doesn't exist?
So why did that happen?
Come
Why did that
on,
happen
man.
with Biden, sir?
Because Biden is not tough on the rich enough. He needs to start arresting motherfuckers, you know?
Well, wouldn't you say your savior's not doing, adding up to your expectations?
When did I ever call Joe Biden a savior? Did I not literally condemn the genocide he was supporting? I was condemning the genocide that he was supporting, and you were defending his genocide. I'm not a Joe Biden stan. I can give credit where credit's due. I can criticize members of my own party. You can't criticize Donald Trump. You are a partisan hack, and it's unfortunate because you're not really looking out for yourself.
I'm looking out for... I didn't start. My family has been Democrat. They were Democrats up until Trump came, and we were Democrats for 20 years, and we saw both sides of the aisle, and shows the Republicans are much better than the Democrats. That's for sure.
Based on what? This entire conversation, I've had a response to every single argument you've been putting out.
Hypocrisy. Let's touch base on my first contention. Let's talk about the homelessness, and let's talk about putting
So yes, let's lower the cost of housing, right? Let's lower the cost of housing.
Giving illegal immigrants
let's support the lowering the cost of housing. Can we agree to that?
So why was Kamala Harris?
You said, my friend, let's go to the first thing you brought up. The first thing you brought up was homelessness. I think that homelessness is a big issue. So let's go and support measures to lower the cost of housing, right?
So you give me a solution.
Right.
You want to make a Soviet communist bloc. That's your solution to housing.
So do you think increasing housing supply means just doing Soviet whatever?
Do
a Soviet? What does do a Soviet mean, bro?
You want the people to rely on government benefits until the day they die.
Wow. Okay. Well, I want actually more public and private housing because supply. When you meet supply, when you increase supply and you meet demand, and you actually are able to lower costs because it's basic supply and demand. If you have high demand and you don't have enough supply, things will be more expensive. Do you agree with that?
You hate the rich, right? So you support?
Not a big fan of them.
Who's gonna support? Who's gonna fund the big projects for the housing? If the big bad rich are taxed
well, they can go ahead and build housing how they want, but I would control what the government can control. They have the most favorable tax code that they've had in their whole the existence of this country.
Really?
They have more. They have more wealth. Yeah, that's cool. But somehow, some way, they have more wealth than they did in the Gilded Age. They have more wealth, based on what?
Okay, so if you were a rich man,
you said that my source was CNN. Actually, my friend, you asked me specifically earlier. What was my source?
They were in the history of America. Out of 300 years, we think they're doing the best now. What about the period there was no income tax in this country? What about then? They were definitely doing better then than now. What about the Gilded Age? The rich and poverty. There are some places
so again, I told you, they have more of the slice of the pie. They have more wealth and more of a percentage of the wealth than the rich people in the Gilded Age. So you are.
Public housing. He grew up in subsidized public housing.
I didn't grow up in subsidized housing. So again, you're bouncing around. You're bouncing around because you're getting upset. But I'm making the emphasis. I'm emphasizing the fact that we had. You were trying to make a claim. That the rich are not doing better than they ever been, and they actually had it better in the Gilded Age, but they have more of a share of the wealth and more wealth total than they ever did in the Gilded Age.
America grew. There's more.
I'm. It's not just but I mentioned total wealth and a percentage of the pie.
Yeah,
So
of
why
course
do they
it is.
have a bigger
If the
share of
common
the
folks'
pie?
salary went up. If the common folks' salary went up, don't you think the CEO's salary will go up? Don't you think so?
You're so confused. It's amazing. So again, my point is that the share of the wealth is higher and more concentrated in a smaller group of people than ever before. It's higher than the Gilded Age, right?
Okay, so
And I
what
am,
proof
if you
have
want to
that-
talk, if you again, you can look at the research by Sam Pisagatti, who is a fellow at the Institute for Policy Research, who referenced Forbes, who referenced global property broker Knight Frank. You know, he references his sources, and he's a source that I'm referencing. So you can look into that if you want, but those are just the facts of the matter. So again, going in.
Worse.
No, the rich are not doing much worse. You give me a source that the rich are doing worse. Just tell me a source. Tell me a source. Just one source.
Let's see right here.
Tell me how bad the rich have it, bro. Tell me that the rich are actually the real victims. Come on. You're not part of the club, man. You're not part of the club, and you're defending them like you are.
Of course I'm not part of the club, but I give credit where credit is due. They worked hard for it. I'm not saying tax.
Do you think Elon Musk worked hard for it?
Of course he worked hard for it. You know he founded PayPal? He didn't inherit anything.
Cool. You don't think Elon Musk inherited anything?
He inherited something, but he didn't inherit billions of dollars.
Who's Elon Musk's father?
I don't know. You tell me.
Errol Musk is a South African electromagnetic engineer, pilot, sailor, consultant, emerald dealer, property developer. He's a billionaire in apartheid South Africa. He was a white guy in apartheid South Africa. So you don't think that Elon Musk's dad was a wealthy guy?
You just said billionaire.
Yeah, okay. So let's see what Errol Musk, the guy that had diamond mines and emerald mines. Let's see what his net worth is. 323 billion. Oh wait, no, that's talking about his wealth. I'm looking for him. Errol Musk. How rich is Elon Musk's father? Okay, sure. You know what? Let me give you credit. He has between $10 million and $50 million. I know he's pretty much a working class guy.
He came from, I'm not saying that he grew up from the streets. Okay, if you want to talk about growing up from the streets, the Starbucks CEO, he lived in federally subsidized housing.
Sure. Listen, there can be examples of rich people or people becoming rich. That does not change the fact that CEO pay has gone up dramatically, 1,000%, while worker pay has not gone up. Okay? It doesn't change you bringing up that there are some self-made billionaires does not change the fact that billionaires have it better than they ever did in this country, that the 1% is doing amazingly, and that wealth is not growing in a similar, not even the same. I'm not worried about being the same, but wealth is not growing in a sustainable pace. If you think it's sustainable that 1% continue to dominate the entire economic system, you think it's sustainable that CEOs can see their pay go up thousands of percents while fucking you goes up 18% since the 1970s. If you think that's sustainable, you're a damn fool. Yes, I don't care about cursing. I'm being civil. I just curse as well. This is my stream. Yeah, I'm gonna curse. So yeah, I mean, you are supporting a system where you're being screwed.
In 1913, Rockefeller, Frick, Carnegie, and Baker families had 85% of the country's total wealth.
Cool.
Let me tell you right now, they don't own that much. Those 4 people don't own.
Okay. Let's see. Let's go ahead and see. Okay.
Let's talk about that right here, right now.
So each of the richest people in the world have grown their wealth significantly since 2020 to 2024. Billionaire wealth has skyrocketed during the pandemic. Wealth concentration has spiked in recent decades. 1982, the poorest Americans listed on the first annual Forbes magazine list and the richest at 400 had a net worth of $220 million. The average member of that list now has a net worth of $670 million. In 2022, the rich Americans needed a net worth of $2.77 billion to enter the Forbes 400 list, and the average member had a net worth of over $10 billion, nearly 15 times that of the 1982 average, adjusted for inflation. The 0.1% don't pay their fair share as they hoard wealth. The rich have become richer and the poor have become poorer. The richest 5% own 2/3 of the wealth. That's pretty bad, right? The richest 5% owning 2/3 of all wealth.
The fair share is a subjective term.
Yeah, sure. I asked you a question. Is it bad that the richest 5% own 2/3 of all wealth?
So what is your source right there?
This is inequality.org, and their source is the National Bureau of Economic Research. The richest 1% hold more than half of the stocks, less than 5% of the debt. There's a big racial wealth divide, and it's only grown in the last 3 decades. Home ownership gap is larger than ever before. So yeah, it's gotten pretty bad if you want to look at. By the start of the 2020s, the light tax touch on America's most financially favored had left America's richest 0.1% with 10% of the wealth of the nation, 5 times the top 0.01% had in the 1970s, and over 10% above the top 0.01% share of the wealth of the nation's treasure.
So you're really not educated. You're just reading off from some source by some liberal news network.
So do you think all research is a liberal news network?
So who is it funded by? Let's see that.
I can assure you that people funding research about inequality is not the same people funding research to defend the right wing, the current economic system or the current tax code. So Forbes announced that the richest 400 now hold a combined wealth of $4.5 trillion in 2023. Overall research at the global property broker Knight Frank reported last month that the world's 500 richest, led by the rich of the United States, had an incredible $1.5 trillion in their personal fortunes. Brother, listen, we've been going at this for a while. I think my main point to emphasize with you, and we're gonna probably move on soon, is that you are supporting getting screwed, and I'm telling you that you deserve better than a wage growth of 18%.
You're supporting the victim, and that's not right. You need to work your way up, and that's it.
Do you think that they just earned 1,000% of a wealth increase, and you think the workers, yeah, sure, yeah, there's self-made, whatever, I don't give a fuck. So do you think that workers don't deserve more than 18% growth in their wages since the whole fucking 1970s?
Depends on what
workers. Do you recognize that worker productivity is up and has been up?
They're getting paid more.
They're not. No, that's not what it means. You don't understand the data. Worker productivity is up, but wages used to follow when worker productivity went up. Why is it that wages are no longer following the worker productivity increasing? What happened?
They're accomplishing a tremendous amount of work within the time frame given. Compared to before, there's been new technology, new sources of work, which is boosting it in a great fashion. The worker productivity has gone up.
Yeah, worker productivity has gone up. You're not disputing anything I'm fucking saying, dude. I literally said the same shit. You're just repeating it to me. So tell me why productivity is up, but hourly compensation has not followed. It used to follow. It
Okay,
used
so
to
worker
follow.
productivity
So
is up
what
because the
happened?
technology's gotten easier, sir. Let me tell you to your head. Worker productivity is up because the technology has gone up. There's computers in the
So,
World Wide Web.
okay.
In the 1980s, there
So
was no World
if
Wide Web, so worker productivity was
okay,
lower. So now there's
so
the World Wide Web.
so for decades, the 1960s, the 1970s, up until the 1980s, when worker productivity went up, so did the compensation. So in 1980, what do you think exactly happened that like you said, the internet wasn't present by 1980. The World Wide Web wasn't there. There was technical innovation from the 1940s and 50s and 60s and 70s. But what happened in 1980 particularly, which saw worker productivity continue to go up at the same pace, by the way. The pace did not change. But worker pay changed. Worker pay stagnated. What happened?
What happened? So it says right here, in the 1980s, worker productivity in the U.S. manufacturing sector dropped by 5%. Employment grew by 19 million jobs in the 1980s. It rose, let me tell you.
It rose?
It rose, yes.
Yeah, but it did not keep pace with the worker productivity when it used to. It used to literally keep pace until the 80s. And what happened? There was more workers in the decades previous. There was technological innovations in the decades previous. So so every excuse you're giving has an answer. There was technological innovations, there was more workers, there was more business year by year, but for some reason since 1948, 1950, 1960, when worker productivity went up, so did their pay. But that's not happening anymore. Do you recognize that there might be something wrong at a systematic level that leads to hard work? Why is it that you're fine? Why are you fine with hard work not getting rewarded? I simply want a meritocracy. I want there to be, if you...
When in America is hard work with no reward? Tell me that. What is the American dream? Let's talk about Barack Obama. Yeah, he was born and he grew up in the time of the 1980s, right? He became president of the United States.
So you can bring in a specific case, but I'm talking at the systematic level. I'm talking about data. And so productivity...
I don't read off a computer. I say from the heart.
Okay. Yeah, you're saying from the heart. Cool. But I'm asking you, what happened? Why is it that worker productivity, if you worked harder, you got paid more? That's the American way, right? So what happened?
Let me tell you, the technology got easier.
We had technological innovation. We had technological innovation in the 30s and the 40s and the 50s and the 60s and the 70s and the 80s and the 90s and the 2000s. So please tell me. So you're just blaming computers. In 1980 there was the moment some computer was made and it was over for workers. Your hard work didn't matter. Or rather, it's an interesting thing. So why did the trajectory of productivity stay the same though? If there was a change in technology, why did productivity stay the same trajectory, but wages was actually the things that stagnated and fell behind?
Well, let me tell you something. What source do you have for that?
The Economic Policy Institute, the EPI analysis of unpublished total economic productivity from the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Labor Productivity Cost Program, Wage Data, and the BLS Current Employment Statistics. BLS Employment Costs, BLS Consumer Price Index, and the Bureau of Economic Analysis National Income and Product accounts. You can look at each one of those sources if you want.
Multiple facts as to why worker productivity has gone up, the wages are not. With that, is due to the fact that the work has gotten easier for the workers, whether you like it or not.
You're just saying that. You're not really basing it off anything. The trajectory of productivity has not changed since 1948. So if the trajectory of productivity has not changed, why is it that the trajectory of pay changed? Do you think maybe there's something happening in the corporate and political world?
Well, of course something is happening, but it's not affecting to that extent.
Excuse me?
America's doing better than but America's still the top contender in the world. I mean, you can't deny that at all.
Yeah, America's cool. I like America, but that's why, and I like Americans. That's why Americans deserve better. That's why Americans deserve to live in a real meritocracy where hard work gets rewarded. Now, their productivity has not changed, but their pay has. They've only grown 18%, while productivity has gone up, CEO pay has gone up, corporate profits have gone up. You know, if the productivity is going up the same rate, I can assume that increased productivity is actually one of the reasons why corporate profits are going up. Now, if you're saying that there's technology, one would then assume that there would be less workers needed in some of these jobs. So then you actually lessen the amount of people that you need to pay. So there you go. There's a reason why you can increase wages if you're paying less people. And technology is doing the work, so it's becoming more efficient. That's why productivity is up and it's making so much money for the CEOs and billionaires. Well, then that smaller pool of people, they can get an even bigger wage increase. Oh, wait, but that's not happening. That's not happening. That's not happening. Because the workers' wages have only gone up 18%.
Because they have to work less harder.
Even though productivity has gone up, even though the CEO pay has gone up. Do you think that the CEOs are working harder? That's why they're getting more money, obviously, right?
Of course, they are working hard. You think the CEOs are working? You think you think a CEO in 1950s is working harder than Jeff Bezos? Well, when he was CEO, you think a CEO in 1950s is working as hard as Jeff Bezos? I guarantee you not.
Yeah, probably.
Exactly. I just proved you wrong on many aspects.
You didn't prove me wrong. You didn't prove me wrong. I literally said that I really doubt that CEOs are somehow working so much harder than they were in 1978. They simply have a lot more power in the government, and they have a lot more sway of the tax code, and they have a lot more regulation, and there's a lot less unions, and there's a lot less rules, and they can write the rules in a way that benefits them.
More power, right? You know the Gilded Age? Rockefeller and Carnegie could buy a president. They bought a president. And what if
And you're against George Soros, right? You're not a fan of George Soros, right?
Who is?
George Soros.
Well, apart from him, who's a fan of him? I don't think anyone's a fan of George Soros.
I'm saying you're not a fan of George Soros, right? For what?
Because he's done great. You think you should look. Have you heard of this thing called Bohemian Grove?
Okay, so what does George Soros do with his money, in your view?
He buys and sells federal judges like candy bars, and he enacts policies which support the enactment of. He enacted federal judges who supported the illegal immigrants coming to sanctuary.
So your main criticism is that he puts money into political campaigns.
Which he's bribing the people to push his Democrats.
But he's putting money into political campaigns. Like I said, Elon Musk and Adelson and the top 5 donors of the election were giving money, were the top donors to the 2024 election. The point is, corruption has actually gotten worse over the years.
No, it has in the Gilded Age. You know the corruption there, and you're comparing the Gilded Age corruption to now.
Recognize? One moment. Do you recognize the corruption today?
Do you know Do you know who JFK was? Let me give you.
Do you know? Do you know what Citizens United is?
Who made us claim for looking defending the using corruption all the time high? You know who JFK was? Right?
Yes, I know who JFK was.
His father was a tremendous bootlegger, and he was associated with the American Mafia, as people call it the mob. And do you know that a lot of the mobsters in New York donated tremendously to his campaign? And do you know the amount of corruption?
Cool. Do you know what Citizens United is? Do you know what Citizens United is? Do you know what Citizens United is?
Corruption was
Do you know what Citizens United versus the Federal Election Commission is?
They can always make up new charges when they don't.
Do you know what Citizens United is?
Why don't you tell me?
Yes, Citizens United is a landmark decision from the Supreme Court. The court held 5-4 that freedom of speech clause of the First Amendment prohibits the government from restricting independent expenditures for political campaigns by corporations, including nonprofit organizations and other kinds of organizations. They essentially legalize spending infinite amount of money into our political system.
So that's all
So do you recognize? Do you recognize that we have spent records amount of money every single election, including the last election? It was a record amount of money being spent in our politics.
$1.4 billion.
And Donald Trump also raised a lot of money. Both sides are bad. Do you recognize that both sides are bad? Do you recognize that both sides are bad?
She blew $1 billion.
Do you recognize that you can criticize both sides?
Do you recognize that your party lost and still got into $20 million in debt?
Do you recognize that both sides can be bad?
Do you recognize your party that you're?
Do you recognize that both? Do you recognize that corruption is corruption, no matter who the faction is?
Corruption has went down, and you're oblivious to the fact that you're living in.
How is corruption going down? When more money from billionaires and millionaires are being put in.
There's richer people who took the risk and busted
you're embarrassing, man. You're embarrassing, dude. Okay.
You're embarrassing yourself. Why don't you take a look back at this stream and see how you got flamed?
Oh man, the conservatives in chat are mad. Anyway, so you recognize that the top 5 donors in the election all donated to the Republicans, so that, Republicans took money from billionaires and
so why did Kamala had $1 billion raised? Why did she have $1 billion?
Can you tell me how much money, Donald Trump raised?
Let's see.
Because Donald Trump raised a lot of money, so did Kamala Harris. Do you know I'm against Citizens United? Do you know I think that we should not allow billionaires to donate infinite amount of money into the political system?
So how did your candidate get $1.4 billion?
Do you recognize that when I criticize money in politics, I'm criticizing Kamala Harris?
It was a gift from Stalin.
I'm calling it corruption. So I'm calling it corruption. Meanwhile, Donald Trump also took a tremendous amount of money. So why can you just not criticize corruption on both sides?
Why can you not? So what are you trying to? Why are you trying to go on Trump's corruption when she raised more money than him, making her more corrupt?
Hey, you want me to tell you something? Kamala Harris is corrupt. But you know who Donald Trump is? The guy that became president?
Why do you vote?
Because Donald Trump is corrupt, you dumbass. Okay. So I vote on policy. Let me explain to you, since you ask. I vote on policy. I looked at her policies and I looked at Trump policies. I think she had better policies. They're both corrupt. They both take the big money, and I criticize them both for taking the big money. You have proven throughout multiple times in this conversation that you cannot, for the life of you, if you had a gun to your head, you cannot criticize Donald Trump. You don't actually care about corruption. You don't actually care about any of these issues. You're a team player. You're a team player. You're a team player, dude. You're a team player. You criticized Joe Biden for his policy on Israel. You said he's killing the kids. But then when you learn from this conversation, I guess for the first time, that Donald Trump wants to double down on Joe Biden's foreign policy, suddenly you change tune and you're the biggest fucking Israel defender. You're the biggest Israel. You're the biggest Israel defender on the planet. You're the biggest Israel defender on the planet, and that's okay. You change your position in the middle of the conversation. You've told me. You've explained to me. You've explained to me.
Go back and look at the
You have explained to me that you are not among.
Go back and take a look at my words. You're twisting them like a pancake.
Yeah, you've explained to me that you're not part of the top 1%. That you're a working guy. I respect that, and I'm looking out for you. Yet at every single turn, you've defended the top 1% with your life. We've been going at this for 93 minutes, so I encourage you. I encourage you to go to bed. I'm going to end the stream soon, but I have one more person on the line. So have a good day. Stop defending the 1%. Please learn about class consciousness and look out for the people like you, your family, your friends, and your neighbors. Okay? Not Elon Musk, the modern day fucking Rockefeller. All right, 330 area code. You've been waiting for a long time. I just found that I found that conversation fun, but I don't want to go for as long as that conversation did.
Yeah. I don't either. So we're on the same page.
Yeah. I've been at this for 4 hours and 42 minutes, so. But, what's on your mind?
Nothing, man. I just saw it was what Trump's, his presidency is gonna hurt me.
Yeah.
I just want to know how that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I guess
I don't believe that.
A simple breakdown is, we can look at his record and we can look at his promises. His biggest legislative accomplishment when he was president was the 2017 tax cut for the rich. 83% went to the top 1%, and the deficit grew dramatically. Now he's promising a tax cut. When people looked into it, it was found that it would raise taxes on 95% of earners, only cutting taxes for the top 5%. That is directly raising taxes on people like you and I. And he wants to do the tariffs, which are a sales tax essentially. Research found that it would raise about $3,000 to $4,000 in new costs for regular people. He wants to do the mass deportations, which are going to cause labor shortages, which cause production shortages. And when shortages occur and supply does not meet demand, that also raises prices on key industries like food and housing. So, sorry, I'm going fast. I went fast there. Yeah, I went fast there, but been going on for a bit.
We can start from just the beginning. The first thing, it's the taxes raised on the rich, or the taxes are lowered for the rich, cuts for them, if you will. That doesn't really affect me at all. Just on face value, I'm not rich. Them getting taxed less isn't good for me or bad for me.
Well, the issue is when he sacrifices the deficit.
Yeah. That's why I was going to the second position. I mean, how much of the deficit is being sacrificed?
I do know that I can pull up the year-by-year deficit increases, but I do know that he increased the deficit, I believe, higher than any other president before him, and before his presidency.
The tax cut for the rich, I would just like to know. The deficit's trillions of dollars. If a tax cut for the rich is a huge, expansion of the deficit, then that's pretty important.
Yes, well, he does the tax cut for the rich while increasing spending, so that's why it went up. So by 2015,
every president's done that.
Well, no, not necessarily. Obama increased.
Literally every single president in modern history.
Obama increased spending in 2009 to deal with the recession that was happening in that moment. Bush before him had increased the recession because of wars and tax cuts. Well, Clinton didn't. Clinton had a surplus.
What was that?
Clinton had a surplus.
Clinton had a surplus. Would you like to explain that a little bit?
Clinton did not have a deficit.
I don't want to get too deep into that because this isn't about Clinton. But
Clinton, so we had a surplus. We didn't have a deficit at that point in time.
We did not have the United States didn't have a deficit under Bill Clinton. Is that what you're saying?
We had a debt, but the first thing to paying off the debt is to get rid of the deficit, and Bill Clinton actually did do that.
There was no deficit under Bill Clinton. We were making more money than we were spending.
Yes.
By how much?
That's like one of the big aspects of Bill Clinton's whole legacy.
How much? I mean, yeah.
Bill Clinton surplus. Let's get it.
I shouldn't have a computer in front of me. I'd just like to know that.
Bill Clinton had a surplus of $237 billion. It was the largest surplus ever.
$237 billion.
Yeah, it was the largest surplus ever.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
What was that?
That was 1998 to 2001. And
24 years ago. That's quite some time.
Yep. Yeah. So we saw an increase in Bush, and then we saw an increase under Obama because of responding to the recession. It's a pretty understandable thing. And then each year under Obama, pretty much after that, we saw a decrease. In 2016 and onward, we saw an increase that was happening after the tax cuts for the rich. Obviously, we saw a sharp increase during COVID too. And then since that point, it has gone down from that point.
Biden, right? With COVID. Under Obama, there's a recession.
Well, it first
couldn't have been them doing poorly.
It first increased.
They couldn't have done things better.
Well, again, it was increasing under Trump before COVID, and then when COVID happened, it increased the highest ever, and then from COVID,
but you
went
could say
down.
It was increasing under Bush before Obama. Maybe not Bush before Clinton. But I mean, that's not really
the level rose significantly in the first year of Obama, and then it went down to pretty much Bush year levels.
I don't want to get too far off on a tangent. That's what we were doing with the last guy. I do want to get back to the deficit increasing by a certain amount. Like I said, under Biden, huge deficit increase. Under Trump, huge deficit increase. Obama, huge deficit increase.
Well, there was most of the years of Obama were deficit decreases. Besides the first year, pretty much every year after that was deficit decreasing, and then the trend reversed under Donald Trump.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. There's an entire recession, but
the recession happened under Bush.
2008.
Obama, it happened in 2007. Are you blaming Obama for the recession?
No, but there is a way to handle it, and if it was handled properly under Bush, maybe we wouldn't have had it with Obama. But it also lasted
we
didn't
under
Obama as well.
The recession happened. The Great Recession happened.
Bad year with it.
The Great Recession happened in 2007 to mid 2009. 2009 was the first year of Obama's presidency. If it ended in mid-2009, then that means Obama started the recovery literally the moment he became president.
And still a pretty sizable deficit. You can play it down, say he was decreasing it, but, I mean, it's still pretty sizable deficit.
It only went up in 2009 and went down each year after that.
Don't know if I believe that, but sure.
Okay.
So, now how does the deficit increasing, hurt me?
Well, I mean, it makes unstable economy. It makes there's a reason why fiscal conservatives and fiscally responsible people care about the deficit increasing. We obviously want to be able to. We obviously want to be able to pay for our programs.
You want to balance it out. You want to make more than spend. Yeah, I agree with that.
We want to pay for our programs here without having to go into debt. And unfortunately, I think the real question is how we allocate our money. We could allocate our money in ways that are going to generate wealth. We could have a tax code that makes a lot more sense. But Donald Trump has continued to sort of neoliberal project that we've seen for the last 4 years.
The main thing about that is your way to increase taxes on the wealthy to, balance the budget out, I guess, a little bit at least, which, in my opinion, it's not going to be that much. But
it honestly, is also to take power away from.
Listen, if I were a billionaire making, or if I was anyone, a CEO, billionaire, anything in this country, and you just raise taxes on me, I'm just going to leave.
Yeah,
so
we had higher taxes.
That's really even a solution.
We had higher taxes.
Yeah, but if you're going to increase them to, I don't know, what would you propose?
I mean, we could just look back to the past. We can look towards the Revenue Act.
Well,
we can look
towards. Back to the past,
we can look at the 1950s when we had the. Well, no, it wasn't. We can look back at the 1950s when we had 90% marginal tax rates. I'm not saying that's what we do, but that was the marginal tax rate under Republican Dwight Eisenhower.
So you are saying you do want to make America tax bracket. You want to make that great again?
Yeah.
Back to the 50s. Okay.
Yeah.
Kind of.
I'm not saying we need. I'm not saying we need to adopt the sort of cultural things of the 50s, segregation or something. But when it comes to just like the economics, we had a lot more progressive economics. It was dominated by New Deal politics and Keynesianism.
You all say that about the 20s as well,
No, I wouldn't say about the 20s. The 20s was
literally called the Roaring 20s.
Yeah, but the 20s was dominated by conservative politics and deregulation that led to the Depression.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, no, it didn't lead to that. The deregulation didn't really lead to the Depression.
Okay.
The Depression was brought on by overprinting of money and then overspending, like we were just talking about. And once inflation takes over, World War I, there's a whole bunch of reasons why that was a thing. It was a global thing. Honestly, we didn't really have too much to do with it. We could have done, could have set the cushion a little bit better, but honestly, not really much to talk about there.
Well, I mean, the reasons there was the Great Depression was the stock market crash. There was tariffs from the Smoot-Hawley tariffs.
That was a global issue with the war and whatnot. That's why the stock.
Well, the war didn't begin in 1929. Government policies deregulating the banks.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why the 20s was so good. And toward the end of the 20s, in 1929, is when the disruption happened with the war. But
the war didn't begin in 1929. Began, at least Germany invaded Poland in 1939. Hitler didn't even get power till 1932.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. The 20s were very good, and you're saying there's a depression in the 20s. You just want to look up the year of the depression? 1929. So the 20s were very good, yeah.
For business, I suppose. But then the deregulation led to collapse. Deregulation of the banks, deregulation of the market, reckless speculation.
Sure.
Protectionist trade policies. It was the tariffs. Didn't help.
Sure.
Yeah. So, I mean, my goal is mainly to look more towards where success has occurred. We saw the greatest expansion of middle class we've ever seen in the 1950s. We had manufacturing. We had wages going up with corporate profits and productivity. CEO pay going up too.
That was around wartime as well.
Mm-hmm.
Well, obviously, you're going to have a bigger manufacturing class around wartime. It was the the dawn of the military-industrial complex, which I think we can all agree is bad. I mean, I heard your
not a big fan
about
of
Israel. I'm not a big fan of Israel Palestine war either. It's not an issue I vote on.
Yeah.
That goes for the Ukraine war as well. I mean, I know people put a big fuss about paying Ukraine. I don't really care about that too much.
Yeah.
I don't love Russia. I don't really care that much about Ukraine. And the same goes for Israel and Palestine. I mean, there are people suffering, but I
it's not your main reason for voting. That's understandable.
That's not an issue for me as a voter.
Yeah.
And also, it's not really on the Israel-Palestine thing. As you noticed this last election, that's not really up for a vote. Both sides are pretty pro-Israel. Clear.
I mean, I think there was some reporting that Kamala wanted to get rid of some of the the hawkish members of the Biden cabinet, and that was a factor for me. If there's a chance, at least there, then that's good for me.
I respect the fact that you believe the people who said that, but unless it came from the candidate's mouth, I'm not going to take that forward.
I mean, I don't know if it's going to happen, but like I said, it's a chance rather than when Donald Trump specifically says he wants to unleash Israel. Yeah.
I mean, sure, but a coin flip, I guess, is better than no.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but also for me, voting on that just seems a little insane to me. That's not something that would hurt me, Well,
it's important to vote beyond just yourself, but also just if you want to focus on the economy at home, increasing taxes on 95.
The topic of the discussion. The topic of the discussion was
taxes
Trump. I want to bring us back to circle back. The topic of the discussion is Trump's presidency will hurt me. Whatever happens in Israel, not really going to hurt me.
Yeah, well, that's fine with you, but increasing taxes on 95% of the people, not a great policy. Only just to do more tax cuts for the rich. I think that the rich have gotten enough tax cuts, honestly. I think they've got enough tax cuts. I think they're doing good.
Sure. I can agree with that. I don't really, but like I said, it doesn't really matter to me if the rich get tax cuts.
It does matter to you, specifically that the new proposed tax plan where 95% of people would see their taxes increased.
95% of people would see their taxes increase.
Yeah.
So why? What's so bad about that? If there are programs that are so good, and the government's going to be doing great things, you know. I mean, and honestly,
Trump was
saying things
you
about
asked
trying to
you asked
completely
specifically
get rid of. Well, hold on. Well, you were saying that, but I remember seeing a few things
getting
about
rid of
Trump
income
saying
tax, right?
He wanted to get rid of income tax. I know that's a fucking pie in the sky dream.
Yeah.
And he's going to replace that with tariffs. I know that comes with a whole bunch of other set of problems.
Yeah.
But where are you getting his policy? He's going to do that again. He's going to
well,
do
there was
95%.
research. There was research that looked into his tax plan that he proposed. Now, again, he said he's open to getting rid of income tax or whatever. He's kind of contradicting himself.
So
he has that. He's openly said that, but then he's also officially proposed a tax plan, and people looked into the tax plan and found that it would it would drain money from 95% of people and funnel it to the top 5%, widening the wealth gap that is already a problem. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not going to ask you what you do for a living, but I'm not as young as those other whippersnappers you were talking to.
Yeah.
And I will say I was around for Obama. I was an adult working under Obama. And then within, I think, that was like the first 2 years of Trump, it was like 2016, 2017, around there. I did see a pretty significant 5 to 6% tax cut on my paycheck. That was noticeable.
Yeah, I can't speak to your personal paycheck. I do know in general that the lowest tax bracket or the lowest bracket in that tax bill got like $70 extra. The second lowest, which encompassed half of all workers, got like $200, which is cool. But $200. No, I'm saying that's what they got in tax cuts in the first tax bill.
From Trump?
Yeah, the 2017 tax bill.
That's odd. I mean, I was under the impression that he was, just from what you said, I was under the impression that he's probably going to raise taxes now. Why would he?
I'm talking about the first bill.
What do you think the change of heart?
I'm talking about the first tax bill.
Yeah, we can both agree that Trump had tax cuts for most people, in his first term. But I just wonder, why do you think that he's? I haven't read his policy, but I know it's. I know when I was under Trump, I had less taxes than I do right now under Biden. Federally. I mean, states, that varies from state to state. But so there were tax cuts under Trump the first time around. Why do you think that he's changing his opinion? Why do you think he's going to change it now? And he's going to start increasing that?
Well, I don't think Donald Trump ever wrote his tax policy.
Didn't you say what your opinion was based off of his tax policy?
No, I don't think he's writing his tax policy. I think that he has like the right wing think tanks and so-called economists and so on. No. So when you're asking me like what you're asking me what his change of heart is,
Well, I get that is kind of an unfair question. Yeah, I guess what I meant was why would you believe that he's not going to do the same thing that he did before?
Because he has a proposed tax plan that exists and it's
like
been
you just said,
analyzed.
He's writing it. But that's who's analyzing it, and are they trustworthy?
The Institute on Taxation
because I do
Economic
remember
Policy.
Before Trump got elected last time, I was also told that my taxes were going to go up, and only tax cuts are going to hit the rich. And
you can bring the questions to the Institute of Taxation and Economic Policies. The authors are Steve Warhoff, Carl Davis, Michael Edgar, Erica Frankel, Matthew Gardner. It's data analysts. It's not like the most insane people ever.
No,
but they found they analyzed
they
just analyzed the plan and found that it would increase taxes if you're making $0 to $360,000.
Oh wait, no, they analyzed the plan. I thought you were telling me the people who made the plan.
Oh no! It's not the people. Yeah, the people that made the plan are not saying we're going to raise taxes on the rest of you and only cut taxes. They wouldn't want to market it that way. But the plan was analyzed and we've been at this though.
Wait, why would they?
Yeah,
did they publish this before he was elected? Why would he publish a tax plan that shows that 95% of people would have their taxes raised? That sounds a little fishy. And
well, I'm sure he published. I'm sure no, it's not fake news. I'm sure he publishes. I'm sure he publishes his tax plan just like Bernie Sanders published his plans. I'm sure Kamala published some plans on her website, and these plans can be analyzed, and these plans can be looked into.
Sure.
I was a Bernie supporter in 2016 and 2020. His plans were looked into a lot, and
you can believe that.
Yeah.
You can believe that, but I think it would be a foolish move for a president to roll out a tax plan that can be looked into that has 95% of the people in the country that have their taxes going up, while he's running on a campaign that he's going to lower taxes. I think that's a bit foolish.
Well,
I think you would agree that's a bit foolish. I think that's just
well,
kind of
of course, Donald Trump is not going to say this is the increased taxes on 95% of the people bill. He's going to frame it as a tax cut bill.
Why not just
he could have kept it
I
secret,
get that. I
but
understand
he
probably
didn't,
wouldn't say
and
that.
people were able to analyze the bill, and they found that it would raise taxes.
And I don't think he would publish a tax bill that reflected that. And like I said before,
you can think how you want.
Trump was,
but you can think about what Donald Trump's strategy should be or what he would do, but the plan is out there. It was analyzed. You can bring up the issue of the analysis with
I was told that his last
Steve
plan was
Warhoff.
analyzed, and I was supposed to get more taxes.
I can't tell you about the people you were talking to before his presidency. I'm talking to you now, and I'm talking about the analysis. Ultimately, when you're talking about his first tax bill, it wasn't particularly good. It raised taxes or it cut taxes to the benefit of the top, or 83% of those taxes were for the top 1%, and it's making income inequality worse. Now, another issue with income inequality is power. Are you okay with 1% of the population having dramatically more power than the rest of the 99%?
No, I think that's a lobby question. No, I think that's...
It's a question about money in politics, sure.
No, it's just more of a... There needs to be a dramatic shift. There needs to be like more of a war revolution for that to change. Do you get what I'm saying?
I disagree with that.
How do you change 1%? What is what Bernie says? The top 0.1% of the population has what?
They've been making tremendous amount of money. Top 0.1% have made an increase.
Honestly, I will say, just a side note, that's why I like Bernie Sanders, and that's why I think it's kind of a shame the Democratic Party is the way it is, and they kind of just screwed him when it was Tim Kaine who was running the DNC at the time.
Indeed. I agree.
That was the biggest issue for me.
One of the things with
the Democrats right now, and that's why I went with Trump this year.
Yeah, one of the things with wealth is wealth and money make power and political power. That's why cryptocurrency and those crypto donors have become relevant in politics, even though they're a fairly new industry. It's because they donate. That's why Elon's suddenly one of the biggest oligarchs in this country, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, well, you are talking about individual people. I think the main
it's oligarchs.
Thing lobbyists are company. Well, it's company. Yeah, like I said, it's companies. But you're talking about people who invest in crypto. Those are individuals.
Yeah, individuals, and having individuals. Oh no, the individuals, the top 5 donors, they absolutely have more sway than even many lobbies and many groups and many organizations.
Those top donors are like Exxon.
One of the great things, I would say, I'm talking about the top individual donors. But again, I support reversing Citizens United. Not letting super PACs pretty much pour in as much money as possible. I want more taxes on people in the top 1% because money is power, and the more money they have, the more power they have. We need income inequality to go down. We need more poor people and working people to have an opportunity to move up and climb that ladder and see their wages go up. We need more union representation because union members do see more benefits in terms of just things like healthcare, things like their wages, than non-union members. And I think we can probably agree on that. And we've been at this for 30 minutes. So I'll let you go.
Well, I will say that I don't agree with a lot of them, honestly. I will say
that's unfortunate.
I would say union members really do have a tough time, like auto union members for the most part. I would say maybe like there are, like Walmart, they could benefit from unions and all that, but there are industries where unions really do hurt the bottom line for the company, and that hurts the
Well, I'm personally happy that I'm personally happy that the UAW had a successful strike, which led to an increase in their benefits. But we'll end it there. Yep. Have a good day. 330 area code. Thank you for waiting. Appreciate you.
Yikes.
Right. So, we've been at this for a while. It has been 5 hours. I'm a little tired. But this was the best performing stream I ever had. And I'm curious what the watch hours are going to be. So, thanks for watching, everybody. Make sure to subscribe. Billy says insane battery. Yeah, it's a pretty crazy battery. Dylan says one more debate. No, sir. Sorry about that, my friend. I am tired. So, I'm going to go for now. Have a good night. Thanks for the watch hour. It's very appreciated. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for everything. Linda says, when are you on? Linda, I try to be on every day. I try to. I'm not going to be on every day, but I've been here for each day, last few times, so I'll be on frequently. I'm doing these streams more and more. So I will see you guys later.